screen 737-295-5321, and I can give you several reasons as to why you're wrong. Jaslene, did you vote for Trump?
Of course.
Of course. And do you regret your vote?
Meh, not really. I mean, he was the better option.
Cool. Why is that?
Look, I even got one of these. If y'all want some, hit me up. Anyways, I voted for him for a few reasons. Number one, tariff policy. I really like that.
Can you turn your camera back on?
I
want to see your hat again. Can you turn your camera back on?
Yeah, sure.
Appreciate that. Make America great again. Where'd you get that at?
Oh, this was an OG. This goes through the family. This was like 2015.
God bless you.
You've had that hat since 2015.
Yeah,
It was given to you or paid for it?
I don't know. I think this is the new one, but
it was given to you or you paid for it? It was given to you.
Oh, it was given to me.
Got you. I didn't know that it was selling MAGA hats off of Temu. So why did you not regret your vote?
Because I think he was the better option to Kamala. I think Kamala would have been a complete and absolute disaster.
So you literally just said Kamala and then you said Kamala afterwards. Do you struggle with pronouncing words properly? Is there a condition that you have I need to know about?
I mean, I don't know. She's like, I don't even know how to pronounce it. You know, I go one place.
You actually
Kamala,
just did
then
it
it's
right
like
the first time.
Kamala,
you said it
I
right
don't
the
know.
first time. You
Kind of
literally
like how
said it
she
right
always
the first time.
changes her accent. I mean,
Sure. You literally said it correctly the first time. So I would imagine that you do know how to say it. And if you try to mispronounce it again, I don't think that's going to lead to a productive conversation. So you said...
Is it Kamala?
You said Kamala. There you go. Kamala. Okay. Comma in a sentence. La, 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 la. Perfect. Wonderful. Fantastic. So you said tariffs, right? That was one of the things you mentioned?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. What about Donald Trump's tariffs is making America great? I'm curious.
Well, they stimulate American production, and they're a great way to increase revenue within our country.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah? How's that been going so far?
Well, a lot of his got struck down, but, his recent ones on Canada, I'm actually in favor for. A lot of people were down on them. I don't understand why. Like, one of them was, what was it, a 50% on hockey sticks? If you actually go, people are saying that this is going to increase the cost of hockey sticks. It costs $60 for these companies to produce hockey sticks. If you're tariffing it at 50%, they're still making profit from that and selling it here. Their profit margin is just decreased, and we're taking that money instead.
Yeah. So wanted to go back to the tariffs that have already been shut down so far. You mentioned that it was a great source of tariff revenue. Where's the tariff revenue that we've made for the year of 2025 gone so far? Because last I checked, the Supreme Court announced 160 to 180 billion is going to go back to the corporations because they were unlawful. And that money is not going back to you and I. They raised their prices to keep their profit margins cool, and then they're still getting a government payout. I don't think those tariffs are good for us. I'm sorry, marginally?
Yeah.
You think $180 billion is marginal?
Well, what's happening here is you're just cutting their profit margins. They're still making profit. It's just their profit margins are decreased because
what do you mean we're cutting their profit margins? They raised the prices to maintain their profit margins.
Marginally.
The majority of them.
If anything, marginally.
If anything,
like not
marginally?
even $1. Yeah.
So whatever the tariff put on their goods, whatever that would bring the cost, how much ever that would cut into their profit margin, they would raise the price by that percentage.
That's not true.
That price would then be
so you're telling me when we put a 25%, you're paying 25% more for products.
And several key goods we very much did. Coffee was one of the highest.
So how much should it go up by, and how much should we tariff it at?
How much should it go up by?
Yeah, no, by what percent did it actually go up versus how much was the tariff?
Coffee specifically, coffee prices went up between 40 to even 60% in some places. You're more than welcome to look this up. Coffee is one of the most aggressive price hikes that we saw after Donald Trump's implementation of tariffs. I don't imagine the coffee drinkers enjoy that very much.
So you're paying 60% more for your coffee?
In some places, in some cases. But I believe it was roughly 40 to 60% at most.
It's just not... Yeah, where's the evidence for this? I don't know. 50% more for coffee. Can you pull up a source?
Yeah,
To
it's
just prove this because
literally
I don't.
easy. I love how you were literally typing it in. What did you find?
Yeah, I just typed it in right now. I just did a quick thing and it says no, there's no evidence that coffee prices increased by 50% because of tariffs.
Okay, sure.
And then I'm just like looking at the sources. There's one investing.com.
Let's see. Have import levies. We can look at the Maryland Daily Record, Nerd Wallet, New York Times. Gotten more expensive. This is going roughly between prior tariffs ranging from 10 to 50% on key coffee exporting nations. Those nations being Brazil, Vietnam. I can pull this up from Reuters. This is U.S. coffee U.S. coffee drinkers face higher prices even after Trump's tariff reset because they didn't bring them back down immediately. One of the top coffee producers was Brazil, and we saw that price go up significantly. I'm curious as to what you just put into, I don't know, Chat GPT that told you that I was wrong.
Mhm. No, I just asked AI itself and it
Here, I
said
have one
the
here.
price.
This is today's news. Coffee's up 41% up in cost from last year due to tariffs. This was 2025. This was the increase that we saw year over year.
Are you pulling it up or
Say that again.
are you like
I,
pulling
I,
the
I just
source up
mentioned
on
I
the
just
line?
mentioned a few of them.
Okay. So it's directing it completely to tariffs. Or is it
Um,
saying other underlying things such as like, droughts
One
or,
of the major factors was tariffs. Yeah.
so it didn't say anything that coffee prices were actually increasing before Trump even put in his tariffs.
I'm sorry, what?
So it didn't say anything that coffee prices were increasing regardless of tariffs.
No, that would be irrelevant. If the coffee prices were increasing before the tariffs, that would be just like everything else was, or I would argue not necessarily. But then the tariffs implemented saw the spike in in coffee prices since their implementation last year.
Yeah, but how do you know that that's a direct correlation? If they're already increasing
What do you
before,
mean?
if they're, hold
How do
on,
we
if
know this is a
they're
direct
already
correlation?
increasing, if they're already increasing beforehand and you slap in a tariff and they continue to increase, that's not directly attributed to the tariff. If they're already increasing.
If they're already increasing and there was a steady increase and we look year over year of that percentage and then Donald Trump's tariffs are implemented, let me see, what was it on Brazil again? Give me a second. What was it on Brazil? 25% tariff over unfair trade practices. There was an additional 12.5% tariff that was about forced labor. So if we saw the increase of almost a 40% tariff on said coffee, and then we saw the prices significantly increase after the implementation of the tariff, we can literally track that. The increases from when the tariffs were implemented and then the increase rate from before.
So you're saying that once they were already increasing and then once the tariff got put on, it skyrocketed.
You're the only one focusing on what the price was beforehand. I'm only formulating my argument about when Donald Trump implemented his tariffs and the increase from that point. The price of what coffee was or how it was going up beforehand is irrelevant to my argument because I'm not arguing the fact that coffee prices didn't go up. I'm arguing Trump's policies increased the cost. This is a Trump conversation. Also, 2 days ago,
Okay.
around 2,000 Brazilian products exempt from both recent U.S. tariffs. This is something that was able to help bring the costs down, or excuse me, not maintain the prices of a coffee increases that we saw last year because of the exemptions that he has currently.
Okay. But I don't think that that's necessarily fair to just look at the context of after the tariff. If coffee was increasing beforehand,
Hey,
if you
you
look at the
keep repeating,
context that coffee was.
you keep repeating something that is irrelevant to the conversation. We can track the increase of goods from when tariffs were implemented and the rate of which they increase and how it differed from the rate of increase before the tariffs. That's how we're able to ascertain what tariffs brought up prices of goods and by what percentage. You keep saying we can look back before and see that they were going up. That is irrelevant to the tariffs and the additional increase in prices that they imposed.
How is that? How
You're
is that
not
not
good at
relevant? If
this.
you're okay, if your entire thing is about prices going up and prices are going
Due
up
to the
beforehand.
Trump
No, hold on.
administration's policies, due to the Trump administration's policies. That's all that would be relevant. An increase of a good under the Trump administration is irrelevant to my argument if the Trump administration did not contribute to the increase. Are you
Okay.
understanding this here? Why would I argue that this price went up by this much percentage and Donald Trump did absolutely nothing to impact that? That's what you guys do. You guys look at the Biden administration and see price increases and you blame him for everything. I have a little bit more intelligence than that. All that matters is Trump's direct influence on the increase on those prices. Are you tracking?
Okay. So then what? So then how much did they go down by once you got rid of the tariff? If what you're saying is
How
true.
much did it go down by? The percentage would be reflected in what we've seen in inflation in some of the goods. I don't know the exact percentage.
They went down to 5 to 8%. So if you're
They went down
attributing that
5 to 8%. Did you?
yes,
Okay, what was your source on that? We just read that.
Reuters.
Okay, that's horrible.
What are you against that or?
It's not about being against it. Do you want me to now compliment him because the price went down because the Supreme Court shut down his
No,
tariffs?
no, no. But this is what you said was you directly attributed the 40% increase in coffee price to only tariffs.
Roughly.
You didn't. Yeah, you didn't say. You completely threw out the evidence that I said that coffee prices were increasing regardless
My
of
guy,
whether or
my,
not he
my, my
put on
guy,
this
my guy,
tariff.
my guy, my guy. I didn't
And
throw out
well,
any evidence. I'm only speaking from a point of tariffs. I don't throw out evidence that was irrelevant to the argument that I was making. It was about tariffs and their increase. If you want to say 40 to up to 60% had other factors in it, that's fine. Even then, we can look at the roughly 40% tariff and contribute it to the increases of prices that I'm talking about. And that was primarily driven because of the tariffs. Unless you have some evidence to support the claim that the price of coffee was going up higher than the rate at which it went up under the tariffs, then I don't know what you're doing here.
okay, so why? Then I'll just ask you this: why did it only go down by 5 to 8% once he got rid of the tariff?
I don't know. What kind of question is that? Why do prices of goods go down only by this much of a percentage after this degree of a tariff was implied? I don't know.
Hold
I
on.
literally don't know how to answer that
If
question.
you're saying that it's a
Why would the
40%,
corporations not drop their prices down lower? Maybe they're recovering. I don't know. How am I supposed to answer that? The best I can tell you is maybe price gouging depending on the circumstance. We saw that with eggs.
okay. So once again, then are you going to take back that you attributed this price increase to directly tariffs?
No. I said coffee increase in prices last year were primarily driven through tariffs. The only thing you can contest is the 40 to 60% number that I gave. Even then, that would be in some sectors for some coffee beans, and maybe some of that was more so small businesses. What I said was correct.
Okay, so would you agree with me that at most it raised coffee prices by about 10 to maybe 15%?
If there's evidence that you have to support that claim, then sure, I would have to agree with the evidence.
Totally. We can just look at what the price, how much it went down after they got rid of the tariffs.
No, 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 no. The price of what it went down does not. How much it went down is not reflective of how much it increased. You can't say it only went down 5 to 8%, therefore it only went up 5 to 8%, dude. Thank you so much to the Joey Raiders, the Banana Raiders. Shout out to every last one of you. Shout out to y'all. Wait a minute. Why y'all not tapping today? Can we get the likes up to 50K, please? Make sure you're engaging with the engagement. Please double tap the screens, get the likes up. Send your daily heartbeats if you haven't already. Share out the live with your friends and family. The shares are only at 6. Okay, y'all fucking tripping today. Share out the live with as many people as you possibly can. Do all the good things and engage with the engagement. Please feel free to click on my name in the top left corner and knock out any of the gifts in the gift gallery as well. Back to you. The 5 to 8% decrease that you mentioned, you said you sourced it as Reuters, so I'm going to take your word for it, does not equate to what the increase by. You understand that, right? Just because it only went
Yeah,
down a certain percentage isn't evidence of how much it went up.
yeah, well, I understand where you're coming from, that, it's not directly one to one. And that's why I'm giving leeway. That's why I'm saying, you can even slap on another 5 or maybe even 10%. Regardless of that, there's another 20% that we're completely forgetting about. So I don't think that it's a fair claim to directly state that the tariff was a thing that boosted it up by 40%. When if you actually look
We
at it,
literally
coffee
just
was
went over
increasing
this.
beforehand.
We literally just went over this.
Yes,
We
exactly, and that's
literally
what we're
just
stuck
went
on.
over this. You keep repeating things that we already went over, that I've already covered. You're not tracking what I'm saying. I need you to start comprehending the words coming out of my mouth versus just trying to respond. If you are to contest the I said roughly 40 to 60% increase in some sectors for coffee prices, and my argument that increase was primarily driven by the tariffs, then you would have to support that with evidence. So if you give me some evidence that says it was 25% by the 40% metric at minimum that I gave, that would still show the increase was primarily driven by tariffs. If it was up to 60% in some sectors, and then the tariffs driven up primarily by 30% or 30% and up, that would still be half, if not more. The increase was primarily driven through tariffs. That is not accounting for whatever increase was equated beforehand. He said Reuters, Monica. He said 5 to 8% decrease by Reuters. I don't know.
Okay. You do realize that they were increasing by 50% before Trump even got in office.
They were?
Yes.
Year over year.
Yes.
What is your I'm claiming ignorance on
The
that.
Federal
I have
Reserve
no
Bank
idea.
of St. Louis.
The Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis. Where does it show this?
Can I turn on my camera?
Sure. Okay, I'm confused. Can you go to that period right there before the sharp uptick? Can you go to that real quick and give me the date on that? Can you click 2020? I said year over year. Why are you going to 2020? Bro, this can't be real life. Why is he muted? Did someone mute him? Why is he muted? My guy, go to January of 2025. We have to start there first and foremost and tell me what that number says. So January 2025, bam, 7.019. Okay? Now go to January of 2024 and tell me what it is.
Yeah, I'm looking. It went up.
Go to January of 2024 and tell me what it is. Okay. My guy, January of 2024. 2024.
Focus.
Oh my God. That's January, okay? 6,000. 6 to 7 in Biden's term. Mm-hmm. So there's an increase. There's an increase before Donald Trump's tariffs. Okay. Mm-hmm. Now go to January of 2025 and then go upward. January 2025, 7.1.
Yeah.
And then how much did it go up?
But we're disregarding this.
My guy, no one's disregarding that. This is what you literally keep saying the same shit over and over again. No one's disregarding the increase. We're talking about the cost increase driven by the tariffs. So if you go to January 2024, and then January 2025, what was the percentage that it went up?
Around like 50%.
Bro, no. Oh my God. Go back to January 2024. 6.124. 6.124. Now go to January 2025. 7.109, if I'm not mistaken. 7.019, excuse me. And then go from January to the end. January to January of 2026. That's June. 9.459. So 1, it went up under Biden. 2, from 7 to 9 under Trump. Under Biden, from 6 to 7. That is literally double. You pull this up to debunk yourself.
Dude, okay.
You pull this up to debunk yourself, my guy.
Not a 50%
I need you to start tracking. You pull this up and debunk your own argument.
Hold on, no, no,
You
no, no.
keep
Put it back
going
up. Put
back
it
to
back up.
2020. Do you understand 2020 is irrelevant to my argument? What is the relevance of
No, because
2020 to my argument?
I'm saying that
What
they
is
went
the
up under
relevance
Biden
of
as well.
2020 to my argument?
Because what I'm saying is that they went up under Biden as well, and they were already
What
going
was my
up.
question?
Like,
My
I don't
question
know.
is what? How is 2020 relevant to my argument?
Because once again, as I said, coffee prices were already going up
What
before the
was no? I
tariffs.
said my argument. What was my argument?
That they're mostly attributed to tariffs.
That the increase under Donald Trump
Mm-hmm.
was primarily driven by his tariffs. Correct? That's what I
Mm-hmm.
said. So what would be the relevance of 2020? 2020, first and foremost, was under Donald Trump. It was his final year in the Oval Office. Secondly, that's not relevant to the argument I'm making now and his second term and his tariffs increasing those prices. So you going back to 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024 means nothing in this conversation. And you just showed it on the chart right there that the whole 2 points increase under the Trump administration was double the 1 point increase from January 2024 to January 2025. He literally,
Okay.
under his term, doubled the cost. And we can contribute that doubling to the tariffs, per the chart you just showed me.
So it going up beforehand, before these even tariffs, that's completely useless. Like, I don't know. It doubled 50% under Biden, and you're surprised that it's rising more. Like,
Republicans are fucking dumb. Republicans are fucking dumb.
This can't be real life.
I mean, you're disregarding that. They're going up under Biden. They're
This
going
can't
up
be
under
real
Trump.
life.
Like,
This legit can't not be real life. This is only one thing that I mentioned, which you debunked yourself. Tariffs brought up the cost of goods in several other sectors. We literally had to bail out our farmers. I believe it was 12 or 13 billion dollars last year with an additional one underway. You sitting here not acknowledging the fact that those tariffs increased the goods, that the average family paid roughly $1,700 to $2,100 more last year because of the tariffs, that the Supreme Court ruled that his tariffs were unconstitutional alongside the International Trade Court, and that the corporations would get up to an $180 billion bailout versus you and I who just had to eat that shit is insane to me. And now you're complimenting his additional tariffs on Canada that is based off the fact that he blames them for a wildfire and he thinks they need to pay us for damages. What are we doing?
you're talking about wildfires now?
That's the reason Donald Trump cited for the tariff, or one of the reasons, as restitution, because they're not handling their fires. They should pay us.
I mean, I understand both sides, but I think why can't they just clean up their forests? Like, if they're, it's always every year they're
What do you
having
mean?
forest
Why
fires.
can't they clean up their
Like, these
forests?
huge.
What? Wait, what did you just say?
Okay, do you know like how
The
forest
the fires
start?
are because the forests are dirty. They're not cleaning it. That's what we're saying. Is it the same for California? Is California having all these fires because their forests are dirty?
No, it's because they just have dead branches and all these things sitting around. It makes it easier.
What's
for
the
fires to
difference
start.
between Canada and California? I'm curious.
Well, first off, Canada's a lot bigger, but at the same time, I think
No
they
shit,
can do
Sherlock. In the
something,
context of the fires and I guess how combustible their forests are, what's the difference?
What do you mean?
I just articulated.
Like that? You
I
want me
said
to
in the
say
context
differences about
of the
forest?
fires and how combustible one forest is over another and the causes, what's the difference?
I don't
California,
know,
you
you tell
said
me.
it starts on fire because all the dead branches and stuff and the heat, but then Canada, according to you, just doesn't clean up their forest and they just got a bunch of gas lines all throughout the goddamn forest, and that's why it's on fire and Canada won't clean it up. That is basically what you
Yeah,
said.
no, but both of them. You know, both of them can clean up their dead branches. That's what I'm saying.
W's in the chat to Shauna for the $2 Venmo. Honestly, MAGA should rebrand to Gaga. It's hard to chant Make America Great Again with your mouth full of orange. I could not I could not agree more. W's in the chat to you. W's in the, and W's in the chat to Facts for the $10 Venmo. Your joy from this convo is beautiful. I'm baffled. I'm truly baffled as the ignorance he's displaying right now. Like, I don't feel right cussing him out or punching down. This is actually just kind of sad. Dude, you're...
Are you disagreeing that we should be removing like dead trees and bushes in our forests, or
They do.
do you think that's not a factor
They do.
in Canada?
Yeah. Do you believe they don't?
Yeah, I think that they do, but I mean, Canada's a big place. I don't think that they're cleaning up all of it or a good chunk of it.
Canada's a big place. What
Yeah.
kind of labor force do you need to be out there to be able to clean this up in weeks to even months? You said it yourself. They're a big place. They would have their work cut out for them.
Yeah. And I mean,
So then Donald Trump's argument for tariffing them is ridiculous, and then blaming them for it and then trying to impose a tariff on them because he's salty is ridiculous.
okay, if you want to say the reasoning for it is kind of stupid, like, sure, but I'm still in favor of that tariff. Like, especially if it's on hockey sticks, like these companies, like, it's absurd how much they charge. Like, it costs them $50 to produce a stick, and they're charging it for 150. Oh, sorry, $450.
How much do you think it costs to produce your smartphone?
Not that much.
And how much is the average smartphone in 2026? Please tell us.
It's hundreds.
Hundreds? Bro, the average
Yes.
good smartphone iPhone off the bat is $1,000, dude.
Yeah,
$1,000.
exactly, hundreds.
W's in the chat too. I can't see your username here. Oh, give me a second. W's
Hey,
in the back
if you're for putting in tariffs, and
Shabaka
decreasing the
Harris,
profit
you have a
margins, I'm for
fascinating
that.
name. I like that. Shabaka Harris for the $1.99 super chat, and Tariff Mexico for lettuce exploding butts. I guess so. I guess we need to tariff Mexico because of all their exploding butt lettuce. Yeah, that makes sense. Let's just tariff them because of that. W's in the chat to you. We're not going to have a legitimate conversation about the Trump administration defunding the departments that's meant to tackle it. Don't worry about that. But tariff Mexico for the exploding butts. W's in the chat to you. He said he might. Oh my fuck, Monica. W's in the chat to Billy. What's up, Billy, for the $50 super chat. This might very well be the craziest thing I've heard. They absolutely do in Canada. Do you understand climate change has dried up forests? Thank you, Billy. That there are living trees that can cause fire from lightning strikes. The reason is very stupid. Bro, I don't know what's happening, Billy. I don't know. Thank you so much for your donation. W's in the chat to you. W's in the chat to the One Mighty Pen for the $5 super chat. How did Trump get his hand so far up this guy's butt? Trump's words are coming out this guy's mouth. Bot 8475. W's in the chat to you. W's in the chat to Ivan for the $1 Venmo. Trying to stop a massive forest fire by clearing the forest floor is like trying to prevent your house from burning down by meticulously sweeping up dust bunnies while the roof is struck by lightning. Bro. Oh, thank you, Ivan. I appreciate your support. Guys, best way to support the platform is going to be links in the bio if you're over on the cheap side, super chat, or super sticker. Kiddo. I need to know the real reason you support Trump. Because these can't possibly be it.
I told you I like his tariffs. Like, I don't know.
What could you possibly like about the tariffs? They've been a monumental failure in terms of bringing jobs back. The investments we've seen in the United States and the corporations have been terrible. We saw a increase in the unemployment rate, and now it's stalled.
Okay,
and then
he inherited that job market. Like,
What do you
he
mean he
inherited a
inherited that
job
job
market
market?
paired with AI. Like, obviously, you're not going to get the best results.
He inherited a good unemployment rate and an increase under Trump.
Hold on.
I mean,
the unemployment rate was going
under
up.
Trump. What was the unemployment rate in
was
January
going
of
up before he got into
2025?
office. It was going up.
Okay. What was the unemployment rate in January of 2025?
It was less than what it is now.
Okay. And you're saying this is primarily driven by AI.
Yes, paired with AI and inheriting.
So tell me how the Trump administration, upon being inaugurated, tell me how they institute a mass layoff of federal employees specifically, and then grants to the private sector and key environmental sectors, which then leads to the layoffs there. Can you tell me how that has no role to play in the increased unemployment rate under his term?
Because we have millions of jobs across America. How many people got How many people lost their jobs because of that?
How many people lost their jobs because of that? We have
Yeah,
upwards
directly
of a
attributed
million
to it.
people specifically in the black community. The white community, I believe, did not suffer as much.
So Trump cutting spending and cutting jobs within the government.
You think
You're
Trump
saying
cut
that that's
spending? You have got to
no,
be
no, no,
kidding
no.
me.
Not that he in terms of jobs within the American government.
Okay, we're paying less people for work, and then where's that money going?
It's being spent on other stuff.
Like what?
Like the war in Iran, which I'm against. I'm against that.
So we have less employed people who did not go through a proper audit. Let me be clear. None of Trump's layoffs were due to poor work ethic or low numbers or anything of that nature. He just laid them off just because. Most of these departments that we've seen. And then that money that used to go into paying American workers, giving them a sustainable job with good employee benefits and healthcare and everything else, is now going towards blowing people up overseas. Does that make any sense to you? After he runs off of no new wars.
I mean, yeah, I disagree with that. Like, if you want to talk about the war in Iran, I disagree with that.
It's not even just about the war in Iran. It's about every single thing that he's cut. And the money is going towards is nothing beneficial. The best argument you guys have is like the Trump accounts, and a large portion of that was been privately funded. The majority of the money that he's cut from all these programs went to the tax cuts. The tax cuts for the uber rich and 1% in the big beautiful bill. The largest tax cuts we've seen for these corporations in American history. That's where the majority of the money went. He did this in his first term.
They
did this in his
already
first term.
paid.
Even going as far as to literally draining some of our strategic oil reserves to pay for the tax cuts. Did you know that?
Hold on, but the 1% already pay a ton in terms of taxes. They already pay for around 50% of our total tax revenue.
Which tax?
Like, no, just in general, if you look at
Which
all
tax?
tax revenue, like the specifics.
Yeah,
Like
you said they
under
pay the
what tax?
majority of tax revenue, a specific tax revenue. The rest of it is mostly burdened by us. And the argument that we make against their fair share is on their tax rate specifically and the breaks and loopholes that they're utilizing. More additionally, that was given to them under the Trump administration.
So are you disagreeing that they pay 50% of our tax revenue?
Which tax?
In total, the amount of money that we get from taxes.
Obviously, they pay a large portion of our taxes. It's about what tax that they pay. Why am I blanking on it?
God bless you.
Income tax is what they don't pay a lot of.
And once again, they're still supporting half of our tax. 1% is paying 50% of all of our tax revenue.
50% of one tax revenue, yes. What is the relevance of your point? That's what
No, I'm
happens
saying
when you
in
make
total, in
millions
total.
upon billions upon literally the world's first trillionaire. That's what happens when you utilize the American economy to make yourself uber rich. A percentage of that goes towards that system that helped enrich your ass. That's how that works. That's how that works.
Yeah, and
You
mind
pay
you,
your
they're also
share
creating
into
jobs,
the
they're
economy
creating
that
industry, they're
allowed
creating
you
innovation.
through uncapped capitalism to get these uber amounts of money that you make. And then they put it into their assets so they can hide behind their wealth so they can avoid paying additional taxes on them, which is things that the Biden-Harris administration tried to actually curb through taxes that you guys said were wrong and was going to screw up the economy.
Yeah, and then they also make jobs. They also create innovation. Like, I don't know why you're acting like they're a complete negative on our society.
I don't
Once
care
again,
about
they pay
them
a huge
creating
amount of our
jobs that do not pay anyone a substantial, reasonable, livable wage. Like, what do I care about a bunch of jobs being created? And all these jobs that you're talking about would not be reflected in the numbers. Not to mention, who can get them when a large portion of them are ghost jobs. You know what a ghost job is?
when you're employing it to like other people who aren't in America, or
No,
I don't know. off the top of my head.
no. A ghost job is a job that's basically not there. They put up applications or they put out yes, applications or postings for jobs, and they mostly do it for certain tax benefits. They mostly do it so they can keep things running, but they don't actually have any intention of filling those positions. There's a large portion of those out there. W's in the chat to Phil for the $2 Venmo. January 2025 unemployment rate was 4% and trended down from the previous 2 months. That's correct. Each month since has been 4.1% or higher. We hit 4.3%. Trump hasn't lowered unemployment and was buffered by his government employee firings because they were technically paid. 6,000%, Phil. Love me a smart Phil. W's in the chat to you. W's in the chat to Ivan for the $1 Venmo. Hector, this guy is so stupid. When he gets the explosive diarrhea, he's going to be calling Trump because he believes Trump is a real doctor. Not Trump being a real doctor. Yeah, he wasn't Jesus, guys. He wasn't posing himself as Jesus. He was posing himself as a doctor, healing Jeffrey Epstein from his death, I guess. I don't fucking know. W's in the chat to you guys. I appreciate your donations. Please make sure you're knocking out the finger heart goals as well. Continue to share out the live. Send your daily heart news, and if you can't, hit that follow button to do so. And thank y'all for the tomatoes. Y'all love those tomatoes. Dude, nothing that you're mentioning is tracking. There's no economic metric that you can give to show that the Trump administration has been doing a better job than Joe Biden, and B, a good job overall. And the best you could bring up is the stock market, to which I will respond to you. The 5 highest days of the stock market under 2025, Donald Trump was also responsible for the 5 worst days of the stock market in history.
Okay. Before the Iran war, inflation was much lower than what it was under Biden. Okay, as you said, our stock market
inflation was going on a downward trend, absolutely, and Donald Trump would have maintained it for a bit. And then we saw, upon the literal implementation of his policies, that went out the window.
Call from
Gene.
Gene, you're on the line. Hold for a moment. What's up, Steve?
Good day, my brother. How are you?
I'm having fun over here. How are you?
I'm good. Jess, I have a question for you. I requested because you said that corporations are job creators. Do you believe that?
Absolutely.
Okay. Do you know how many businesses in the United States have 500 employees or less?
Not that many. I'm not sure. I don't know off the top of my head.
99% of all businesses in America have 500 employees or less. And if you slice that even further, it's 97% of those have 50 employees or less. Corporations are not job creators. Mergers and acquisitions do not create jobs. They cut positions based on redundancy. They're not job creators. They never have been. That is the biggest lie that's been told to conservatives for decades. They're not job creators. Because if you look, do they employ a lot of people? Yes. But when we see these massive layoffs from Amazon, from Walmart, from Silicon Valley, from the tech industry, they're laying off tens of thousands of people. They're not job creators. They acquire businesses and they cut for duplicity purposes. So why do you think the corporations are job creators?
So you're telling me that a company like Apple, since when they were founded, they haven't created more jobs, or?
It's not the question. That's
not the question. What is your argument that companies?
No,
are you trying to say that when rich people buy companies, they lay off a bunch of people?
They do. It's not my opinion. That's what happens. Do you know what a merger and acquisition is?
Well, that's just running an efficient business. If you take control of a company and you lay off people to increase.
Hold on. Do you know what a merger and acquisition is?
Isn't it just when you buy a company and you sort of just like merge it with another one?
If you buy a company, like if I bought Hector's skincare line and he employed 1,000 people, and I had a skincare company as well, we would be looking at the organizational structure. If there'd be 2 people in the corporation now that are both marketing officers, do we carry both of them or do we let one of them go?
Hold on, I couldn't hear what you said. There was just like some music playing.
Mergers and acquisitions, when companies acquire businesses, they don't retain everybody. They cut for duplicity purposes. Duplicity means you have 2 people doing the same job. They are not job creators. They are job cutters. And by the way, we have lost jobs during the Trump administration. We are net negative, especially in manufacturing. So if the goal for tariffs was to bring back manufacturing jobs to the United States, why have we lost manufacturing jobs under Trump?
Because a lot of the factories haven't opened yet.
16%.
No, that's not the question, sir. Exactly. We've cut. So we've lost jobs. By the way, and Hector can fact check me on this, we were headed towards a manufacturing recession prior to C-19. In fact, the recession, C-19 saved his fucking ass because we were driving towards a recession because of his horrible economic policies. So, bro, You don't have to continue to debase yourself over the support of Trump. You can really step into the light a little bit.
So, what do you want to argue about tariffs or the 1%
It's all related.
employing, or
We were
It's all
talking
related.
about all these different things. I mean, you can
Okay,
pick,
so
you can pick your
we can just
poison.
go back.
I don't think you're gonna do so hot.
Okay. So we can just go back to the 1% then. If you're acting like every single one of them is just a merger and they're just cutting all these jobs, that's not necessarily true. And a lot of these companies, they're starting from nothing. Like if you were to go look at Amazon and Apple,
What
they
up,
once
Doug?
didn't exist in a point, and when they created their companies, they employed a lot of people as a byproduct of that. And now if you're looking at it now where they're cutting people, number one, that's a lot of that is due to AI. And secondly, those jobs wouldn't have been there in the first place if those companies never existed. So
Okay, that went right over your head. Job creation comes to the middle class and small businesses. Yes or no?
that's not what the stats say. The 1%.
No, that's exactly what the stats say.
The 1% employs the vast majority of people within this country.
No, that is incorrect as well. Like I just told you, 99% of all businesses in the United States have 500 employees or less. If you slice and dice it even further, 97% of those have 50 employees or less.
Okay, so what percent do those employ in America? Like what percent of the job market are those companies employing people?
99% of all businesses in the United States have fewer than 500 employees. The majority of people in our country, the overwhelming majority of people in our country work for businesses that have 500 employees or less.
Yeah, the
Okay, so
argument
what
made
percent is
where
that?
the 1% employ the most people is mostly based off of their investments. That's basically the proxy that they say, with the investments and the loans put into some of these businesses being driven by the people with the capital, then they're creating the majority of the jobs. But ultimately, it's the person, the lower and middle class folks who are actually starting these businesses, employing all these people, and then are spending, driving the corporations and what they put out. That's really the biggest factor because there's more of us than them.
Okay, so
Exactly.
Okay, so how much, like, what percentage do you think that these small businesses are employing Americans in the job market in total? Do you think it's like 80%, 50%? Just like what is it? Because I'm trying to get an understanding of.
Again, 99% of all businesses in the U.S. have 500 employees or less. So what does that tell you with that stat
No,
alone?
but I mean as in the total amount of jobs that they employ within the country. Like let's just say there's 100 million people working. How many of those million people are working for small businesses?
The overwhelming majority, sir. If 99% of all businesses have 500 employees or less, then that would tell you, based on the maths, that the majority of workers work for companies that are 500 employees or less.
Okay, because they only employ 56% of the job market.
Who's they?
Small businesses, the ones that you're quoting, where they have 500 or less.
Did you say
Okay,
56%?
fantastic. I think that's significantly wrong. I think that's significantly low. Where'd you pull that from? AI overview?
QResearch.org.
Okay, go to the BLS. They've got the data. But the argument that we're trying to make here, sir, is that you said that the rich pay the majority of the taxes. Numerically, they do. But why are they the ones that are constantly getting tax breaks? Let's assume your numbers are correct. Let's assume your numbers are correct. 56% is still the majority. I think it's significantly higher than that.
No, I said 46.
Wait, hold on.
You
Hold on.
literally said 56. That's
Well, then I
literally why I
misspoke. It's
raised my head up.
46.
Okay, so you said
Hi,
56.
Laney.
So
Thank you
let's-
for the
let's-
raid. I appreciate you. Shout out to the Laney Raiders. Shout out to the Laney Raiders. W to Laney.
Let's go with your argument, sir. Let's go with your argument that it's 56%. Why then are the majority of the tax breaks going to the companies and corporations that are not employing the most people?
What do you mean by that? They're just blanket tax cuts. They're not just for specific companies. The majority of them.
I know that, but it's corporations that are getting the bulk of the tax breaks, correct?
Yes.
And the largest corporations are the ones that are getting the most significant tax breaks, correct?
Correct.
And they're not employing the most people, so therefore, why are we giving them the biggest tax breaks?
That's untrue. The 1%
You just
employs
said
the
it.
most amount of people within this country.
That's incorrect. You just proved it.
So hold
How?
on. Is the 1% the federal government?
Oh my God.
No, the 1% of businesses, like the top businesses
Oh,
in the
large-
country,
You just
they're
said-
employing the majority of people.
But you just said 56% of all employees
No,
in the
I
country.
said 46. I misspoke.
No, you
It's
said
46.
56. You said 56.
Okay,
He did
then
say
I
56, and
misspoke.
then he
It's
said he misspoke, and he
46.
brought it down to 46.
Okay. Okay. I still find that hard to believe. I don't think that's right. I've checked this data. I'll have to pull it back up again. But again, the argument is this. I don't know why, and Hector knows this. I don't know why it is that for some reason you guys feel like corporations deserve, because the biggest recipients of welfare in our country are corporations. They're the biggest recipients of welfare, government subsidies, tax breaks, loopholes, you name it. Why do we continue to give them these massive tax breaks when the money does not circulate? Are
Because
you a
they're
believer?
paying the
Are you believing
most.
that?
Because they're already paying a ton.
Yeah, but not from a percentage perspective. They're not.
What do you mean? They pay 50% of all. The 1% is paying for 50% of our total tax revenue.
Yeah, they also own about 60% of all wealth too. So your point is what?
Exactly. That the 1% is paying the vast majority in taxes.
No,
So
from a
they're already
numeric
paying.
perspective, but not from a percentage perspective.
What do you mean in regards to percentage perspective? As
Is it-
in, like,
is it this-
I
is-
gave you a
okay, is it the
percentage of how
same-
much they're
okay.
paying. Or
Let's break it. Well, basic math. Let's say we both earn 100,000. Let's say I earn $100,000, and you earn $25,000. Okay,
Mhm.
and our tax rates are the same. Should that be? Is the impact on the person making 25,000 more or less than the person making 100,000?
It's more.
So why do we continue to do that then?
Well, hold on. If you go and you look at people who make $25,000, they pretty much pay nothing in tax, really. If you look at the
Follow the
1%, they're
conversation,
paying.
my guy. Pick a number then.
Yeah,
Then pick a number. 50,000, 60,000. Pick a number.
The peer
Okay, let's
research,
just
Pick a number.
the peer
what does
research
the
that you
average
pulled
American
up,
make?
the peer research that you pulled up here would have to be, let's see, State of the American Middle Class Pew Research Center. This is May 31st, 2024. This one here literally says 58% roughly of employed American workers fall into the middle class income tier. The 46% number that you're talking about is 46% of adults identifying with worker or lower classes, not to mention the percentage of 50% of employees that you're, the 1% that's paying the majority of federal income taxes. That would be roughly 40%. And yes, they are the largest contributor to income taxes, not the rest of the taxes. Every single tax included, it's more evenly spread out amongst all groups of people. So you look at one sector and you say, yeah, they're paying the most in taxes. That is one tax specifically. And obviously their income is going to be substantially larger than the average American who does not fall in that tax bracket.
Mm-hmm. So if we were to go look at the average American pays around what, like, I think it's like 20 to 25. I don't know off the top of my head. If you look at the top 1%, they're paying around 30, maybe a bit more depending on the state. Okay.
No, they're
Now
not, man.
Okay, so what are they paying? What do you think that they're paying? Because you're averaging it out for the 1%.
We're talking about two entirely different things. Do you think Elon Musk has income?
As in, like, net profit?
No,
Or yeah,
income.
obviously. Yes.
No, income.
Yes.
Income.
Yes.
He doesn't.
So he's not
He
bringing in
doesn't.
any money. I don't know.
Do you know what income is?
Yes, it's how much you bring in, like, after. I think it's after fees and all that stuff.
So you get a W-2, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. Your taxes are then based on your income, correct?
Mhm.
So
Yep.
people like that, people the ultra wealthy, don't have income. They live off interest, they live off dividends, they live off their stock portfolios. They don't have income. So then, and also, by the way, on that particular topic, before I get on that rabbit hole, we cap Social Security at 174,000. I think it's at 174, 180, somewhere in that range, which means anybody that earns above 100, the moment you start earning above $175,000, we stop taxing Social Security. So I pay into Social Security with every single paycheck, as does Hector, as do you. Why are rich people not contributing to Social Security past that 174?
Because their income.
Exactly. You kind of walked into that point too.
Mm-hmm.
So then we continue to advantage rich people. Why?
Take care of Steve.
But it's
yo.
like,
Take care of
this is,
Steve
you're
up here.
giving a specific example for
I want to get
Elon.
Steve over
Okay.
1,000 coins.
If you were to just look at the 1% in general, they are still paying a ton in tax. Not all of them are
We
going
know.
through these so-called,
we know
income
that.
No one's
loopholes,
disputing
this and that.
You
We
make
know
a
that.
fuck ton
Elon-
of money,
Elon
you
still
pay a
pays-
lot in taxes.
Elon pays tons in taxes. He pays billions of dollars in taxes. How much has he paid in total? It's, what is it, like 11 billion? This, I don't, it's huge. he's still paying tax. So I don't
What is
know.
the relevance of this
Why are you
argument?
defending
Because the
Elon?
relevance is that you're trying to say, well, he's doing this trick where he doesn't make any income, this and that. What's like, okay, he's still
Well,
paying a ton of tax.
yeah.
Him.
If you're
W
saying
Ashley for the star
that he's
map.
some like
Hey,
cheating
Ashley.
it all out, he's paid $11 billion in tax.
Tesla literally stopped paying him in 2019. He changed the structure of his business so he doesn't pay income taxes.
Okay, so how
Correct.
many tax? Okay, so how much is he still giving in taxes?
That's
He's
the
giving
corporate
billions of
side,
dollars.
guy.
He's
not
giving billions
personally.
of dollars.
No one's
That's more
denying
than
that.
enough.
But the argument you literally were making is that the top 1% pay the majority in taxes. I specified that it is income taxes that you're talking about. That is only one tax out of many. The world's richest man, with the majority of his investments and whatnot being here in the United States, that guy does not pay shit in income taxes. That's the whole point. The world's richest man.
Once again,
how much he's
paying
paying
in
is
other ways.
irrelevant. Income taxes, which was your biggest argument for the 1%. There is a 1%er who restructured his entire business from giving him a salary so that way he avoids that tax.
So
And-
how much
and
do
by
the
the way-
1% pay in total tax then? If you don't think that it's
How many times?
50%,
How many
much do you
times
think
have
they're
we
paying?
went over the number? We literally keep saying the same number over and over again.
Yes, but then you're talking about income tax. You're talking about this. I'm saying no in total tax revenue.
We're not disputing that, man. You're not listening. So try to listen for 30 seconds, okay? Without
Yes,
interrupting.
I know what you're saying. You're saying about income tax.
Can
Well,
you stop
Elon doesn't
talking?
pay
Can-
income
can-
tax. Well, I'm
can you
saying
stop
he
talking?
pays
Can
in
you stop talking?
other ways.
Bro, can you stop talking for like 30 seconds, please?
Yeah. Okay. Go
Thank
ahead.
you. Thank you. No one is disputing the fact that the wealthiest among us pay the most numerically, as in the dollar amount, in taxes because they make the most. What we're arguing is, why do we continue to give them tax breaks? Tax code that's written to support people writing off everything. Meanwhile, middle class workers, we don't get those same luxuries. The poor don't get those same luxuries. Teachers can't deduct out of pocket cash to provide school supplies for their students.
Thank you, Ashley.
Why
for the
is
star
it?
map.
Why are you so? I'm not done. Why are you so
That was me.
fucking invested in supporting the billionaire class?
Because they create innovation, they create jobs, and they do a lot
They
for our
don't.
country.
They
They
don't.
literally
We just
okay,
went through that.
They
don't.
employ between 40 to 60% of all jobs within our country.
My
Also,
guy.
you're wrong. We literally keep going over this with you. I don't know where you're getting the top 1% pays. Excuse me. The 50%, that would be literally be the 1%. Excuse me, the
Exactly.
5%. The 1% pay 40%.
Exactly. So, Jess, what we're asking you for, like, do you think, like, for example, do you think you're going to be a billionaire someday?
No, not really.
Not really. No,
No.
you're not. You're not going to be a billionaire.
I mean,
someday.
never. I mean, never say never. But
No, you're not.
Say.
yeah,
You're
no,
a
I'm not
temporary-
gonna be
you're-
a billionaire.
You're a temporarily lost millionaire, or whatever the term is. You're not going to be that. Okay, you're not going to be that. So you talked about innovation. So the innovation behind Amazon that was created under a small business. Every single large corporation we have now started as a small business. Can we agree?
Mm-hmm.
So all that wealth, all the business success can be attributed to a few factors, right? Obviously innovation, but also the people, right?
Mm-hmm.
Employees, the roads that we all share, the roads that we all drive on, right?
Mm-hmm.
All those kinds of things. So then, yeah, we continue to give advantages to all of those, the richest amongst us, but the middle class has not had nearly anything close to the explosion that the top has had in wealth disparity. Overwhelming wealth do you believe in the theory of trickle-down economics?
And no, not really.
Not really?
You
Yeah.
gotta be kidding me.
Come on, bro.
I mean, if you want to say that, rich people with the wealth that they have, it doesn't, allow for high-paying jobs, this and that. I don't think that that's necessarily true. But I really think that it trickles down in the way that, a lot of Republicans or conservatives say, no, not really.
That's
But
the
I do think
entire
that it doesn't
basis
separate.
surrounding the big beautiful bill. That was the entire basis surrounding the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. If you don't believe
Reaganomics.
that, you literally voted for those policies.
Yeah, and you don't even have to bring up, trickle down or any of this. They create innovation. We can just go on the basis of that as well. Like when you guys love to like talk garbage on Elon Musk, even though he pays $11 billion in taxes. He's
You
creating
think how much he
reusable
pays in
rockets. He's
taxes makes
doing
him a good person? You think that makes him worth a damn? I'm sorry. Why do you keep bringing that up? You keep going over the number of money in taxes he pays, which is not income taxes, mind you. What argument are you trying to make there? Are we supposed to go,
I'm
oh
saying
my
I'm
God, he
trying to
puts
say that he
11
creates
billion
innovation.
into the economy every year annually. He's such a great person. Why do you keep saying that?
Hector, what's the percentage of so what I think we estimate
And
Elon's
once
worth to
again,
be
I said that he
1.1
created.
trillion now? Hang on a
Yes.
second, guy. Hang on. 1.1 trillion. What's the percentage of $11 billion on that 1 trillion? Let's just do that math real quick.
Okay, he doesn't have like $11 billion. I mean, $1 trillion in cash. In the way that if he wanted to go and sell all of his stocks or all of his holdings, it would not equate to $1 trillion because all of that would lose its value while he was trying to sell
Well,
it.
you're making the argument that he paid $11 billion in taxes. So
Yes.
we're gonna use your logic for this.
hmm
10%, right?
One.
Roughly. Well, oh, 1%. So 1%, my guy. So he pays 1%. That $11 billion is 1%.
Well, that's not his take-home cash. That's completely different. If
He
you
doesn't
make
have
okay,
take-home
hold
cash
on,
because
hold
he
on,
doesn't have revenue.
hold
Income,
on.
I mean.
Exactly. Okay. If you're making 125 thousand a year, okay, let's just say that, and you're getting taxed at what, 30%, 40%, whatever, that's not going to equate to the same as Elon Musk's net worth. You can make 125 thousand a year, and you can still be worth like $1 million or something. We don't tax you. We don't like tax like 30. We don't make you pay like 300,000 a year in taxes. That's not how we do it.
You went into this with the flex that Elon pays $11 billion in taxes. It's
Yes.
1%, man. It's 1%. All we are asking for, this is, I think, the problem with conservatives. First of all, we watched the corporate tax rate go from like 35 to 28, and I think Trump dropped it to 21.
Correct.
We're just asking for it to be, be driven back up again, maybe to 28, back to 35. What would be the problem with that?
Okay, can I go back to what I was saying about net worth?
Answer that
'Cause you
question
guys
first,
aren't-
though. Answer that question first, please.
About what I think the tax should be?
No, I'm asking you, why couldn't we go back to the way it was at 35%? Why?
Because I think now it allows rich people to have more money and create more with that.
But they don't. We've already gone through that exercise.
We
And I
don't
mean, if you're
deserve to
gonna-
have
if
more
you're gonna-
money.
if, you know,
We don't
if
deserve
you're
to
gonna be
utilize that
Elon
money for
Musk-
opportunities. The middle
Hold on.
class, hold on, no.
bro.
The middle class were the primary drivers of spending in the United States up until fairly recently. Because of inflation and housing costs, we don't have the money that we used to be able to spend as much. That money has been primarily going to the 1%. They are the biggest factors of spending now. When Kamala
Yes,
Harris put
because
forward a
there's-
plan specifically for business owners to double the tax cut that you get for first-time business owners from 5,000 to 50,000, multiplying it by literally 10. That was a policy that would have overwhelmingly benefited the majority of Americans versus provisions in the big beautiful bill. We need to support those classes, the classes that actually are represented for the most part in our laws and our policies, versus the people who come in for a big buck.
Okay, so can I ask you something about this? So, do you think that we should tax Elon Musk based on his $1 trillion net worth? So he should pay, 30. What do you think would be fair? How do you think we should do it for him?
The corporate
I would
tax
stagger
rate,
it.
yes.
Exactly. I'd stagger it to 28%. Eventually, I'd like to get it back to 35.
So you'd pay 30%, 35% on that $1 trillion? I mean, or how would that? How would you want it to work?
You said $11 billion, and we just determined that was 1%.
Yeah, the effective
Right.
tax rate would still be different, and they'd still be allowed to get certain breaks and certain benefits.
Correct.
The 35% that Obama had, he actually proposed bringing it down to 27%, with the additional decrease contributed to if you provide adequate employee benefits, you would be able to benefit from this tax break. That is
Okay,
something
so
that I'm not
once- okay,
opposed
so
to.
how
I'm
much-
perfectly
okay, so
fine
how
with
much would
keeping
you
it
wanna
or
see
bringing it
Elon
up to
pay in
28%. With those kind of provisions. The tax cuts that we have here, the tax breaks that we give to corporations here in the United States needs to be based on what you contribute, what you give to your employees, what you do for the economy, not so much what you
Okay.
do for yourself.
Hold on. Okay. So once again, what do you think we should tax Elon Musk? Like, how much do you think
What
he
did I
should
miss,
pay
Phil?
each year?
We just said that. We just told you.
You didn't give me a number or
We
like
did. We said
a
what we said.
specific.
We can't use it in numbers because numbers are irrelevant. It's based on the percentage. So we just determined based on the number that you gave us that he pays 1%. Okay. How about in this case, Elon pays 3%.
So
Or
you want to pay
5%.
3% on that 1
No, I
trillion.
want him to pay 28 or 35% because we've got historical examples of how during the 50s when we had the boom post World War II, we had the boom of the middle class. You know, suburbs were being built, schools were being built, interstate highway systems were being built. Do you know what the corporate tax rate was then?
I was much lower, but we also had a lot of tariff revenue back then as well.
Do you know what the corporate tax rate was then?
Not off the top of my head.
50, I think it was like 55%, somewhere in that range. And the top marginalized tax rate was 90%, my guy. 90%.
So if you want to tax Elon at, what would you say, 25%, would you be okay if we tax, people in the middle or upper class who, based on their net worth as well, instead of how much take-home money they take in each year? Because it's not only like ultra-rich people who use these sort of like tricks as well. It's also people who are in like, the upper middle class, or you could just say the top. They also do that as well. So could we like, let's say you make 125,000 a year. Should
I'm
we
sorry,
tax you
what
based
does
on
the middle
that
class
income
do that
or
the 1% does? What did you say?
Well, a lot of their money they also put in they put in stocks, they put in real estate, and a lot of these other things as well. So should we tax them based on their net worth
The amount
or on their income?
amount is where we draw the line. Not so much that they do it; it's the amount where we draw the line and what rate of taxes that we want to put on them.
So should they be taxed on their net worth as well? Like, let's just say you make 100K a year and you have a net worth of like 2 million. Should you pay 30, like 20, even just like 20%? Should you pay 20% of that net worth?
I don't think anybody making less than $500,000 a year, or I'd say $400,000 a year, should be paying any more in taxes. Anybody above that, it's the Mamdani model. That's an effective tax model, right? Because don't forget, there's lots of scenarios where the rich people, like I think he called it the peer tax in New York, where you had a lot of rich people who were not taking up occupancy of numerous properties that they owned in the city, and he taxed them. That was another advantage that the rich and the upper wealthy, ultra wealthy were getting. Wouldn't that be ineffective? Wouldn't you agree with something like that?
Thank God for tapping.
Yeah, Mamdani's pure tax. I think that's not even. I don't think that's necessarily a bad idea. But you're not going to hear any problems with me on that one. But
okay, so let's go back. Let's go back.
Hold on.
Hang on a second.
Can I go back? Can I go back to what we were originally talking about?
No, because I want to make sure that we're addressing this particular point.
Okay.
One of the most civil rights aside, I'm not. Hector knows me. I'm not ignoring that. But the boom of the middle class in the 1950s, post World War II, is because we had a significantly high tax rate. Not only the top marginalized rate, which was 90%. Do you know what that means when I say top marginalized?
Like the top, like how much they're like paying in like comparison to others.
Well, say for example, you earn your first $1 million, and then every dollar after that gets taxed at 90%. Would you have an issue with that?
Could you just repeat that one more time? Sorry, I just like.
So the idea behind that is that once you reach a certain cap, we'll say $1 million for round numbers purposes. Beyond that, everything gets taxed at 90%.
No, not really. I'm not for that because if we had that, because then that would hinder. Okay, hold on.
It didn't though. The middle class. The middle class grew.
So when was this? You're saying under the 1980s, 1950s, where we had this
corporate tax rate specifically was 42%, or at least the highest in the 1950s was 42%.
Exactly, and then Reagan comes in. His corporate buddies are like, you know what? Would you mind doing us a solid, bro? And maybe chopping down that corporate tax rate. And guess what happened? As soon as he started doing that, what happened to our debt and our deficit? Do you know?
It increased.
Yeah. Gee, funny how that worked.
I also want to talk about what happened to a lot of our domestic jobs. It seemed like despite us giving them that monumental tax break, they still went overseas en masse to make more money. Greed drove the situation that we're in now. Corporate tax rates is not enough to just bring people back.
That's not greed. It's just efficiency. If you can make something in China for a lot cheaper, you have an abundance of labor, you have an abundance of materials, and then you can import it here for free. Obviously, that's what they're going to do.
Greed. It's greed, man. Maximize profits. You just said it.
So do you think maximizing profits is the same as greed?
Absolutely,
In
it can
the
be.
corporate world, absolutely it is. Yeah.
Okay,
That's
so
greed,
if
man.
okay, hold on. So if you switch your job to make more money, is that greed?
No, that's your job.
God, what are we doing?
So why
we're
do you
talking
so why
about
do you just
we're talking
so
about
why
in
do
the
you just want to
context
say
of
when the rich people are
corporations,
trying to
in
make
the
more
context
money,
of
that's greed?
corporations and all the things that they do to maximize their profits. That is a different context from when you and I, an individual, going to a different job to make an extra $2, $3, even $10 an hour to get better benefits, so on and so forth. That is a vastly different context, dude. What are we doing?
So greed only applies to the rich. It
What
doesn't
was the
apply
corporate
to
tax
you
rate under
or
Reagan cut to 27%?
I think it started at 40 plus, then they started to chop it down. I think it went to 32.
Yeah.
I think during his 8 years, I think eventually it got down to during the Bush term, they cut the other tax break. I think it went down to like 31, 30, somewhere around there. I might be wrong about that, but it should be pretty close to that. No, so what we're saying, Guess, is you have this person unique.
Thank you for the
There's a
follows.
lot of people who still believe in the trickle down economic theory that, by the way, has never worked. And I thank you for confirming our point when we saw Reaganomics take hold and conservatives still like to use the same tax policy today. You know, the trickle down method, it's never worked. It's increased the deficit. It's increased our debt. The only presidents in my lifetime that's ever reduced the debt was Bill Clinton. Oh, Barack Obama, by the way, Barack Obama, Bill Clinton, and Joe Biden all reduced the debt. And what happened when Republicans were in power?
the debt went up under Obama.
No, it didn't actually. From a percentage perspective. From a percentage perspective, my guy,
He doesn't.
you have to look. You got to look at the data. So the Reagan,
correction,
the Reagan era.
46 to
Whoa,
34%.
Hold on. So you're saying that, let's just say George Bush, he increased the debt by this percent, but you're saying Obama increased it but not at the same percentage. It was lower. Is that what you're saying? Or
We can look at all this data, man. We can look at all this data. I am asking, but that is correct. What I'm asking you to understand.
so they still
And you
increased the national debt. I don't know what you're talking
Sir,
about.
stop talking, please. What we're talking about is this fascination that you have with billionaires. And you have your own point. You said Elon paid $11 billion in taxes, which is 1%. And I don't know why it is when we look at basically the unaliving of the middle class in America, medical bankruptcies on the rise, SNAP benefits being cut, 60+% of Americans live paycheck to paycheck, and yet you want to give more tax breaks to the rich. Make that make sense.
That's just net worth.
Oh my God.
Make that
Did
make
we
sense.
start taxing everyone on their net worth? Like, I don't understand.
Make that make
Asking
sense to
this
me,
question.
please.
No one's going off of that. Also, I want to go back to the contradiction that you made when we talked about jobs being outsourced significantly under Reagan, despite them getting that large corporate tax rate decrease and all the other ones. You said that's just maximizing their profits. That contradicts your entire argument you were making initially with tariffs. You think that they should have every right to maximize their profits?
Hold on. What I said was, I understand why they did that, but we as the government, we should not allow that to happen by implementing tariffs. Reagan didn't like tariffs.
Yeah, he did it.
Like obviously they're gonna maximize their profits. That's why we need to put tariffs in place so that we can keep the jobs here.
It's really not
We
what
can
you said.
manufacture the things here.
First off, yes, you're absolutely correct. He didn't like tariffs. He wouldn't care for Donald Trump's policies, and we can argue he had a much stronger economy than what we're seeing under the Trump administration by other metrics, most of them involving people who are not the 1%.
But dude, he also
Secondly,
Like,
we know what you said.
on.
We know what you said. We heard what you said. That's just maximizing their profits. You were justifying
Yes.
it, and now you're trying to go back on it in the context of America and tariffs, trying to bring those jobs back. If they should have a right to maximize their profits, if you don't have an issue with that, then you would contest the tariffs.
Well, yeah, you can go put your job there, but we can slap on a tariff so that it makes it more expensive for you. That's what I'm saying. They have the power to go outsource their jobs, but we also have the power to put a tariff in place to stop that.
I want to go back to
I
what
have a
Steve
question
was
for you.
saying as well, really quickly, Steve, in regards to the debt versus the deficit. What he was saying was correct on Obama and Biden reducing the deficit. But the debt, of course, increased, but they still played a huge role in the deficit compared to Republican presidents. You understand the difference?
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead,
Okay,
Steve.
so then thank you. Wouldn't that be an example of how Democratic policies are better off for the middle class by reducing the deficit?
Well, okay, if we look at what, the national
Wait, no,
debt,
no,
the
no, hold on,
deficit, hold on.
bro. Wait, we got to answer questions, okay? So we had 12 years of Reaganomics with Ronald Reagan in office for 8 years, and then George Bush Sr. And we had W, and we've had Trump. Under every single one of those administrations, all Republicans, they've increased the deficit. In fact, Donald Trump is responsible for like 25% of our debt overall.
Mhm.
It may not be that high, but somewhere close to that.
27,
And
28%.
okay, and then the deficit increased under every Republican. And yet Obama and Biden and Clinton, by the way, Clinton left us with a budget surplus. Not a big fan of Bill Clinton, but left us with a budget surplus. And then Obama and Biden both reduced the deficit. So what should that tell you, without answering a question with a question? What should that tell you?
Well, if you want to say that Democrats are better with the economy in terms of all of history, I'd agree with you. I think that Obama was great with the economy. I think Bill Clinton was great with the economy. I don't play like this identity politics where I just love Republicans. I think they were both great presidents. But at the same time, you're also not attributing that a lot of Donald Trump's spending was because of COVID as well. Like, that's not necessarily
We
fair.
know that. We know that, though. So was some of Biden's was, so some of Trump's was. We're aware of that.
Hold on. The majority of Donald Trump's spending was not COVID related. And then we can still criticize what he did spend in COVID because of how he mishandled it. He could have spent less because of the entire way he mishandled the pandemic.
Hold on. So are you arguing that his debt was not? I don't understand what you're.
The majority of the spending under Donald Trump's first term was not COVID related.
It totally was. I'll just pull it up right now.
Sure.
No,
Please
when did
feel free.
COVID hit our shores, my guy?
2020, 2019-ish.
Great. So
Let me
when was Donald Trump's presidency?
2016.
2017, technically, is when he was inaugurated. So then that would be 3.5 years without COVID spending, and then a half a year with.
Yeah, exactly, and that's why the majority of it was COVID related.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Debbie's in the chat.
How is
Ivan
that
for
possible, man?
the dollar Venmo. This guy is acting like he's a trillionaire. I don't understand why MAGA simps for billionaires when the billionaire in office is stealing from them openly and brazenly. Yes, while his net worth is increased by over $3 billion for him and his family and many of his friends, what is the increase with the middle class? What is the increase with the lower class? Nobody knows. Hold on, really quickly. I just want to play an important word. This is an important PSA from Donald Trump himself. Very important PSA for Donald Trump himself. I need everyone to open their ears and listen to the PSA.
I've been now around long. I think of myself as a young guy, but I'm not so young anymore. And I've been around for a long time. And it just seems that the economy does better under the Democrats than the Republicans. Now, it shouldn't be that way. But if you go back, I mean, it just seems that the economy does better under the Democrats than the
certainly
Republicans.
did well under Clinton.
Well,
but I
it did.
wouldn't suggest it was so great under Jimmy Carter.
That's true. That's
if
true.
you remember,
That's
the interest rates.
No, I know. It's Jimmy Carter was not in the same thing, but certainly we had some very good economies under Democrats as well as Republicans. But we've had some pretty bad disaster under the Republicans. I've been now.
Oh,
I approve this message.
Wow.
Go ahead.
I'm not
I do too.
disagreeing with you. Like, I don't know. I literally said that, Democrats have historically been better with the economy. Like, Obama was a great president. So was Bill Clinton. Like, I don't know. You're not hearing any disagreements from me with that.
Okay, I have a tariff question for you. Okay.
Sure.
So what did the Supreme Court rule and other courts rule regarding IEPA?
I don't know.
So that was the when the president did Liberation Day, which was like, oh, we're going to mark our calendars and remember that one, said no one ever. Last year did Liberation Day, imposed basically blanket tariffs across the globe. You remember that?
They weren't blanket tariffs. They didn't just do a blanket tariff on I don't know. Can you explain
They
what you
were
mean by a
blanket.
blanket
By
tariff?
definition, it's a blanket tariff. That's what that is. By definition.
How
it's a
so?
blanket
So you're
tariff.
telling me just put the same tariff on every single country on everything?
No. Blanket tariffs would be not specific to an industry on a country. A blanket tariff on a country, a tariff on a country is a blanket tariff.
Yeah, that's completely different. That's fine.
That's what he did.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's what I said. Okay. Thank you. Anyway, the courts ruled that was he violated what he has access to. You recall that? That happened recently.
Yeah.
Okay. So then the court ordered that money to be paid back. Who did that money get paid back to?
Companies.
Yes, but not us, right?
Exactly, because we just took that money out of their profit margins.
No,
Their prices
no,
increased. Their
no,
price. Okay, hold on.
no,
Oh my God, I hate it
no.
here. I hate it here
That's
so
not
much.
how it works, man. That's
Oh,
not how it works. So the importers got the money back. So think about this math, okay? So we as consumers pay the majority of those tariffs. That's been studied. We research it. We know it's a tax. We, the consumers, pay the majority of that. We don't get the money back, but the importers do. So the importers got, not only did they get the revenue from the purchase that we had to make because of the increase in cost due to tariffs, they also got reimbursed. Do you still think tariffs are effective?
Absolutely.
Holy shit, bro. Wow. Wow. So consumers should pay more. Corporations should get more tax breaks. Fuck the middle class,
Hold
basically.
on. No,
I just want
no.
to
You're
point
not
out.
okay.
I just want to point out here in this little chart
There's a
here.
value
I
of
just want to
having
point out
a
in this little
building
chart
plant here in
here.
America, and
I
there's
just
a
want to point out this
value.
little chart here that COVID relief and COVID related spending is less than the rest of the spending in his term. There's legislative actions, Bipartisan Budget Act of 2018, further Consolidated Appropriate Acts of 2020, Bipartisan Budget Act of 2019, Tax Cuts and Jobs Act being the biggest, fattest, well, actually the CARES Act was the biggest one, Tax Cuts and Jobs Act being the second, then response and relief and other COVID were these two purple bars here, the two purple bars above the CARES Act. That was not the majority of the spending. 4 point something with the rest of the spending. I believe COVID was 3 point something, almost 4 trillion, but not quite. So stop saying that.
What do you know?
Stop saying what?
Stop saying that the majority of Trump's spending in his first term was related to COVID, because that is wrong.
It was like what?
He
What was
just
it
he
off
just
the
had it on
top?
the screen. Did you not see
He
it?
just mentioned the numbers.
He just showed you, my guy. Were you not paying attention?
Can we get
No.
Steve over 3,000 coins? I think Steve's been cooking, and I think he should be appreciated. His links are also available in the bio. Please take care of Steve while he's up here. Let's knock out these divine fingers. Continue to double tap the screen. Let's get the likes up to 200K and beyond. 250, actually. We can absolutely do that. If you're not following me or Steve, please hit that follow button in the top left corner. You can follow him as well if you want to see him get cooked other places. And send your daily heart me's upon doing so. Share out the live with your friends and family. Please get it out to as many people as possible. Please show the algorithm want to be here. Those of you on the YouTube side, hit the like button on the stream, subscribe, and turn on notification bells as well. And if you want to support the platform, super chat, super sticker, and becoming a member. And the links in the bio is going to take you to all the social media platforms that I have. Hector Talks with 2 R's on YouTube that I'll do a stream to right now. Instagram, where I post the same videos I put up here. Join the Discord community. It is public and free with over 700 members strong. You may choose to subscribe there if you like. Get yourself some merch shop up the merch shop, because Kamala would fucking never. And this guy needs to start making 2 + 2 = 4 again. Get all of those pieces at hectorshops.com with 2 R's. And then direct donations if you want to say hi to my cute face, support the stream, or just do whatever. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Please do all the good things. Back to you, kid. How can you stand on tariffs being good
Hang
when
on
they
one
have?
second. I'm going
Yes,
to
go
quote
ahead.
my dear friend Hector. Make the black boy happy by doing all the things that he just said.
I do that. I go up on his panel and I say, guys, you got to support Steve because I want you to support Steve. And if you support Steve, you'll make the black boy happy. We're for black joy over here, right? We're for black joy over here, right? Make the black boy happy. Hit up the links in the bio. Sandy, I
Okay.
came up with the joke. It's fine. I came up with the joke. It wasn't him being funny. I came up with the joke. Also, y'all are grayed out in the chat. Anybody who's grayed out in the chat, your opinions don't matter. Send your daily heart me's. You shouldn't be grayed out in the chat. Go ahead.
Okay. So before COVID, if we look from January 2017 to March 2020, the debt increased from around 3.2 to 3.5 trillion. Okay. Through January 2021, the debt
Thank you, Brian.
it increased by around 4.3 trillion. That means that the majority of this was COVID related.
No. What was spent when we're talking about the majority of spending not being COVID related, that is what was approved specifically for COVID related spending. The number of spending between this time period and that time period does not prove your claim, because you'd have to look at what of that spending was specifically due to COVID acts passing. Do you understand? The same way you can look at Biden's term and you can say that more spending happened, but if you're looking at what the spending was and how specifically some of that spending was from the previous administration of Trump carried on, you cannot say that Biden spent the most.
Yeah, that's fair. But at the same time, if I understand what you're saying about the debt that was through COVID, not all of it was directly attributed to COVID, but I think if we can just go off the basis of what they spent in the previous years in terms of in terms of the national debt, how much they increased it by, then we look at COVID that it increased. I think the majority of that is still attributed to COVID.
Bro, you're talking about, man. Holy shit, this is so frustrating. You are trying so hard. This is the issue that I have with a lot of conservative men, especially conservative young men like you. You guys are never willing to admit that you're wrong, bro. You've been wrong literally about everything up here, and you are doing everything you can to try to defend fucking Elon Musk and other billionaires. Why?
Because why should he have to pay taxes based on his net worth? We don't do that. Like, should we do that for other people? I don't understand. That's unfair.
We know you don't understand. We know that. We all agree that you don't understand. But you're continuing to say that we shouldn't be raising corporate tax rates and we shouldn't be taxing the rich more. You've not been able to tell us why.
I mean, how much more do you want to tax them by? They already provide
That's
so
not
much.
the question.
Like, I don't know.
That's not the question. Why do you think we shouldn't be taxing rich people more?
Because they earn that money, and we should not be taxing it
Hector earns
anymore.
his money.
We already taxed them a ton.
Hector earns his money. I earn my money. Why don't we get the same kinds of tax breaks that the richest and corporations get?
Well, in terms
Don't
of
we earn our
what
money?
you're talking about net worth. Do you get taxed
I'm
on your net
talking
worth?
about-
Like, I don't know.
Bro, stop. Listen to this. It's a simple question. Okay, just please try to listen to this question. Why is it that you don't want to raise taxes on corporations and the rich people, but yet you're comfortable with the middle class and the working poor living paycheck to paycheck? Explain that to me, please.
Well, I never said I was comfortable with that. If you want to talk about, going after companies like BlackRock and stuff like that, I'm fine with that. But at the same time, I don't think that Elon Musk should be paying any more in taxes than he already is. He's already paying a ton, and we shouldn't do it based on net worth. That's unfair.
Hold on. This is of January of this year. Tesla reported zero federal income tax on $5.7 billion of U.S. income in 2025. This is by the ITEP, okay? Over the past 3 years, the Elon Musk-led company reported $12.58 billion of U.S. income, on which its current federal tax was just $48 million. This means that over the past 3 years, Tesla paid 0.4% of its U.S. profits in federal income taxes, which is another way of saying the company reported an effective federal income tax rate of 0.4%. This is a tiny fraction of the 21% tax rate profitable corporations are supposed to pay under the law.
Yeah, what about that, bro? What about that? Explain that
Shout
to
out to
us.
Phil.
Because he
Why is
pays
that?
taxes through other ways. He has to pay capital gains, payroll taxes, state
So do we.
taxes, property taxes,
we.
all these things, and
So
it
do we.
totals up to 11 billion.
1%.
11 billion. If you want to put in some obscure thing and said he only paid $1 million on this, well, he paid 11 billion in total.
We did the math.
1%.
1%. 1%.
Yes, of his
Uno
net worth.
percent.
There's a difference between net worth and income.
Net worth is
You don't
My God.
tax them based on their net worth.
0% for Tesla. And then 0% for Tesla.
Yeah, and he still paid 11 billion.
1%.
He's paying it through other ways.
1%, man.
Of his net
1%.
worth. No shit. You're only going to be paying 1% of your net worth.
I think, oh my God, we've
How
been live
much
for
of
an
your
hour
net
and a
worth
half.
do you pay each year? You're not
gotta
taxed
go
on your net worth. That makes no sense. He would have to start liquidating his assets in order to pay
You still
that
haven't
tax.
answered my question.
That makes no sense.
I'm going to try again. You still haven't answered my question.
Chat.
Why is it?
One,
Sorry, Hector.
really quickly. I'm so sorry. Smiley face in the chat for a drop pool. Frowny face, cry face for no drop pool. Put a smiley face in the chat if you want to drop pool. Cry face if you don't. I'll let y'all decide. Because, oh my God, I didn't realize we've been talking so long, dude. You're not making any sense. Go ahead, Steve.
The
You're
question
trying to tax people based on their net worth.
No, sir.
That makes no sense.
Stop.
How is that? How would that even? How would you even go about doing
please.
that?
Sir, stop, please. Stop. Thank you. The question I continue to ask me, you've not yet understood. What? Don't worry about Elon. Sure.
No,
don't worry about Elon. Okay. Don't. Let's take Elon. Obviously, you're a big fan. Let's take Elon's name out of it. Why is it that you are defending not increasing corporate tax rates and taxes on the rich at the expense of the middle class? Why is that? I'm trying to understand.
Well, hold on. I never said that we need to decrease taxes on them and up it on the middle class or whatever you're trying to insinuate.
It's
What
not the
I
question I
actually
asked you.
originally
That wasn't
hold
his
on.
question.
What I
It's not the
actually
question I
originally
asked.
imposed was if you weren't here this beforehand, I said that we should use tariffs to get a lot of our revenue instead of taxes.
Terrible idea.
Okay.
But that is taxes. It is a tax. So
Yeah,
we
it's a
pay for
tax
it.
on importing. Okay, but you understand what I mean. Not on like your income, how much you're taking home from your job. I think that we should do it
Right,
more
but
based
we
on
pay
tariffs.
for it. But we pay for that.
Okay,
So
if
how
you're
does that help
paying,
the middle
okay,
class?
hold on. Okay, if you're paying, let's say close to nothing in taxes, but you're paying tariffs, you're not going to be paying. You're going to actually be making more. Okay,
That's
because a lot of the
that's
tariff.
the argument that we hear from
Hold on.
people your side.
Yes,
No,
and
bro.
because
You
okay,
haven't
what
answered
you're
my
not
question.
under.
Stop,
Okay,
stop,
dude, bro, you got to let me
stop.
speak. I wasn't
No, you
even
haven't answered my
finished my
question yet.
point.
You haven't answered
I
my
wasn't
question
finished
yet.
my point.
You haven't answered my question
Like
yet.
I continue to let you speak. I'm not finished my point, bro. Like, come on.
Fine, go ahead.
Okay. So what I was saying is that it's not just as simple as, you put a 40% tariff and it's going to make it 40% more expensive. No, if your profit margin, they're going to sacrifice a lot of that profit margin if they want to stay competitive against American products. Okay.
Who is?
Go ahead.
Who is?
These major companies.
The
you want me to bring-
the major companies that promise to reinvest in America and bring in jobs that haven't? Those companies?
Okay, LG did, Apple did. Who else did it? There were a bunch of
Pledges?
other companies that invested money.
Pledges?
Correct. Pledges.
No, they
Thank you,
actually
Katie,
they're
for the
actually
first
doing it.
galaxy.
So
Well,
this,
now, honestly, I don't even think they have to because we got
Okay,
rid of tariffs.
can you answer
But
my question
but,
now,
I mean, they
please?
pledged. They pledged for a reason. Yeah. So
right,
what
but
was
can
your
you answer my question, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Shout out to Brett.
So for the hour plus that we've been up here, thanks, Brett. The hour plus that we've been up here talking about this, we've asked you multiple questions, but we've gone through the argument that Elon pays 1%. Hector just gave you the breakdown on Tesla; they paid 0%. So between Tesla and Elon Musk himself, they paid 1%. Actually, less than that because Tesla made billions of dollars in profit. So it's actually less than 1% that they paid in taxes. Meanwhile, a teacher, a firefighter, a public servant, somebody who works at the grocery store, we're all paying 25, 30%, depending on how much money we earn. Why are you okay with that? Answer that question for me, please.
Hold on. Tesla paid what did they pay
0.004%
Went over this.
of their net worth? They paid 1.33 billion in 2024.
It's the
1.12
percentage,
billion.
man.
Yeah, of net worth. Do you want to get?
Jesus
we don't
Christ.
tax teachers on their net worth.
Federal.
Do you know what net worth is? We
federal-
don't tax teachers on their net worth.
Yes.
We tax them.
Jess, this is insane, man. You're not paying attention. You're not following
you,
the
Richie.
conversation.
No, you're saying net worth. We don't tax anyone
I
on
didn't
their net
say
worth.
net worth.
You
I
keep
did
saying
not.
net worth.
You keep saying that.
So what do you want us to tax them on? You're saying the $1 trillion. That's his net worth.
Jesus Christ,
How are
bro.
you? What do you want? What do you
We're
want me?
talking about income tax and corporate tax rates. So just so I know you're listening to me, can you repeat that back to me? That we're talking income tax and corporate tax rates. Repeat that back, please.
You're saying that they don't pay income tax?
Bro,
We just went over how Tesla
we
did.
just went over it. We literally just went over it. The only person who's brought up net worth is you.
Literally.
You are the only one.
Really quickly.
Okay.
W's in the chat to Sean for the $5 super chat. This guy's the reason that we talk to MAGAs like they're stupid. The epitome, even. I do my best, but
Yeah.
oh my God. W's in the chat to you. Go ahead, Steve.
Yeah, so Jess, again, so stay on topic. We're talking about income tax, corporate income tax, and personal. We're not talking about net worth. That's an entirely different conversation. We could be taxing capital gains. We could be doing Wall Street speculation. We could be doing a whole bunch of things differently. We're talking about income tax. Can we agree that between Elon Musk's personal and the data that Hector just gave you regarding Tesla, that he paid 1% in income tax?
In terms of income?
That's what I just said, income.
Hold on. How much did they bring in income? Hold on. Let me just pull it up.
He paid 1% and Tesla paid less than 1%. We just went through it.
Notice he's basing a lot of this off of what they make. We're going off of the rates. He's saying, well, if they pay this much, it doesn't matter what the percentage is. We're literally making the entire argument of the percentage.
Exactly. Exactly. So Jess, so we're talking about income tax, and I'm asking you why corporations should be paying why somebody like Elon Musk or the corporations that he owns and represents, why should they be paying 1% in income tax when the rest of us are paying 20, 25, 30, 35? Why?
Hold on, just give me 1 second. I'm pulling up their things. 1 second.
You don't need to pull up their thing, bro. Just answer the question. Because you're defending that, and I want to know why.
3 years, 3 years worth of U.S. income. The tax they paid, 12.58 billion. The tax they paid was 48 million. Simple math, 0.4%. This is Tesla. Would SpaceX be separate? Or would that be included in Tesla?
Should be separate.
Should be separate. Okay. This is just on Tesla alone.
Okay.
We didn't get the SpaceX, what you call it? Starlink?
Starlink, yep.
Bro. Oh.
Okay, so let's talk about Tesla. So for 2025, they brought in 94.8 billion. Okay.
There we go.
So
again.
in business expenses, so pre-tax profit, they had 5.28 billion.
Hector just gave you those numbers, bro.
Yes. And income taxes, they paid 1.423 billion. So that's about
percentage?
27. Yeah, that's 27% of its pre-tax profit.
That's not how it works, man. Jesus Christ. That's not how it fucking works, bro. I don't think you're educated enough for this conversation.
That's how
We've
much.
really tried.
If you brought in,
You still haven't answered my question, bro. You still haven't answered my question.
Hold on, no. Hold on.
No,
If
Jazz, you
brought
said you were
in
going to answer my question, bro.
94.8
You said you would answer my
dude.
question.
Hello,
Stop.
dude, I'm speaking. I didn't finish
You
speaking.
said you would answer my question.
No,
You haven't.
dude, I'm speaking. I'm not finished speaking yet.
You haven't
Like,
answered
come
my
on.
question, though. You said
Dude,
you would.
I'm not finished speaking.
But you
I'm
said you would
explaining
answer
how-
my question.
No,
Like,
dude,
if
you're
we're
not.
fingers.
Okay, dude, let me explain, bro. Okay. If you're bringing in 94.8 billion and the vast majority of that is had to be spent on business expenses and you're left with only 5.28 billion dollars afterwards, okay? And your income tax, you're taxed at 1.423 billion. You're paying 27%.
That's not how it works.
That makes no sense to
That's
tax
not
the money
how it
before
works,
they pay
man.
for business expenses.
That's not
How is that not how it works?
Not how it works. So now I'm going to ask you my question because you haven't answered it yet.
Okay,
Why
go
is
ahead.
it that as we just gave you the numbers, $11 billion, you gave us that $11 billion, which was 1% of Elon's personal income, okay? And then corporate taxes of 0.04% and less. Why are you okay with that? But you're fine with the rest of us, the bottom 60, 70, 75% having to pay 25, 30% or more. That's what I want you to answer.
Because Elon paid 27%. I don't know what you're talking about.
He did not. He paid 1%. You gave us the number.
No, based on his revenue, that's different from after
That
you
revenue,
pay
that's
business
income.
expenses.
You don't know what
Dude,
you're
you
talking
realize,
about.
okay, if you were to tax Tesla
Unbelievable.
based on how much they're bringing in before expenses and all that, they would go bankrupt the next day. There's a reason why you tax it before you have to factor things such as employee wages, factory costs, minerals,
Deb's in
research,
the
all
chat
this stuff.
to
There's
Amber
all
for the
these
$5
different things
Venmo. I'm
that
done
you
with
need
this
to take
billionaire
into account, and then
bootlicker.
you tax the money after
He
that.
is very much a bootlicker. That's
'Cause
really sad. W's in the chat to
Majority
Brett
of that
Cross.
money
What
is
up,
going back
Brett?
into the
For the
company. You guys
$10
don't
cash if I
understand
can't
this.
with this Rotten Ranch rodent. Rotten Ranch rodent is
We
diabolical.
tried. Listen,
W's in
bro,
the chat to
you-
Shauna for the
how old
$5
are you, by the
Venmo.
way?
Gagging for billionaires is crazy work. They don't even know your name, but your knees are already sore. His knees are sore. His cheekbones are stretched. Bruh.
How old are you, by the way?
Donate
Because
to
you don't
his
know what
links
you're
in the bio
talking
for knee
about.
pads. Do you have links in your bio? Jasleen, do you have any links in your bio, like pay links?
No.
You
How
need
old are you,
some
by
so
the way,
people can
Jasleen?
donate to your fucking knee pads. Holy shit. W's in chat to the Blues for the
I mean, you don't
super chat.
understand how a business
Nothing
works,
worse than
so I'm not
aggressive
surprised.
stupidity.
No,
I don't know how to
I've
pronounce
only
this.
been in corporate
Goeth?
for a
Goeth?
couple years.
Goeth? I think it's
Okay.
Goeth. W's in chat to you.
So you have a
How old
business,
are you?
correct?
How old are you, bro?
I'm 20.
Oh, okay. Do you live at home?
This
No.
adds up,
You don't?
actually.
Where do you live?
Well, right now, but I go to uni, so I'm kind of
So
like.
you live at home right now?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Why don't we just answer that question an hour and a half ago? Jesus Christ. Holy shit, man.
Okay, so can I
when
ask
I
you a
was
question?
20, I thought I knew everything too. How about you, Hector?
Hold on. Okay, so can
Oh,
I
yeah.
ask you a question?
When I was 20,
you
I
said
was
you
a
own
maggot,
business,
so I
right?
was an absolute fucking
Oh
moron.
my god.
I was a moron at 20 years old.
You own a
Fuck.
business.
Holy shit.
Okay. I assume either one of you guys probably own a business or something. Do either one
Yeah,
of you?
I
Okay.
do.
Yes.
So when you pay your taxes, do they tax you on
Maybe
how
make the
much money
same
you bring in?
fucking argument, dude.
Okay, hold on.
It's the same
Dude, let me
fucking
speak,
argument.
bro. Like, okay,
Oh my
do they
God.
tax you on how much money you just bring in or how much money is left over after all your fees and business expenses?
You report everything, and then there are deductions, all kinds of stuff. You report all of your income, all of it.
Correct.
That's how it
So,
works.
yeah, exactly. So then what do they tax you on?
They tax on a variety of things.
No, because you're dodging this because you know this is the truth. They tax you on what's left after your business expenses. That's exactly what they're doing with Elon. He's not cheating. There's just something called business expenses.
I think we should read that book again. So we should really read that book.
I mean, you guys don't even know that he's just dodging the question.
Wow. Thank you for letting me ride on that gravy train for a little while, my friend. That was crazy.
No, you make some great. We're very thankful for you. W's to Steve. Please make sure we're giving him all the thanks. Shout out to Amber for the $25 Venmo by billionaire wannabe bootlicker. Big W's to Amber. Big W's to Amber. Thank you so much for your support. W's in the chat too. Not Erica getting fed up. Thank you, Erica, for the 15. Asking what it tastes like. God damn it, I missed it. He probably say it'll taste like peaches and cream. That's disrespectful to peaches and cream. I love peaches and cream. W's in the chat to Stacy for the $5 Venmo. I just got here and I'm already over him. Stacy, we've been talking to you for over an hour and a half. That one guy, an hour and a half. W's in the chat to you. And W's in the chat to Ivan for the $1 Venmo. Hector, can you send the guest this dollar as a donation for his knee pads and jaw surgery?
I want to thank Jessie for the $5. She said, because Hector said so, even though he didn't say so.
Oh, I'm about to. Thank you so much, Jesse. I've never met a simp like him in my life. He's only 20 and never experienced life. He's a Trump mushroom gobbler. He needs to touch grass. They all desperately need to touch grass. W's in the chat to you. W's in the chat to Callie for the $1 cash app. I'm broke, but this dude's obnoxious. I'm sending that back. Please don't put yourself in any positions if you ain't got it like that. Don't do that. Don't do that. I appreciate your support. Thank you so much. But if you ain't got it, you ain't got it. My goals and everything else is for the rich white people in the comments, okay? And everybody else. But thank you so much for your support. I appreciate you. Best ways to do so is links in the bio. And I want to hear some more thank yous from Steve. Please and thank you for all the cooking he's doing up here, because Lord knows I don't know if I could have went about that whole conversation as long as he did.
I'm tired.
Let's move on to the next guest here, guys. Of course, I don't want to do the full-on PSA, so please double tap the screen, share out the live, send your daily heartbeats, hit that follow button, take care of Steve, hit up the links in the bio, YouTube side, super chat, super sticker, or become a member. Please hit the like button on the stream, subscribe, and turn on notification bells as well. We both have gift galleries. Check out Steve's gift gallery and my gift gallery and knock out any of the grayed out gifts if you love the stream so far. 759 people in here. I want to see the engagement engaging. Steve, did you vote for...
Yeah. I want to thank Mary for the $2 in Cash App. She said, when I was 20, all I cared about was getting laid.
I mean, you know, you were lucky enough to be able to do that. Granny,
You're
did you vote
blushing,
for Trump? Granny, did you vote for Trump? I'm not sure what's going on with Granny. All right. Granny, come back up when you're ready to chat. I think if somebody else is here.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Kat, did you vote for Trump? You don't have a Trump face, Kat. I don't think you voted for Trump.
And you already know me. Welcome to our meeting.
Okay, that's weird. Steven, did you vote for Trump? Or Steve, did you vote for Trump?
Absolutely.
All right, and do you regret your vote?
No, I don't.
Why is that? Steve, you mind watching the live for a bit while I use the bathroom?
I got you, bro.
Thank you so much. Why is that, sir?
Well, I just want to comment on this last caller. I mean, the kid actually was right. I mean, to say
About
that,
what? What was he right
well,
about?
about the fact that Tesla literally had huge operating losses for such a long time in their early years that they've carried forward. Anyone can go and look at the public statement on it. You can go and look at these audited financials. It's pretty easy to do, and you eviscerate this kid who basically was right.
No, well, he wasn't. He was wrong about so much. Let me ask you a question. So if they're running under at a loss every single year, why would the government continue to bail them out through subsidies and tax breaks?
Because of R&D, research and development,
That's
basically
what?
both research and development, based off of both Republicans and Democrats have supported Elon for a very long time at the very early years because of clean energy. So it's very easy. They invest in a lot of clean energy companies. So it's a pretty easy thing to find out.
That's not the question, though, sir. So are you similar in your thinking that corporations and the rich should not be paying more from a percentage perspective?
No, I think we have tax laws that are in place that are being followed. To say that they're not being followed is
That's not the
saying,
question, sir. That's not the question. Try to answer the question I'm asking. I want you to listen to the question that I'm asking.
okay,
Do you believe that corporations and the wealthiest should be paying more on a percentage basis? Yes or no?
corporations, no.
Why not?
Individuals, there's a loophole.
Why
that-
not corporations? Let's take it one at a time. Why not corporations?
Well, because corporations, I mean, they're taxed up to 35 to 40% on.
They don't
on,
pay it though. They actually know. What's
They
the top
actually
corporate?
do.
What's the
They
corporate?
actually do.
Sir, they don't.
If you've owned a business, which I've owned a business,
Sir, what's the top corporate tax rate right now?
37%.
No, it's not. What is it? What is it in the One Big Beautiful bill?
I'm not sure. I mean, but what I'm saying to you is
21.
Okay.
21%. So
Okay.
that's the argument. The argument I'm trying to make, and I'm trying to understand, is that you don't think corporations, who are the largest recipients of welfare and subsidies in our country, more than anybody else, they get more government handouts than anyone. Why is it that they should be continuing to get those, and yet the middle class is shrinking? Americans can't afford health care. SNAP benefits are being cut.
These are two.
I'm not done.
You're bringing
I'm
up.
not done. I'm not done. Medicare and Medicaid programs are being slashed. Teachers have to buy their own school supplies. Tell me why that's the case.
Well, you brought up a whole lot there, but the fact is that corporations employ every American, right? So, and
No, they don't.
corporations in early age, yeah, they do. They employ
No, they don't.
a lot of Americans. They don't. So
No,
we don't
what's
have a
the-
free
how
market
many-
economy that we live in.
How many businesses in America have 500 employees or less? What's the percentage?
It's a small percent, but
No, it's
the
not.
fact is,
The majority. No, the majority. 99% of all businesses in this country have less than 500 employees.
that's what I'm saying. Yeah, it's a small percentage that have more than 500.
Right, and they're not job creators, though.
They're not. I mean, at the end of the
No,
day,
they're not.
No, listen. I mean, from an industrial society, so you tell me what corporations should pay in corporate tax, because
I would be
if
happy if it went back to
investing-
35%.
if you're investing as much as they're investing on the front end, and you have several losses and so forth, like Tesla had in the early days. In fact, they almost died at some point. If you remember, and unless they were bailed out, and it wasn't the government that bailed them out, they were able to basically get secondary financing. They were done. But Elon, to his credit, was able to turn the whole thing around, and he did a good job of turning it around. He slept on the floor of the warehouse there in California, and they turned the whole thing around. So I got to give him credit for it. I'm not a big fan of Elon per se, but at the same time, you got to give credit where it's credit's due. But corporate America, now the individual, I'll agree with you on the top end as far as public companies, individuals that have public stock. The fact that they can borrow off that stock, yeah, that's how they can avoid income tax. And so everybody does it. It's legal, but everyone does that. So they end up paying less tax because you can borrow on basically notes that are. God bless you.
Thank you, April. I don't know if Steve got a call or something, but he had to drop down.
No, I'm here.
the other Steve.
Oh, okay.
Steve making more sense. Yeah, I'm not doing this whole tax argument with y'all again. That's the whole goddamn point. Every single thing that you just said is the whole point. The loopholes and all the ways that they go around paying those taxes and then justifying what they pay just because of the amount,
And I'm not
based
hey,
off
listen,
of the
I'm
rates,
not
which
just
is 1%,
I'm
is
not
wild.
hey, I'm not justifying it at all. I'm saying it's on the other side. You can't say that someone's cheating when they're not, because I'm not justifying it because I think that there is a loophole that needs to end. And it's been on both parties that have catered to the billion. There's more billionaires that vote Democrat than Republican. So let's just put that out there.
Is there?
There is. Go
Is
look
that
at
right?
the math. I mean,
I'm curious.
that's right.
I'm curious.
70%. Go Google it right now. 70% of billionaires vote Democrat. So there you go.
For Democrat billionaires. Let's see. Just quick overview. There are more Republican-leaning or Republican-supporting billionaires than Democratic ones in the United States, particularly when measuring political donations and super PAC spending. Analysis of political contributions by Americans for Tax Fairness show that a billionaire political spending favors Republican candidates and causes by roughly a 3-2 margin. Where was your number coming from that there are more Democratic billionaires than Republican?
My Democrat is from Pew Research. If you go look it up, over the last 3 elections, 70% of billionaires in our country have leaned
Peer
Democrat.
Research? What is the name of this research?
Pew, P-E-W.
Pew, yeah. Pew Research does a bunch of research. What was your specific study that you're talking about? What's the title? It's like telling me to go to congress.gov to find a bill. That's the starting
just
point.
go look at percentage of billionaires who voted in the last 3 elections. What side did they vote?
Not all billionaires are who they vote for.
Oh, you changing it?
Yeah, he is changing it too. Hi, Erica.
Hello. Hi. Hi, everybody. My brain hurts. But once you guys look into this, I do have a question for him in regards to this whole loophole thing. It's not necessarily about like what tax loophole should we close? No, it's simply I just have a question, a general question about it.
Go ahead.
Oh, okay.
I'm looking for.
I want to know when was the last time the Republicans introduced a bill to close tax loopholes?
Tax loopholes have been around since the 60s. So you've had who is
I
that,
simply
like,
just asked you when was the last time.
Again, I don't know that, but all I know
the
is
answer
that
would be never.
well,
It'll be
listen,
never.
how many White Houses and House and Congress have Democrats had over the last 20 years? I think it's 16 out of the last 20 years before Trump. So what have they done? Tell me what they've done.
They've introduced legislation to close
Really, what did they
those
do?
loopholes.
What did they?
Like
They
even
did.
in the Biden administration,
They had control.
Excuse me
So
one moment.
control means that they could
You
have
talk
changed
about
any of the tax.
control, but the Democrats did not have control of the Congress. You have to have the House and the Senate in order to pass legislation. So they did not have that, MAGA Steve. They didn't have that, friend. What they did is at different parts have control of the House and then sometimes the Senate. It flip-flop, but they never had control of both like the Republicans have right now. So there's that part. Anywho, with that being said, all right, there once was in 2022, all right, as part of the Inflation Reduction Act, what the Biden administration did and what the Congress did is that they imposed the 15% minimum tax on corporations reporting over $1 billion in profits. All right, because remember, Donald Trump via the TCJA have brought the tax rate down, the corporate tax rate down to 21%. So Biden, what he did was implemented the 15% minimum tax for the companies. Also, we had the partnership basis, where basically the Biden administration worked with the IRS and the Treasury to put in regulation that actually was basically implemented to shut down abusive related party transactions. And it says here that where the complex partnerships artificially inflated tax deductions to make billions in income disappear. So that was the Biden administration working with other agencies to actually close a loophole once again. There was the Carried Interest Fairness Act that was introduced by Democrats, and also they have also gone after MAGA retirement account. So they done that, and this was something that was introduced recently by Richard Neal and Ron Wyden. So there's that. So while the Republicans don't like the tax loopholes, they don't do anything to actually close them. They don't present or introduce legislation to take care of those. What they do is they pass things like the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act and the One Big Ugly Bill, all right, to pretty much create more loopholes for the corporations and the wealthy.
Also, really quickly, in regards to spending, I cannot find a single thing on Pew Research that supports his claim. What's this? 61% of billionaires voted Democrat in 2024, according to Forbes. I don't. That's a different argument. But whatever. Percent of billionaires. Where'd he go?
He's just on mute.
Oh.
What I was saying is that you can go to any blue state, California, New York, Illinois, and who are the most taxed people in America? Those three states. Those three states literally, the working class is the difference between the rich and the working class becomes a number that keeps on going wider and wider. Just going to California, and most people can't even afford just to live in that state anymore. Between taxes, which are almost 50% now, which, I mean, you're talking about taxes. Why aren't those states, being these people that are so for the working class, ever help the working class out? What do they do to help the working class? Because what it seems to me is the Democrats do a good job of placating the working class with never coming up with any real solutions and helping them. So you tell me in those blue states why they aren't cutting taxes, like Florida, 0 tax, Texas, 0 tax. So why is it like that they have to have such a huge tax in those states and they still are underwater in debt? Tell me.
Underwater in debt?
Both of them, billions of dollars in debt. Like California is getting so much money from the federal government because they're so far in debt.
California subsidizes red states. California is the 4th largest economy in the world. California is a huge source of capital.
California was a Republican state. It was a Republican state for a long time. Reagan, I mean, bless his heart, but NAFTA killed the state, literally killed the state. And that state literally has gone the other way, where now it's become a blue state. And that state,
yeah, I don't know.
Everyone's moving out of it. Everyone's moving out of the state. You can't afford to live in that state.
Yeah.
If you have a business,
can't afford to live in a large
it.
portion of states for several different reasons. I don't know what your point is, showing that places are increasing year over year. And they've seen a substantial increase since Donald Trump took over.
You're talking about taxes and helping out the working class. I agree 100% with that. Like I'm 100% because you have to have a healthy working class. You can't have such a diversion between rich and poor in this country, but it's not a Republican thing. All you got to do is go to the states like Florida, like Texas, where you don't have that much of a diversion between the two. Whereas in California, New York, Illinois, there is such a wide gap in those states, and those are huge blue states.
Wide gap where? In debt?
No, in between rich and poor. In rich and poor in those states.
That's not an accurate comparison, though, considering on who it is that actually lives in California. Because in California, what they have is they have Silicon Valley in the north, and they also have Hollywood. And then you have all
Those are
of
a
the other
small
like
percentage.
rich folks that live
That's a
in
small
This is
percentage
a
of people.
ridiculous
that's money in
argument that the
these
No, it's not
concentration
a ridiculous
of
argument.
wealth,
You have
the
this.
concentration of wealth being in blue states is a ridiculous argument to say that the state is not doing so good or that it causes a greater disparity between the rich and the
Ask
poor.
any citizen that
What?
lives in California, the working class, if they're actually able to make it there. They will tell you
Yes,
that
people are struggling in
everyone's
California. California's an expensive state. No one's taking away
Exactly.
from that. But I also
Exactly.
know
So
that
tell
everyone
me
goes to
about the blue
California
utopia
for
there.
touring, for Hollywood, for several key industries, so on and so forth. Duh. This is a ridiculous comparison that you're trying to make with the average red state that doesn't do shit for or have any kind of safety nets for many of their workers, or better yet,
Okay, let's
we
go
can
to-
use
let's
we
go
can
to-
use
let's go to
Texas for
beautiful-
example. Texas
let's go to beautiful
literally
Illinois.
has a higher property tax rate than California. California,
do.
it is
They do.
capped. Texas, it is not. You are
That's
likely to
right.
pay
They
a
do,
shit ton of
because-
taxes here in property compared to California.
But guess
So
how
what
much
are we
income
doing?
tax they have in Texas? How much income tax they have in Texas?
There is
Zero.
no income taxes in
Zero.
Texas, which
That's
is one of the
right.
reasons
Zero.
why the property tax is so high. You are
That's
running
right.
into the point.
That's right. So who do the property taxes affect the most? The rich. Okay, because they have higher valued properties. So you understand that when you have zero taxes altogether, that it actually hurts the rich more than it hurts the poor that actually
Who
need
owns
the
the
help.
most homes in Texas? Is it the rich?
Well, homeowners today are mostly people that are middle class, upper middle class, and rich. Okay, it's not people that are making less than $80,000 a year. That's not the homeowners anymore. That's the truth.
That's
the
not
truth.
answering
I mean,
my
it's
question. I said, who owns the most homes in Texas? Is it going to be the rich, the 1%, or the lower to middle class?
No, it's going to be the rich. It's going to be the rich.
Also, want to point out that did he ever answer your question, Erica? I think you asked him what have Republicans done? What legislation have they introduced to ever address those tax cuts and loopholes that they use? I don't think he ever answered that question. I was waiting.
Yeah, he didn't. He
No, I
said he
didn't answer the
know
question.
one. He said he
Because
didn't
I didn't
know one
answer.
until
Hey,
there was
listen,
none.
I didn't answer the question.
Thank you, Jordan, for the blast drum.
I didn't answer the question because I agree with you about the loopholes. I think both parties are complicit and not.
Yeah, the
But now it's both
complicity is
parties, but
irrelevant.
yeah, because now you're saying they're both complicit and you're trying to do the both sides thing. But at first you were framing it as a Democrat problem.
No,
It's
because
not a Democrat
Started
problem.
with Democratic
Because you
spending in
give-
elections. Democrats
No,
spend the
because
most.
what you
But
give is
then-
this utopia idea that like liberal policy
Not
is
a
working. Tell
single
me where it's
person
working.
presented that. What
Where
our
is it
advocacy for
working?
liberal
There's nothing where it's
not liberal,
working.
progressive policies, specifically me, starts after the 2024 election. And individuals who ran off of some of those provisions that many states or progressive representatives have been talking about for more than the past decade, specifically.
Your party is dying. Okay, at the end of the day, it's dying.
I
And it's
love your pivot. I love your pivot.
I
Your
do.
party
I
is
love-
dying. I don't want to address
It
the
is.
fact that Donald Trump is the reason for the substantial wealth disparity that we've seen almost double
It's
in the
not.
past year.
It's not. This has happened
80%,
forever.
80%,
This has happened over the last 40
80% of the average billionaire's net worth has increased just in 2025 alone. Thank you so much, Jordan, for the VR goggles. W's to you. W's to you.
And you know-
80%.
and you know-
80%
do you know why that
increase
is? Do you
in
know
their
why that
wealth
is?
in the
Do you know why
1%.
that is?
I'll tell
Do you
you
know why that
exactly
is?
why it is because it falls
Tell me
along the
why it is.
passage of the the big beautiful bill. You know what
No,
else
it's
has
not.
happened? We've seen inflation.
not.
We've seen
That's not
inflation
why.
go up because of his tariffs, because of the war in Iran. Now
The
it's starting to
tariffs are
cool
actually gonna help
because of the
long term.
MOU, but the MOU went shit out the water, and that's going to spike right back up again. The cost
No,
of
the
oil
reason
a
why-
barrel is now back to over $100 from the highest of 126. It was. The cost of groceries, the cost of electricity, energy, so on and so forth, all substantially increased, including home ownership, all under Donald Trump's policies, specifically starting this year. So you can sit here and talk about what you think is going on with Democrats. I don't give a fuck about your position on Democrats. You're grossly uninformed about Democrats. You probably couldn't
Really?
name a
Okay,
single
I-
Kamala
I-
Harris
I
policy,
do.
and you're using all of this to
I
dodge
do.
from the fact that the Trump administration is failing the
No,
American
because
people.
I go to any state and all I see is homelessness, misery, and people that
Yeah,
can't
homelessness
make it
is up in
blue
every
states.
single state. Name a state where homelessness is down.
Well, I mean, all I'm saying
Name a
is
state
that
where homelessness is down.
I don't know.
Okay, name a policy Donald Trump has passed federally to address homelessness. Name
I'm in
a
California, so I
policy
could see
that
it
Donald Trump has
everywhere.
passed federally to address homelessness.
I didn't say he did. What I'm
Okay,
saying
but
is that
I can name provisions and directives that he's given that has increased with not contributed to homelessness, or at least cut funding from programs that were meant to address homelessness here in the United States. One of those big factors being substance abuse programs specifically, because a large portion of people on the streets are addicts and they need some help, and programs that we would have federally funded to help preventative measures to give them on the pathway to rehabilitation, the Trump administration cut. So tell me how that helps with homelessness. Tell me how him holding up the 21st Century Road to Housing Act, something bipartisanly worked on by Democrats and Republicans to reduce the cost of homes. Tell me how that helps with homelessness. Tell me how that helps with the affordability issue. This shit you're going to do where you're going to go pick at Democrats, this isn't a Democratic Live. You requested up because it said Trump supporters regret your vote, and I love how you have yet to address any of the things Trump has done worse than the Biden administration. So whatever your fucking criticisms are for them, I don't care. And he ran. And he ran.
Hi, Kelsey. Are you a Trump supporter?
Oh, why are you running? No, I'm
Why are you running?
Absolutely not.
Okay, no worries, love. Thanks for being here. Have a great day.
Appreciate your support. This is what you guys always do. I'm so done with any of these people who just come up here, but Democrats. Because the whole time under Biden, I had all these different words. No one wants to talk about how his administration ended, his stock market when it ended, inflation when it ended, the cost of homes, which it was still high, right? But we were starting to see some decrease in all of these different factors. No one talks about that. And now we're a year and a half, almost 2 years into the Trump administration. Y'all still can't get Democrats out of your fucking mouth? Almost 2 years into the Trump administration, we're seeing the direct effects of his policies, and y'all still want to cry about Democrats who have no power whatsoever to stop a large portion of what Trump has been doing. Get the fuck out of here. Cass, did you vote for Trump? Cass, did you vote for Trump? Cass, come back up when you're ready to talk. Trump supporters request up in the box you, the demographic of people I'd like to have a conversation with. If you're over on the tube side, you can call the number on screen, 737-295-5321. It was just so lazy when they do that. You can tell he was getting desperate. The Democratic Party is dying. Have you guys seen Republicans, or Donald Trump specific, and Republicans' approval rates lately? Have you seen the polls on the economy? Have you seen the polls on the war in Iran? Have you seen the polls even on immigration? Amongst independents and Republicans, his numbers are going down for how people view his immigration actions. And that was one of the biggest reasons cited as to why they voted for him. Isn't that crazy? You can miss me with Democrats. Democrats can do a goddamn thing right now. W's in chat to Above Infinity for the $10 super chat. Hector, now that I've heard this crapola casserole from your guest, you got to have a highlight section of Defend the Indefensible titled Pivot and Cope. Listen, man, if I had an editor... If I had an editor to really go through a large portion of my lives and actually put out content consistently to do that, I would. But y'all have no idea how long it takes me to edit these videos sometimes. I do my best, bro. I do my best. And I'm picky about my editing because I've heard so many people suggest, yeah, I can do it. I'm like, I don't like how you do it. W's in the chat to... Should I say y'all's name here? Joseph for the $5 PayPal. This fool doesn't know that the rich have no income per se, living on low interest margin loans borrowed against their assets. The proceeds do not count as income, and the interest is deductible. Jeff Bezos keeps his income below $86K in order to claim earned income tax credit. I did not remember that I had someone on hold.
I think you've had that person on hold since before Steve left.
Yeah, it was before him.
Ask you.
Yeah.
I said,
caller, call back. My apologies. Caller, call back. My apologies. I did not realize that you were on hold because I don't have my phone tab open. So sometimes I'll answer it and forget. Whoopsie daisies. My fault. But absolutely, Joseph, 6,000%. They don't know these things. W's in the chat to Ivan for the $1 Venmo. Wealthy blue states drive higher GDP per capita and tax revenues, funding robust services while leaning less on federal aid. Conversely, many red states face lower baseline incomes, higher poverty, and greater reliance on Washington's financial support to balance budgets. Yep. Let's talk about California's debt. Let's address it. Stop subsidizing red states. Let's do that. Let's pass a bill to California and other blue states. Stop subsidizing red states. We'll see how quickly they address that debt that you guys keep crying about. Also, while we're on the topic of states, I have a crazy story to read to you guys. Wild story to read to you guys. And this was yesterday. Trump administration admits to canceling grants to states that did not vote for him. Federal officials said in court documents that they halted billions of dollars in funding for energy projects to states based solely on whether they backed President Trump in the 2024 election. When the Trump administration canceled more than $7.5 billion in Biden-era federal grants for clean energy projects in October, it framed the move as an urgent corrective to protect taxpayer funds from waste. But it wasn't true. In little notice court documents, federal officials acknowledged that this month they had terminated the funding based solely on political criteria, targeting projects in states that were represented by Democrats and had voted for Kamala Harris, the party's presidential nominee in the 2024 election. The admission showed how President Trump has weaponized the provision of federal education, energy, health, housing, and infrastructure aid in his second term. You know what all of those factors that we just mentioned here you know who they primarily benefit? Education, energy, health, housing, and infrastructure. Who does that primarily benefit? Tell me how that's not the complete opposite of the Make America Great Again agenda, the America First agenda, which is putting its people first, the majority of its people, mind you. Far from rooting out the sort of misspending that Mr. Trump sees as rife in Washington, the White House has instead sought to leverage the budget as a tool to assist its allies or as a cudgel to hurt the president's foes. Insane. Insane. The White House did not respond to requests for comment. The administration's latest concession about the grants came in a lawsuit filed by a group of California researchers challenging various federal agencies that have canceled Biden-era funding. After reviewing its spending, the Energy Department last fall created a list that recommended canceling more than 600 grants awarded by the Biden administration for a wide range of novel energy products. That list included funding for projects in states represented by both Republicans and Democrats. But in October, the White House budget, led by Russ T. Vought, that fucker, terminated only 284 of those grants. In a social media post announcing the news, Mr. Vought pointed to the motivations. Nearly $8 billion in green new scam funding to fuel the left's climate agenda is being canceled. Months later, in court filings, the federal officials indicated that there was little else that informed the final decision about which grants to cancel. With one exception, a lawyer from the Energy Department conceded in a court filing last month. Quote, the 284 terminated grants had a recipient location and or at least one place of performance in a state that awarded its electoral votes to Kamala Harris in the 2024 election and has 2 Democratic caucusing senators. The lawyer acknowledged that none of the grants were included in the October terminations, quote, based on any programmatic, statutory, cost reduction, or performance-based factor. Can somebody say weaponization of the government against your political enemies? Literally went after these states because they supported Harris, because they're Democrat. Diabolical. This entire second administration is not about making America great. It's about being a revenge tour. Absolute revenge tour. And it's being admitted by prominent officials that they're just going to disparage. They're going to say they're lying, even though they literally gave these orders. The Doge employees and the clips that we've seen of these individuals. Why do I have Steve versus Steve still up here? That just threw me off. I'm like, why the fuck is that still up there? The Doge employees that we've seen admit, hey, we had no idea how to go about this deferring what's DEI and what's everything else. And we just cut anything that mentioned women, that mentioned diversity, even if the word was not directly associated with DEIA practices. All of that and more. Entire revenge tour. ChatGPT, that's correct. They use ChatGPT. They say, hey, is this program DEI? Probably. Okay, and cut it. Any case, Trump supporters request up in the box. You are the demographic of people I'd like to have a conversation with. If you're over on the tube side, we call the number on screen 737-295-5321. If you are a Trump supporter who regrets their vote, this live is a place for you to come up here and express all the reasons that made you get up off the MAGA plantation. And make no mistake, y'all are getting whipped on there. And if you are a Trump supporter who does not regret your vote, you think he's doing a great job, you think there's something that I'm missing, you may request up in the box as well. I can give you several reasons as to why you're wrong. Ruth says the thing between a real woman and a fake woman is that real women vote for Trump. No, I would argue uninformed, man appeasing MAGA women support people who take away their rights. And if you want to consider that real, then by all means, you can zip it with that. W's in the chat to Vincent for the $1. This is for. We'll see, Vincent. W's in the chat to you. Renee, did you vote for Trump?
Yes, I did, sir.
And do you regret your vote?
No, I'm loving it.
What are you loving?
You know what? Apart from the Iran war, I'm getting everything I voted for: mass deportations, LGBT being removed in schools and states slowly but surely.
You want to remove LGBTQ people from schools?
No, the curriculum being taught around it.
What curriculum is that?
So states like Minnesota, California, Colorado have a mandate to include an LGBT diverse curriculum around everything. So
What mandate is
they
that?
wokeified the schools.
What mandate is that?
There's different ones. Each state has their own laws, but it's a mandate to include all LGBT from kindergarten to all the way to 12th grade.
Yeah, I have no idea what you're talking
Yeah.
about.
I know you don't.
Sure. Let's see.
I used to live in Minnesota.
An LGBTQ mandate. It will say mandated curriculum in Minnesota or California. Minnesota, no. California mandates the inclusion of LGBTQ people in history and public instruction. You know who Bayard Rustin is?
No.
Do you know who Martin Luther King is?
Yeah.
Do you respect Martin Luther King?
Not really.
Not really?
No.
Oh. That tracks. Oh, that actually tracks. That actually tracks.
I know what that means.
I was going somewhere with that, but now I'm more interested in something else. What's your issue with Martin Luther King?
Isn't he a civil rights? Well, black people used to be better before he lobbied
What's
for
your
all this
issue with
bullshit.
Martin Luther King?
Well, that he took down the black people to the Democratic Party and sold them basically for slaves.
Sure didn't.
Lyndon B. Johnson.
Sure didn't.
No, what?
Nope.
Mm-hmm. I'll have these N-words voting for Democrats for 200 years.
That's not even a confirmed. Yeah, it's not even a confirmed quote, bro.
Well, it did happen though.
What he did say is that if you convince the lowest of the white men that they're better than the best colored man, then he'll let you pick his pockets. He said that.
That's
a summation.
Yeah, they'll pick it for you.
Oh yeah.
Anyways, with Trump, we got
no, I don't give a fuck about Trump at this point. I really, really want you to articulate what your specific gripe
Let's talk
with
about
Martin
King.
Luther King is.
Well, he was a piece of shit person, womanizer that beat women, drank a lot. So,
no evidence to support
really
any of that.
fascinating.
Yes,
that was all a lie. Every single thing you said was a lie. You know what is not a lie? What is confirmed? It is confirmed that Donald Trump does not respect women. It is confirmed that Donald Trump hit his wives. It is confirmed that he literally beat one down as he raped her in the first wife's divorce filings. It's confirmed that he was held civilly liable of the sexual assault of E. Jean Carroll. We absolutely have 26 other credible allegations against him, excluding one of the people who settled with the Epstein estate. All of those things are very confirmed. So before you come up here and try to make this ridiculous argument of, CIA propaganda against Martin Luther King, you should probably focus on the guy you voted for, Mr. I give a flying fuck about protecting women.
Well, the black people are as bad as they are because Martin Luther King Jr. like led them down that path. They were a lot better
Let
before
him
all the
down
Civil
what
Rights
path?
Act bullshit.
Oh, you have
All
an
the
issue with the
whatever
Civil
civil
Rights Act of
rights.
1964?
Well, what it's done to black people, as
Do you
far as
have
we
an
can
issue with
see,
the Civil
yes.
Rights Act of 1964?
What the outcome was, what I see
What's the
today,
outcome
yes.
of the Civil Rights Act of 1964? Tell me.
So basically, ever since the Civil Rights Act and Lyndon B. Johnson and all that shit with Martin Luther
I didn't
King,
ask you about
well, the blacks have
it's a
just
bill. It's
gotten
a
better.
bill. It's a bill. It's a
Yeah,
bill.
the
Six
blacks
thousand
have
percent.
not
Six
gotten
thousand
better.
percent. Black household wealth has increased. We actually have legal properties and a legal basis to be able to fight back against discrimination. The Trump administration is fighting back against that now. That has also contributed to voting rights access to black people who beforehand had to pay a
74% of
poll
baby
tax
mamas,
and had literacy
even the
tests and
family unit
otherwise
was
put in
better.
against them overall.
God bless you.
So yeah, you would be very much dead wrong in everything that you're saying, that black people were better off before the
Why
Civil
did the
Rights Act.
criminality
And it's
increase?
very
Can you tell
easy
me?
for you to say something as stupid as that because your whole face fucking whatever the fuck you are, and you should have no business speaking on behalf of the black community, which is why you're fucking racist.
God bless you.
W. Stacy, thank you for tomatoes. Yeah,
Yes,
throw some
I am
fucking
racist.
tomatoes
But
at
can you
this
tell
prick.
me
I would
why?
greatly appreciate every last one of you. Thank you so much for your support.
Why would telling white people via legislation what they can and can't do to black people, basically telling white folks via the 1964 Civil Rights Act that they can't discriminate against black people on the basis of race, why would that be a bad thing?
God
How is
bless
that
you.
bad for black people?
Well, first of all, why would you
Oh, mighty
like?
black historian man.
I'll explain. So, I'll give you an example. Why would you want to go into a business that says no blacks instead of just going to another business?
Why are you
Why does
answering
it
the
become so
question with a
important for
question?
you?
That doesn't make any sense.
Well, I need to
I
understand
want
where
to
you're
know
coming from.
why you would have a problem with legislation that tells white people they cannot discriminate against black people. And also as black people, don't say blacks again, it's black people. It's real
It's the
simple.
blacks.
It's black people.
It's the blacks. Whatever.
Yeah, I know you just want to raid like a rise out of everybody, but you suck at this. You're
Not at
not
all,
educated
ma'am.
with your racism.
Not at
Just
all. Well,
answer the
I don't
question.
believe in that term,
Show
your
off
stupid
that
term,
high
racism.
IQ. Show off your high IQ.
Oh, I don't
Answer the
understand
question.
this term racism with you
Answer
guys.
the question. If you can't answer the question and you're gonna keep running, it's just a
Well,
concession.
here
It's legit just a
I'll tell you
concession.
why. Okay, so I'll tell you why it was a bad thing to for this shit to happen. First of all, just look at all the.
She had a very specific question, and it wasn't this shit. Her very specific question is, how is it bad to have bills
Oh,
that
I'm
say
gonna
white people
answer.
can't treat black people a
Legislation.
certain way? Legislation that says y'all can't treat black people this way. Y'all can't discriminate against them. They should be treated no different from anyone else legislatively. How's that bad?
It's everything else that came after that. Promoting
Elaborate.
single mothers, promoting single mothers.
What promotion of single
Just
mothers
look
happened
at
in the federal government?
Lyndon B. Johnson did an act. It was a Single Mothers Act or parent without a some
Is he
shit like
breaking up
that.
for anyone else?
And that police women married, and they had a father
He's
in
cutting
the.
out. Is he breaking up for anyone else?
Okay, he is breaking up.
Yeah,
That must be the clan ancestor saying, son, you're bad at this.
gotta be something really bad.
That's what
W's in the
that
chat to
is.
Melanie for the $5 Venmo. It's always the ones with micropeens with the biggest mouths. Micropeens and I won't say that. Debbie's in the chat to you, Melanie. Thank you so much for your support. Please make sure you're taking care of Erica while she's up here as well. Links in the bio.
It's my
Let's get her
Obama.
coins over 1,000 coins. Of course, the best way to support my platform is going to be my links in the bio as well. Cash App, PayPal, and Venmo. Yeah, your service isn't good enough till you get your racism out. So go ahead and tell me how Lyndon B.
My
Johnson
Obama
promoted
phone's
single
acting up. I'm
motherhood.
sorry. So he specifically signed into the bill that people of color, if they have if they
He
are
specifically
married, they
did what
wouldn't get
now? He
federal
specifically
funds.
did what now?
People of here, let me get my other phone so I can get you the exact bill.
Yeah.
But I've already
Tell
read
me,
it.
tell me what the president of the United States put in the bill.
That
niggas
if these women were married to the man that they had kids with, that they wouldn't get any federal funds. Watch.
And this was
I'll pull up the
specifically for
specific
people of
name.
color, you said?
Yes,
Okay.
that's
All
how they
right. I just want
gotcha.
you to
That's
remember
how
you said that.
this is though.
I just want you to remember that you said that. And then tell us the name of the bill. That's
Give me
it.
just one moment. Yeah, that's fine. Where was it?
I'm not gonna lie, I would have dropped him if it wasn't for Erica, but I'm curious to see what he pulls up.
Hold on,
Nothing.
my internet's kind of slow.
Yeah.
Yeah, we know. We know
Yeah,
you're poor.
I'm in my
We
garage.
get it. Sure.
My
W's in the
Obama
chat to
phones are
Jesse
acting
for the
up. I'm
$5
sorry.
Venmo. What's up, Hector? Hey, cousin Erica. Does anyone else feel his white male mediocrity radiating through their phone? Oh, it's screaming. It's screaming.
He's an angry cracker.
Well, I'm
I
Mexican.
felt a
That's funny because I'm
disturbance in
Mexican.
the force. Yeah, Mexicans supporting
Yeah.
white supremacist talking points. The fuck are we doing here?
Mexican's
The fuck
not a
are we
race.
doing? Exactly. Sir, we get it. You're average at best at life, and it's fucking with you. That's why they come up here so angry all the time. That's exactly why. W's in the chat to you. W's in the chat to Nishan for the $1 Cash App. It's always the bigoted, hateful, white supas heads. I don't know what you're trying to say here, but you're probably right. W's in the chat to you, Nishan. W's in the chat to you. I appreciate your support. Oh, wow. I guess it's really hard to find a bill that doesn't exist with a provision that was
Yeah.
never a thing. Yeah. It's crazy.
Yep. Crazy work, right?
So do we think he's going to crash out and slur, or do we think he's going to run? Let's put our bets in.
Fudge. Can you make me big screen for just a moment, please?
Sure can.
Thank you. I present to you all an angry cracker. And if you look just a little bit downward, you'll see why it's angry. For this
Well,
one,
I
we'll throw
would be
some
a
guacamole
being.
on it. We throw some guacamole on it, I guess, or some salsa, who knows? But that's why it's angry. Right there. For all of you to see. We're still waiting for that bill, sir. That bill that says specifically that colored people, as you so eloquently put it, all right, could not have a husband in the home,
Damn, they got the evidence. They said he ran from Parker's live
or
earlier.
else you wouldn't get funding.
Yep, we got
Specifically for Black people. I want focus. Don't lose focus. Okay, I want you to focus.
Yep. Find that bill. Your service is already bad. It's just don't waste your energy trying to multitask. We know you're incapable of it. We're just waiting on that bill. But yeah, let's do our poll, guys. Let's do our poll here. Let's do smiley face. Smiley face if he's gonna slur. Cry face if you think he's gonna run. Smiley face if you think he's gonna slur. Cry face if you think he's gonna run. YouTube, 1 in the chat if you think he's gonna slur. 2 in the chat if you think he's gonna run. 1 in the chat on YouTube if you think he's gonna slur. 2 in the chat if you think he's gonna run.
We're holding for the white Mexican to provide us with the name of the bill. He's
White
never gonna
Mexican, that's
fucking
funny.
find it because it doesn't exist. But I can't wait for him to come back and tell us some bullshit because that's exactly what he's gonna do because he's not smart enough to engage in this conversation. And guess what, y'all? Hate makes you stupid. And guess what? He's actually stupid.
Okay, it's a Man in the House Act. I'm sorry. Yep, there it is. It's a Man in the House Act, which denies benefit if an unrelated adult male was living with the mother. And so we know who it affected from there because I believe in the 60s, blacks,
Just search that up on Google.
25%
Shut
divorce.
your fucking mouth.
And now it's
So it's not there. There's no such thing as a Man in the House Act. So I don't know what you're talking about. You want to try again?
You want me to pull it up on the big screen?
Yeah, I absolutely want you to pull me up on Congress.gov, the Man in the House Act. Yes.
Okay, give me just 1 second.
W's in the chat to Transicade Zombie for the $4.99 super chat. Caller, you don't give a fuck about women and children when you voted for a predator that essayed women and children. Shut the fuck up. 6,000%. W's in the chat to Sean for the $2 super chat. Caller, just get it over with. Slur like you want. Yeah. See, a bunch of people wanted to say why not both. So put a 2 in the chat if you think he's gonna slur and run. Fuck it. Put a 2 in the chat if you think he's gonna slur and run. W's in the chat to Rohit for the $2.99 super chat. Peter Griffin sounded. Don't you ever insult Peter Griffin like that. W's in the chat to you. Appreciate y'all's support.
Were they referring to Peter Griffin as me?
You find your source?
Yeah.
Yeah? Put it up on the screen.
Uh-huh.
Man in the House Act.
Well, I'm in the... Yes. Can you request me my screen thingy?
Put it up on the screen, my guy.
I know that's what that I'm asking you. Can you request it appearing?
What? Use the green screen option.
Can you request for the screen
put
because
it up on your screen? If you can't, you may not have enough followers. He has 164. You definitely have enough followers.
He was asking to send a camera request.
Oh, I don't want to see his face. I want to see his source.
Oh, fuck. Hold on.
Did you hear that? Did we hear that? I'll do it again.
What? Hold on.
You suck at
Let me
this.
hold on. Let me come. Yeah, I do. No, I do. Hold on. Let me.
Yeah. At least you admit it. At least you admit it that you suck at this. You should stop joining panels.
What else they suck at?
Man, I'm sorry for
sucking
not knowing
boots.
about. What the fuck is
sucking?
Claudia, don't give him the answers. Claudia, don't give him the answers.
Can you request me the camera thingy? Can you request it? What the fuck is going on?
You've never done this before, have you?
I have. I don't know what's wrong with it. It's because I have 2 accounts.
So you're just stupid.
I don't know yeah. I don't know. There's
Get your
something
shit
going on
together. I'm gonna sing a song. He's an angry cracker, and it's because his penis is small. That's why he's so filled with hate, and we know that hate makes you stupid. Also, we know that hate makes your penis small, so that's why he's so hateful and stupid. He's an angry cracker because his penis is small. But guess what? If he wasn't so angry and hateful and stupid, then he wouldn't have a small penis. But they all go together. There's a correlation here. He's an angry cracker because his penis is small. And his penis is small because he's hateful and racist too. Yeah, there's that. There's a song.
This must be the bill he's
looking for.
Disney.com. This is it.
I like that movie. I used to love me some JTT.
I've never seen this movie.
What? I think it was before your time. I ain't gonna hold you.
Probably
what the fuck is wrong with this thing?
Probably was.
You. Operator error.
Yep.
You.
I
told you.
I clicked on the, but on the camera
bigot
thing,
and
it
a
doesn't let me.
racist. You're a bigot.
Yeah.
It's my bigot Obama phone.
Dub is in the chat to Devin
fuck
for
is
the
this?
$2 of super chat. This clan member really does suck at this. We're still waiting over here on the TikTok. I know you guys can't see what he's trying to do. We're still waiting. Yeah. You know what's crazy? Here's what's even worse, Erica. You want to know what's even worse?
What's that?
It's the fact that if he just gave me the bill number, I can literally pull it up myself.
There's no bill number.
You guys just keep spoiling it for me.
I want him to pull it up. And if he can't pull it up and tell us the actual name of a bill, because what he provided you with doesn't exist, All right. If he can't do that, then what I want to happen is I want him to say that he was wrong.
Hold on. No, I already had it, dude. I've read it before.
Sure you did, buddy. Sure.
Dude.
Ooh, I got another one here, actually. Hold, please. Let's do this. Hey guys, in the meantime, between time, welcome into the stream. Those of you who are new, hi, my name is Hector Talks. This is Eric Ashante. We cook these fools on a daily basis. If you like the content that we're providing, please hit that follow button. Please hit that follow button. I am live every Saturday after 3 p.m. CST and randomly throughout the week. Erica's live just about every day as well. I think she's taking a break tonight. So please make sure you're following us. If you'd like to support us, one of the great ways you can do so is check out our respective gift galleries. If you click on Erica's name and you scroll down to B2 or B1, whatever she's in, click on mine, you scroll down to B5 gift gallery, and you see any of the grayed out gifts. Please feel free to knock them out and become a title gifter. It really helps support everything we're doing here and makes the TikTok gods recognize us. Get Erica's coins over 2K, whatever the fuck she's at. Run her coins up, please. And she also has links in the bio. Share out the live defensive family as well. Give it a good repost and add to your story. Let's knock out the Dolphins up here. We have 96 more of them to go. Send your daily heartbeats if you have not already. Keep doing all the good things. And of course, the links in the bio is going to take you to our social medias, Discord communities, respective merch shops, hectorshops.com with 2 R's, Erica's, ericaeffect.com. You can see get everything that you see in front of you right now. And then direct donations to the links to the bio. Those of you on the YouTube side, hit the like button on the stream, subscribe and turn on notification bells. And if you want to support the platform, super chat, super sticker, or consider becoming a member. Your engagement is super duper uber appreciated.
So, yes, Hector, should we just give him the answer?
I think if we're gonna give him the answer, he has to ask for the answer.
Okay, all right, bet.
That's what I think.
Okay, all right.
Because we can just tell him. Yeah, but
yeah, I mean, I could just keep singing the Angry Cracker song because that's what he is.
I think they like the Angry Cracker song. I think they wouldn't be opposed to that.
He's an angry cracker, and we all know the reason why.
I haven't helped kicked anyone in a while.
It's because his penis is small, and that's why he's so angry. Because he went through puberty, and it never really grew. So he is so angry, and that's why he's racist too. I don't know. I'm working on it. It's work in progress.
We got some people who make beats. We need somebody to make some beats.
I know, right?
We got to get a beat on that. Damn it! I need to do this. This is a screenshot I got last night, and I think this is this guy. So let's do some theories.
Got it.
Oh, he got it. He got it, y'all. He got it.
Fucking shit. Yes. Okay. So it was do I put? Can you send me the request again? Fucking shit.
Jesus Christ.
Camera thingy.
These things.
Oh fuck.
So.
This piece of shit.
It was a cold.
Fuck you.
It was a cold night in 1987. His daddy had called his mother earlier and said he will not be picking up. What's his name?
Renee?
Renee? That he will not be picking up Renee tonight because he's working a double shift. Little did he know that was a lie. He'd just rather drink with his buddies than actually see his son because of what a disappointment.
I'm sorry. No. I totally got it wrong. It was the War on Poverty Act.
Yeah. So then, I know. So then,
yes, it was the War on Poverty
Act.
Act.
To his bedroom,
golly, Jesus
and he
Christ,
went to start playing with his Legos. Were Legos a thing in 1980s? I don't know. So he went up to his bedroom and he started playing with his Legos, and then he heard some strange sounds coming from his mother's bedroom. So then he goes down the stairs.
Hector, please.
He creeps up slowly on the door. And the closer he got to the door, the louder his mother's sounds get. Sometimes he thought she was in pain, and others, he can clearly establish that it was immense amounts of pleasure. And then when he pushed that door open, and he took a peek into the little crack, he saw something that no young boy should ever see at his age. His mother getting cracked by a big black Mandingo. Later on, he learned his name
Nobody likes black men, not even black women.
His name was Terrell. And Terrell would show up every single Thursday night, like clockwork. And whenever Terrell
Mom
showed
is
up at that door, his mother was the happiest she had ever been.
It was the first time he heard a headboard hit a wall. That's crazy.
And from that day
Okay, all
on,
right. Now that we got it
little
out of the
Renee
way.
decided that he hates niggas.
Philly Wings. Okay, whatever.
Can't even get his service right.
Okay, like, bruh, you can't bring it up. I'm tired of the people waiting because at this point, you're fucking boring at this point. Like, you're useless. So just useless. Anywho,
So
it wasn't, be quiet. There was no law that was passed by by Congress, by the federal government that said you could not have, all right, a
poverty.
man
No,
in
it
the
was
house.
Lyndon
All
Johnson law.
right. So I really wish you shut up. Thank you.
Oh, shut up.
I
It
appreciate
was
you.
called War on Poverty.
Is he finished?
He will be finished. Keep going.
Okay, so when we established social welfare in the United States of America, there was a Social Security Act of 1935. All right. What happened is that law provided broad access to the states to implement how they saw fit. The no man in the house rule was something that states implemented and it was for everyone. So your claim about it being just for Black people is stupid. That tells me that you don't know anything about the 1866 Civil Rights Act, which explicitly states that you cannot create a law specifically for one group of people. There's that part.
Well,
So you don't
apparently,
know anything. You have no reason to
one
come
group
off
of
of mute.
people took it.
You have no reason to come off of mute because I'm not finished. So there's that part. All right. The next part of this, all right, is that the states were banned from implementing the no man in the house rule in 1968. So the federal government did stop them from doing that because no state law can supersede federal law, and it was in violation, all right, of the 1968, not 1960, it was in violation of the 14th Amendment. So that there's that part. But it did
Can I answer now?
not.
Can I answer?
No, you can't.
No, it can't. I'm just a little bit slower today than I normally am. All right.
Black
But
people.
you normally can't. You can, I forgot what I was about to say. Stop interrupting, please. You cannot say that the federal government implemented that law. They did not. That's why you weren't able to find anything for it because it doesn't exist. The federal government did, however, ban it. So there's that part. Good God.
6,000%. W's in the chat to Devin for the $2 super chat. Not only can he not pull it up, he can't get it up. Wouldn't surprise me in the slightest. Bro is coping hard. W's in the chat to you. W's in the chat too. I don't know if you want me to say your name. ZF for the $5 Venmo. So without Obama, he couldn't afford a cell phone? W Obama.
And I'm sorry.
6,000%.
I am sorry. I do need to make a correction. It wasn't Congress who did it. It was the Supreme Court in 1968 that did it. It was the Supreme Court that struck it down.
There you go. There you go.
You should just take your flip phone and close it, Renee. Just close the flip phone. That's all you have to do.
But hold, what administration? What administration took it to the Supreme Court?
That would be the Lyndon B. Johnson administration.
Oh, interesting. I guess he did care about those niggas. At least a little bit.
No, he didn't. He was racist as hell.
Yeah, he was. Now,
and did not. No.
What does the
I still got the blacks waiting on me?
Uneducated cracker has to say now?
The uneducated angry cracker.
So can I show you guys something? Yeah, that's me.
We know.
Yep. At least you're honest.
Yeah, that's me.
You're an honest anger cracker.
Yes. Have you ever seen South Park? You guys look like Mr. Pooh. Do you remember that episode?
Yeah. Anyways, what did you want to show us?
Yes.
Something related to the
So
argument that you cannot make, or
black rates in single motherhood have skyrocketed. Also, 12.7%.
okay. So
So Hector, go ahead.
I want
Poverty
you
rate has
to
gone up
not make
12.4%
the
in the
correlation
blacks.
causation fallacy. Not to mention, just because a black unit, let's say man, woman, otherwise, are not together in the household via the form of marriage, does not mean that both parents aren't actively involved in their child's life, especially with recent studies supporting the argument that we've always known, except for you fucking racists, that black men are the most involved in their children's life compared to any other demographic.
If that were true, we wouldn't.
I don't give a fuck about your positions and opinions. Can you show me a single statistic that supports the claim that black household wealth has decreased from before the 1960s to now?
He's an angry cracker, and we know the reason why.
Isn't that a fair
If you
question?
know the reason, it is a fair question. This is hold music. We're holding.
Has black unemployment went up since then? Has black household
Oh,
wealth
Hector,
gone
can I
down
tell
since
you
then?
something? Can I tell
Yes.
you something about unemployment stats? They didn't start tracking unemployment stats by race until 1972.
Wow.
Yeah. And you know
Wow.
why? You know why?
Yeah,
Because of
why?
things like affirmative action, because they had to actually hire people
I got
based
it to
off
work.
of
I got it to work.
merit, off of skill. They had to. So guess what? The government started tracking it, and they were going to get in trouble if they showed that they constantly, persistently, and consistently denied black people. Because why? Are you trying to say that black people aren't qualified to do the jobs? Nope, that wasn't it. Wasn't it? You motherfuckers were just racist and still are. And that's exactly
Well,
what the
most of you
darn going
guys.
EEOC. I'm not finished talking. The EEOC is trying to do that again today by by telling companies that they don't have to complete the EEOC survey to track demographics. They want y'all to believe that we live in a raceless society simply so that they, all right, can be fucking racist.
I
That's
love
it.
being racist.
We know.
Your ethnicity does not allow you to have a seat at the table. I just want to let you know that as soon as you open your mouth, all right, they're gonna start throwing salsa at you and tell you to go back where you come from. Okay, so you
Yeah,
don't
but
get a
most
seat at
people
their
don't like the
table. So there's
blacks.
that. You don't get
Anyway,
a seat
most
at your
people
table.
don't like the
You last
blacks.
place anxiety
So
having mother sucker.
yeah. Anyways, so this is just for black people. It has decreased from there on out. Watch this. The percentage of black people. This is 19. Lyndon B. Johnson days to 2016.
Hey, Hector, he
7%.
probably can't go inside of his house where his signal likely is better. He can't go inside of the main house, all right, because he wouldn't want to say this stuff around his, like, maybe his wife or around his children because he knows he's full of shit and he knows that he'd probably be sleeping outside like the dog he is if he were to say that around them.
If you would just go to the room where you at least have two windows, that one is kind of closer to the sky, you'll probably be able to do this. Just tell your uncle to close his ears. And I promise you'll be fine. Just go into the next room because no one can hear what the fuck you're saying.
What did he say?
I think it's funny
No one knows
how
because he
broke
kept cutting
people
out.
telling me that I'm poor.
Yeah, shut up. So, anyways, what were you showing us on that chart there?
So
What do you have on that chart there?
I was showing you that blacks have got.
No, put it back. Put it back. I don't care to hear what you're showing. I want more so see it. I want to see
So
it.
it's a black.
I want to see it. I want to see it. I
It's
want
a
to see
black
it.
rate.
I want to see it. I want to
Hector
see
wants
it.
to see the
I already
stats.
showed you,
I
homo.
want to see it.
I already
didn't.
showed you.
Hey,
You didn't.
it's okay, buddy.
I mean, I know you wish I was, but okay. Go ahead and
Why would I wish?
Go ahead. I don't know
Because
why
you want
any
to
of
take
you
him on
guys
a
do
date.
that.
We know, we
Yeah,
get it. Okay.
it's really weird.
So I have a question. Hector, did you know about the unemployment thing? The unemployment tracking by race started in 1972?
I didn't know. I didn't know that was the time frame specifically. No.
Okay. And chat, did you all know that it started in 1972? Yes or no? I just want to see how many people knew.
I still
Very
hardly see
interested.
blacks work. I don't hire them.
Most people didn't know about it.
Yeah.
Great. You all learned something today. It's pretty awesome.
And with that being said, because you guys learned something today, and because we support creators who put lots of hard work into gaining this information for you, I would like to hear several thank yous come from Erica's links in the bio within the next couple of minutes, because black women's labor isn't fucking free. Please make sure we're taking care of her with your coins and with her links. Shout out to you guys. That's what I'm talking about. Because when we learn shit here, we compensate the people who teach us. And Erica's a goddamn teacher. A teacher and a fucking cooker. So with that being said, can you put up your funky little chart again? Or are you too scared to get cooked?
Dude, I was putting it up for a while.
I don't want to hear about what you was doing. Put it the fuck up. How about that? That would be infinitely easier than chatting. No one likes the sound of your voice, quite frankly.
I already showed it to you, black man.
Oh, it was about to slip out, wasn't it? Oh, you thought you had one. You thought you had one. Oh, poor guy.
He said black man. He better call you what you are.
No.
Yep. He is a black man.
Oh, so sad.
That's what he is.
He's so sad.
Are you mad I called you a black man?
You know what? I feel like, okay.
Is this the first time you've been called a man in your life?
Shout out to you, Valerie. Thank you for the first galley. Shout out to Matt. Thank you for the gift. Shout out to the other person. I'm sorry, I did not see all your name. Shout out to Maga Cries. And boy, he's crying right now.
Hey, Maga Cries. Long time no see.
Crying doesn't come out in the form of like tears and everything from MAGA. Crying from MAGA comes out in the form of I hate the blacks. I don't like the blacks. Blacks not counting my money. I hate it. The only people I like counting my money are the people with small hats. Yeah, that's how it comes out. That's how their cries, their tears.
I don't like them either.
It comes out in DEI is woke, go broke. It comes out in the
LGBT.
It comes out in the Man Out of the House Act, whatever the fuck he said at the beginning of this conversation. What a dumbest
LGBT shit.
That shit was so stupid. Oh, not me deleting the pool. Hold on.
I also want to let you all know that because he's not smart, so this is just more so education for the chat, that his initial claim was that prior to the Civil Rights Act of 1964, that Black people some way, somehow were doing better. But what we have to know is that the poverty rate for Black people in 1960 was over 50%. It was at 55.1%. 55.1%. 55.
How'd you guys do?
That means over half of the population of Black people in the United States of America in 1960 were living in poverty. All right. As of 2024, which is the most recent stat available, all right, the poverty rate is at 20%. At 20%. All right. I still think that is too high, yet that is where it is. And that's a hell of a decrease because that's been cut in over half since 1960.
Very good point.
So, I mean, I want to know, he has not been able
now you weep
to
because of the government.
Now he has not been eloquently able to state, all right, why the Civil Rights Act, all right, was a bad thing for Black people. Legislation that pretty much just told white people, hey, all right, you can't discriminate against Black people. That's all the law, that's all that it did. That's all that it said. And that was a bad thing? Yeah. Why?
Really quickly.
No, it expanded.
He wanted to pull a little flex. He wanted to do a flex. Did you say that you make more money than us, Renee?
I do.
Oh, you do? What business do you have, huh?
I'm a contractor.
You're a contractor?
Yes, sir.
Construction?
I build homes, yes.
You build homes. What's the name of your business?
Nunya?
Nunya? Nunya don't exist?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, I know.
Yeah.
I know it doesn't exist.
Yeah.
I love how people with no businesses try to sit here up here and say that they make more money than us. Dude, I promise you, Taco Bell does not pay you what TikTok pays me, what YouTube pays me, what any of the platforms and shops that I have pays me. Taco Bell doesn't pay you that, right? So I don't know why you're trying to flex on behalf of your, I don't know, part-time job. But we're talking about like real jobs and like real income. which you clearly don't have. It's really weird. It's really weird. He hangs drywall. He's not the contractor.
That's cute.
Yeah, it's really embarrassing. Yeah. I'm just saying. Let's go bar for bar. What's your business? What's your business?
Build homes.
No. I said, what's your business?
It's my business.
Yeah, what's your business?
What I do, I build homes. That's my business.
No. You keep saying what you do. That's not a business. You said you had a business. You said you make more money than us with this business. What's your business?
Yes. It is my business. I build homes.
Oh, yeah. He doesn't have a business. It's really sad. It's really sad. W's in the chat to Keyshawn for the $1.70. Cash App 10 cents per year between 72 and 79, my birth year. Are you talking about the wage increase for black people? Is that what you're talking about specifically? 10 cents per year? And your donation is 17 years of 10 cents.
Well, black people don't make money.
What a fascinating donation. W's in the chat to you, Keyshawn. W's in the chat to Jesse for the $5 Venmo. So I know this is self-hate and cornball. So I know this self-hating and cornball is not saying he makes more money than us. Yeah, it is fake business. He don't want to play big bank, take little bank of us. He'll lose every single time. Yeah, of course he's losing. Of course he's losing. Easy. Light work. W's in the chat to y'all. I'll just round this up to 7.
Bank, take little bank.
It's really sad. It's really sad. Hold on. I need to message somebody here.
You know, Hector, I have a question. It's not more so a question. It might be. I don't know. Let me see. If you were actually happy with your life, right? You were happy with your life. Your business is booming. Okay. All right. You get to do the things that you want to do. You get to travel. All right. If you have kids, you get to take care of your kids. All right. You get to do the things that bring you joy, that bring you happiness. All right. Would you fall asleep every night thinking about like people you hate, that you just don't like, that you think that you're better than? Would you fall asleep thinking about them? Would you fall asleep thinking about what's in somebody else's pants? All right. Would you fall asleep thinking about what your black neighbor had for dinner tonight? Like, would you think about that type of stuff?
I would make the argument that anyone who is so consumed by those things and would come up on a panel and display his ignorance to the degree that this person has clearly has nothing else better to do or no other priorities or things that makes him happy. So he has to lash out in the form of racism and mediocrity.
Because I was wrong, Hector. It's not that he, is afraid to have his family hear what it is that he's saying. That's why he won't go into the house where the signal is better. It's literally because he lives in that garage. That's not his family in the house. All right. That's his landlord that's in the house. All right. He rents a corner in the garage is what he does. He's renting a corner in the garage. Because that's what painting drywall gets you and being a hateful bigot.
So unlike you broke people, right?
Be a bigot.
I have hobbies and shit. And so I'm just fixing my really expensive truck. Yeah, I have hobbies and shit.
Oh, no, he didn't.
Yeah.
No, he didn't. Look at my broken down truck in a garage. I got hobbies.
Sir, you're going to have to move that truck out of there if you're going to go to sleep tonight. Unless you're going to go to sleep outside.
Oh, my God.
That
YouTube. Hold on. YouTube. Any one of you on YouTube who have a TikTok account, come over to TikTok real quick. You need to see this. I cannot show it to you. Come over to YouTube real quick. You need to see this. Bro turned on his camera to show his fucking salvage lot. That's fucking crazy.
The salvage lot. Jesus Christ. The salvage lot is wild.
Oh.
You better get those broken down cars, those unregistered vehicles off of the darn going lawn before the city finds you.
All right, broke people. That's fine. I love the brokes. I love
Where's
it.
the
I
one that
love it.
runs?
I
Where's
love
the
the
one that
broach.
runs?
I love it.
That's
Where's the
a
one
great
that
question.
runs?
Where is the one
Oh,
that
this is the
runs?
only one that
We
I
want to know
haven't
the one
done.
that drives. We want to know the one that has
Do you know
wheels.
what ex-
We want to
Do
know
you
the
know what
ones that when you
extensive
start, it
pistons
doesn't
are?
send out a thing of smoke. That's the one we want to. That's the one we want to see. Okay. We don't want to see your cousin's truck, bro, that you're trying to fix for him because he can't afford to get the right mechanic. We don't want to see that, bro. We want to know the right truck. That's what we want. That's what we want. Yeah. 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 Thank you guys for the follows. I appreciate you. W's in the chat to Ashley for the 10 for the
So,
drawing
who
stick
doesn't
houses
have
with crayons job. W's in the chat to you,
Piece of
Ashley.
shit.
W's in the chat to you. I appreciate your support. His internet, you can't even maintain a decent enough service to show off the rest of your lot. You can't even maintain a
'Cause I'm
decent
in the
enough
garage.
service to show off the rest of your salvaged cars. Isn't that fucking crazy? Every single time he tried to show us a source, every single time he tried to show us his baby mama's salvaged cars, it won't pull up. This is wild, bro. This is wild. And he thinks this is actually kind of sad. Actually, no, it's not. If you weren't racist, it would be sad. If
It's
you're just
not
stupid,
sad.
it would be sad.
It's a
Yeah,
piece
but-
of poop.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know
I
why they always
understand that
bring
broke
it
Put
to
it
the
back
people
on.
point
don't
Put it
you
back
know.
on.
just discuss policy.
I understand why broke people are
Can't
think
even
that way,
discuss
right?
policy. Whatever helps you sleep at night, buddy. This sounds like that copium.
Opium.
It sounds like
Cope.
a whole lot of copium. Do you
Cope. Please
sniff
don't
it?
make me sing the Angry Cracker song again.
Do you put it up your nose? Do you digest it,
God
or do you put it
bless
up
you.
the backside? Oh, shout out to Mr. Chaos for the Rust Reforged. Big W's to Mr. Chaos. Thank you so much for your gift. W's in the chat to you. W's in the chat to you. W's in the chat to NoPal for the $5 PayPal. Has my Mexican ass. Oh, I got it. This guy has my Mexican ass feeling the white guilt. That's diabolical. W's in the chat to you. W's in the chat to Trisha for the $5 Venmo. Drop pool. Can Renee tell us the going rate on copper?
Bruh. That shit crazy.
That's funny.
Trisha, that's my favorite.
I want people to stop
Trisha,
doing
that's my
this.
favorite.
Like, we're better than this.
Trisha,
Like,
that's my favorite.
we're just better at all
Are-
of this than they
We
are.
really are. We really
He's not
are.
even creative.
He's not.
Blacks aren't better at it.
Dub is in the chat to
Be
Politics with
creative,
Matt for the
bro.
$5 Venmo. It's really kind of you to platform such underprivileged field whites. You know. Here's the thing, Matt. Here's the thing. Sometimes I look down upon my. Sometimes I look down upon my inferiors. Okay, I look down upon my inferiors, and while they don't deserve it, I decide to give them a little olive branch. Okay, so that's why people like Renee. I figured I'd give him a chance to at least try to make something of himself on this platform. Because, that's a huge grift nowadays. Trump supporters just getting up on TikTok panels, saying the most asinine bullshit. And it doesn't have to be true to Trump supporters to get the follow, to get donations, to get coins. It just has to be hateful. So I figured I'd give him an opportunity to build his base. I don't know how well he's doing. How many followers did you get from this, buddy? Let's see. Oof. Somebody named Lori sent you 50 coins, and then you got another follow. Oh, two white women, of course. Then this anime guy, another bigoted racist who never comes up. Love you, Jim. Love how much engagement you put in my comments on a daily basis. And a fucker named Neil. That about tracks. So listen, man, you have a start. You have 5 people to start with to build your platform, to build your base. Congratulations to you, buddy. I figured I'd help you out. And one of these days, you'll be a sliver of the greatness that I and Erica am. Debbie's in the chat to Jesse for the $5 Venmo. Is he a part-time shady tree mechanic and day laborer? Wow, he is miserable. Don't worry about it, big dog. We're close to finding out who you are. Give us a minute. I have no idea what Jesse's talking about. Debbie's in the chat to you. Debbie's in the chat to you, Jesse. I appreciate your support. Any other inferior takes you would like to share with us, Renee? I actually think his phone service is that bad he can't talk anymore. That's what I think it is.
Well, why'd you mute me? I was under my truck.
You've
I
been
was doing
unmuting
shit.
this entire
Why'd you
time.
mute me?
Very nice excuse. You know exactly how to hit that unmute button. W's in the chat to Jeff for the $2 PayPal. I bet this guy knows exactly how much drug he can get for a catalytic converter. Wait. He said, I bet this guy knows exactly how much drug he can get for a catalytic converter. Caller, as a fellow white person, I'm asking you to please shut the fuck up already. You are a total embarrassment to all of us. That part they are. Hey man, I'm gonna. You're not muted. Here you go. The floor is yours. I want you to share with us your best take. Come on, buddy. This is the big statement, okay? Say you were running in the 2028 presidential election, okay? And you had this one opening statement to tell the world to get people to vote for you. This is your floor, right? This is your campaign. This is your policy. This is how you feel about black people. Here, the floor is yours. I want you to tell us.
You want to be good in life, move away from the blacks.
Go on.
That's it. That's all you got to do.
That's how you win millions of votes?
A lot of people would listen.
Oh, I have no doubt they would. And then there's that. Yeah, that's that.
So that one was a block. That one was a permaban.
He really sucked at this.
He said some true things though. Like, listen. You could
Like
take.
what?
Don't worry about the fact that he was a piece of shit. Don't worry about the fact that he was a raging racer or anything. He said some true things, and I really want people to listen in on. I really want people to acknowledge the true things that he said. He said that he can run off of stay away from the blacks, and he would get a lot of votes. He's correct. He said not a lot of people like black folks. He's correct. He said a lot of true things. So I just want to, in fact, I think I'm going to clip some of the things that he was saying. And I think I'm going to start playing it to some other Trump supporters. Every single time you guys have the fucking audacity to request up on my panel or call in my number and tell me that you guys aren't racist and that you don't support racism and that the Triple K and other groups who hate and antagonize marginalized communities such as the black and others don't do it because of that hatred. I think I'm just gonna play those little sound bites. And before you try to distance yourself from that person, what he said wasn't very different from shit Trump has said. Just want to remind everyone.
Fair enough.
Some real shit.
One day I'll speak to a Trump supporter who isn't wants to make it all about race. I just want to say thank you to Stacy for the $5.55. I love a good angel number. You and Hector make my day. Well, you just made mine. Thank you very, very much, Stacy. I appreciate you, friend. Draw some hearts in the chat for Stacy. Also, Mel. Hey, Mel sent 5 and said, not listening to a man who couldn't pick his team out of a lineup, guest sucks, and his wife is cheating on him. That's fair assessment. Fair. Not gonna hold you. Also, shout out to Mr. Jackson 5 Nostrils for the 20. He said, you need to put some white cheddar on that cracker. You're funny. All right. Drop some hearts in the chat for our donors, guys. Y'all are awesome. Thank you.
And shout out to the final donator to the drop pool, the Racist Cracker drop pool. Shout out to Lauren for the $18 Venmo. Kick that fool. Love you, Hector. Shout out to you, Lauren. Shout out to you. Lauren is a fascinating friendly. Lauren will lurk lives. She'll just lurk and she'll just wait for her time to shine. Lauren will just wait for her time to shine. She's waiting for the person to come out and say some crazy shit. Then Lauren goes, I'm gonna get him up out the paint. Shout out to Lauren. Big W's in the chat to Lauren. Big W's in the chat to Lauren. Uh, Elowania? I see
Elevania.
Elevania. Thank you so much for that.
Yes, I'm sorry I don't support Trump, but I wanted to send you a message. I love you guys. And I used to be in the detention center when Obama used to be president back in 2014. So I used to be in El Paso, in Texas, in detention center. And I remember back then it was not like the way how it was now. I have a daughter that lives in Texas, in El Paso. I'm praying for my daughter every day. She's mixed with, I'm Brazilian, but my ex-husband, he's black. She's mixed black
Biracial.
and Brazilian, biracial. And I'm also German, so she also German. So I remember when Obama was president, it was way different. ICE was not like that. They was way polite, more like it was different. And so I deported myself back to Germany when Trump became president, and everything changed in 2018.
Wait, you left in 2018 or you left
I
now?
left 2000. I left 2018. I went to the States 2010. I had a green card. I used to live in the States for 9 years, and my green card expired after 2 years. But like when Obama was president, I was still like my green card already expired, but I was illegal. But it was different. It was not. I didn't get deported because I wasn't I wasn't a criminal, you know. And I was still able to like fight for my second green card. So and it was different. And then when Trump became the first time president, it was just you could feel a change as an immigrant. You felt a change.
Well, I don't think that I don't think you should have been in that center under either administration, to be completely fair. But yeah, unfortunately, how we
Yeah.
handle immigration has drastically changed here.
Like like I was in that time when the two presidents, changed it. Like when it went from Obama to Trump, and I felt the difference. And I just want to say, ICE was not that corrupt and not that aggressive and not that like I watch the news and I follow everything. And my daughter, she's living good. Like she's living a good life with her aunt because her dad died 2 years ago. Rest in peace. But like I said, like it's America. I used to love America. America was really it was different. It was different compared to now. It was way different. If I think back 15 years ago, if I think back 15 years ago, it was way different. And I do miss it, how it used to be.
So do we, and we are actively trying to get that back at some point in time, starting with these midterms. Well, I'm happy you're safe. I know you said your daughter's still in El Paso.
Yeah.
Hopefully she's
She's
careful out there.
now she's in high school now, 9th grade. She's doing amazing. Yeah, she's a teenager, but like I said, she don't want to come to Germany because she has nothing to do with Germany. She grew up all her life, in America. So I let her be in America, graduate and everything, do her high school, So, but we in contact every day.
That's good. Well, she shouldn't have to want to go to Germany. This is her home, and she belongs here. And
Exactly,
we'll continue to try and keep
exactly.
it that way.
Exactly.
I appreciate you coming up. Thank you for telling our story. That was actually a nice
You're
little
welcome.
palate cleanser.
Bye,
for
and I
kids we've
love
been
you,
talking to.
Erica.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm glad you guys are
Bye-bye.
safety. I hope you have a great day.
Appreciate you.
That's what's up.
W's to Elevania? I think she said Elevania?
Yes.
Yes, Elevania. Shout out to Elevania. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Anywho's, guys, we're almost at 400,000, and since there's 520 of you in here at least, I think we can double tap that screen to get up to 600. No, 500,000 at least. Let's try to end the stream with at least 500,000. We're reaching that point in time where we've scared them all off. Looks like we've won. It's not hard. It's not hard. You know, I find interesting, Erica. It happens very rarely.
What's
but
that?
when we have like the guests join and they're just a real piece of shit, and then we don't get people afterwards, I've always thought that was interesting, because for one,
Yeah.
these are the same groups of people that say, no, I'm not racist. I don't support racism. I don't condone the things that they're saying, all this different stuff, right? But then when they hear someone like that speak, they don't condemn it. They don't condemn it. They don't clean up afterward. Not that you have any responsibility to clean up after other people, but there's a Trump supporter you kind of do. Every time you guys try to distance yourself from what the Trump administration represents and what it's doing, you guys only implicate yourselves further. I'm going to continue to talk about this quite a bit. In fact, you guys are going to get tired of me talking about the EEOC changes, because it is the most blatant example of just everything this administration wants. They do not care about systemic oppression. They don't care about misogyny. They do not care about xenophobia. They for damn sure don't care about racism. They are actively encouraging it with every single ruling. And these encouragements, who does this benefit? It benefits their side, who is in power right now. Executive, judicial, legislative branch. They have the House, the Senate, the Supreme Court.
But when we talk about the EEOC though, and who it benefits with them, I'm thinking of like what they're doing in regards to not tracking demographics anymore. Is just what I said earlier. All right, this is going to impact so many people, not just Black people, women also, because when you don't track the stats, you don't track the people who the company is hiring. What ends up happening is that no one is tracking the pay differences between men and women. No one's tracking that. All right. There's no reason, all right, that a white man makes $1 and even a Black man makes 97 cents for every dollar the white man makes. And darn gone, a white woman makes what, 87 cents, I believe it is, for every dollar that the white man makes. And a Black woman makes, what is that number? I think it's 63 cents for every dollar. That's not okay. All right. And we're only going to start to see those disparities grow wider because they're not tracking it. All right. Again, 1972 is when they started tracking unemployment stats by race. Okay. Right. And it was because of affirmative action. They didn't have a choice to, because then they would have to justify why they weren't hiring Black people. And they would have to prove that it was based off of not having the qualifications. And they knew simply that wasn't the case. Affirmative action actually helped it to be about merit. It helped things be about merit, about a person having the skill and the qualifications to do the job. But they don't see it that way. They said, "Oh, it gave you a leg up." No, you would have never. You can't get a job as a fucking carpenter, all right, if you don't know how to do woodwork. You have to be good at woodwork in order to be a carpenter, right? You don't get into Yale if you're not smart. If you don't have the grades to get into Yale, if you don't have the test scores to get into it, I don't understand their whole line of thinking here, Hector. But here we are, and soon enough, if this isn't a decision that's reversed, we'll start to see the impact of that once again.
It's no different from when more companies started to take into consideration, let's say commercially, people run commercials in businesses, that a ad that is more reflective of the diversity that's in the Americas, or even the communities that they were targeting for business, would help them make more money. And then you started to see more Black people in ads. You started to see more women in ads. Or better yet, the natural hair movement, when you started to see more Black people in certain forms of media, not with the pressed hair, wearing their big afros, wearing their braids, so on and so forth. And then certain demographic of people looked at them. And when I say certain demographic, let me be clear. I'm talking about a certain racial demographic. This isn't even about party anymore. There's a whole nother conversation where I'm about to get into about white leftist racism. But certain demographic of people said, ooh, we're seeing more of them in our ads. There's nowhere we can go to escape them. They're everywhere. And they believed just because there was an increase in those people in their ads and their fields, that meant that they were being given a leg up, versus those Black people and others were actually being recognized for the talent, the merit, the qualifications, and everything else that they had the entire time before. Which is why all of the firings, all the layoffs that the Trump administration has done in the federal government is not, and I want to emphasize this, it's not based off of qualifications. It's not based off of low performance, anything of that nature. You can look at the actual reports. You can look at the Doge cuts. Go to doge.gov/savings. You can look at all the things that they cut, the things that they labeled wasteful spending. Look who those funds were directed towards. None of it is based off of misappropriation, fraud, or anything of that nature. And it's on record. But that's what they're telling you because they want you to believe it. On the note of white leftist racism.
That's exactly it.
So I saw a video today. I want to see if I can find it, actually. Fuck it. Yeah, I'm going to play it. I'm just going to play it for you guys because I think this is important. And I can already hear Erica in my ear. Remember that thing you told me the other day? About not upsetting the... Remember that?
Oh, have fun.
I can already hear you.
I've already crossed that threshold. Yeah.
It's a fucking kind of day because we need to talk about this, and it's very important. So, shit. Did I
talked about this yesterday? Oh, does it include a son and someone who claims to be on the left?
No.
Okay.
This is about this is about Bernie. This is gonna be about Bernie.
Fuck with him.
So I understand that a lot of you guys really God damn it! It's about to cook.
Bruh.
Call from
Brian.
We'll get back to this. Let's get Erica above 6K coins.
To accept.
Calling on the line, did you vote for Trump?
Yes, I did.
Do you condemn racism?
Well, what you guys claim is racism, I don't think really is. Yeah, you guys are lucky. I mean, why can't you be grateful that you're in America?
Too easy. Why was it so hard for you to just say, yes, I condemn racism? Why was that so hard for you, sir?
I condemn real racism.
What is fake racism?
Fake racism is something that you use as like a political pawn, like Obama used for 8 years to divide the country.
Oh, really? What
Yeah.
Can you give me an example of Obama weaponizing "quote unquote" fake racism to divide the country?
Everything.
I need an example.
Shooting.
An Oxford
I'm
example.
sorry.
Give me an example of him weaponizing. Wait, have we fucking talked before?
I don't. Maybe. I mean, what's wrong with that?
You sound familiar. Your level of ignorance is very familiar.
My level of ignorance. Why do you? I'm being honest.
Can I search?
But look, Obama weaponized every little problem. Oh, racism. Oh, you're a victim. You think that's good for somebody's mentality?
Those words never came out of his mouth. Actually, I don't know what you're talking about.
Every issue. But
Can you give me an example
for 8 years.
of Obama, quote unquote, weaponizing race or racism?
Oh man, he did the whole 8 years. He used racism.
Yeah, I asked for a specific
Michelle
example.
would come on.
Your filibuster.
I'm black and it's harder and
yep,
it's
those
harder
words
for us.
never came out of his mouth. He never said I'm black and it's harder for me. Those words never came out of his mouth. At least not in that order. Yeah, shut the fuck up. I need you to give me a fucking example of what you're saying. You want to do that? Get straight to that. You said he weaponized racism. You said it's fake racism. Give me an example of fake racism. Because you know what you've given me so far? You've given me the fact that a black man won the Oval Office and he was able to maintain that seat for 2 elections. And that insulted you. That made you feel a certain kind of way inside because you didn't think he belonged there. And because of the things that he talked about and the truth that came out during that time period, it made you and your demographic feel a certain kind of way. And now you're lashing out. Which is exactly the reason why Donald Trump won the Oval Office, by the way. Donald Trump won the Oval Office because you guys wanted to stick it to niggas for electing a black man. I stand on what the fuck I said. What is your example, bitch boy? Give me the example. Get specific.
You won't
Make
let
it
me
quick.
talk. You just keep
Make
talking
it quick.
over me.
I'm not going to allow you to ramble. I've dealt with enough racists today.
I don't
Give
wanna
me a
ramble.
fucking
I'm not a
example
racist.
of Obama being or weaponizing quote unquote fake racism.
let me get to it.
Example. Just get to it. I don't need your filibuster. I don't need your rambling. I need you to say in 10 words or less what you're going to typically use 100 for. Don't struggle.
Him promoting
I'm
DEI?
sure your red state education
Him
is better than
promoting
that.
DEI?
So I need to. I'm sorry. When did DEI come out of his mouth in the entirety of his presidency? Also, there's nothing wrong with that. I need you to give an example of quote unquote fake racism. DEI isn't fake racism.
Fake racism, the same old
Give
stuff.
me an example of fake racism. This is strike one. Strike one. Give me an example of
it's
fake
all
racism.
fake. Nobody buys
Strike
all that
two.
stuff.
Give
you
me an
guys
example
are
of
lucky
fake
you live here,
racism.
not Africa.
That's what I thought. That's what I thought. I've been having a field day lately with Trump supporters bringing back up this point of Obama making the racial divide bigger. I've been having a fucking field day with it. I've been having an absolute field day with that shit because it's so telling. It's so telling. If you legitimately believe that something Obama said or did is the reason why white people lashed out with racism, you're walking into the point. I need you guys to understand something. Obama, this is the big one they keep citing. I swear to God, one of these right-wing podcasters said this shit, and that's why they keep citing it now. The shooting, was it Trayvon Martin, I believe? When Obama said, hey, Trayvon Martin could have been me, or what he specifically said, it could have been my son. He said it could have been me or it could have been my son. When he said those words,
Could have been my son.
Could have been my son. Thank you. When he said it could have been my son, and you guys, this is the reason that's been cited to me 3 times now. I've been counting. I've been fucking counting. This is the 3rd time someone said he caused a racial divide, and they cite that reason. That's the only one they have. They say, when he said that could have been my son, that was him causing the racial divide. God forbid a man relates with a young boy who is of his race, who is of his makeup, who had similar experiences. God forbid a man say, that could have been me. I could have been treated that way. I have been treated that way, but I made it out. I survived. Other people weren't so lucky. We can't do that shit anymore, right? Black people cannot speak about their experiences. We can't relate to a shared experience amongst other black people that we all collectively understand and have experienced to different degrees, because that alone, that acknowledgement, pisses them off. Y'all understand that the acknowledgement alone of American history and the treatment towards black people vexes them to their core.
That is divisive. And Biden is divisive because of his push for equity. They don't know that though, but I'm summing it up to that for his push for equity. But Donald Trump saying that, Mexican people are poisoning the blood of our nation, that migrant workers have backs that were built to work in the field.
Naturally.
Yeah.
He said naturally.
That's not racist. Lisa is definitely not she's a friendly. Also saying my black, when he pointed to the gentleman that was at his rally, his black.
African Americans, my black.
They're taking your black jobs. They're taking your, what the hell is a black job? All the stuff that Donald Trump has said isn't divisive, but Obama, again, showing empathy and relating to a mother and father who lost a son. All right, that's divisive. Biden trying to ensure that hurdles are removed out of people's way so that everyone can have that equal access to opportunity. That's divisive. Again, I want you all to understand that in any moment in history where there was some form of progression for Black people, it looked like oppression to the privileged, aka white folks.
6,000%. 6,000%. TikTok on this desktop is very weird because I can't find the video. Because I can check mentions and tags. I was mentioned in a response to the video I commented on. The video is going to show you guys, but it's not showing up. Ooh, so sorry.
What's the video?
Excuse me. It was a video. I don't even know how to. Because this is showing.
I'm listening.
Got it. All right. So first off, before I play this video and lose like 200 people viewers, I just want to say, to every single white person who stays here, who is on the left, that is deconstructing, that cares about the plight of black people because they understand that what's good for black people is great for them too. Shout out to y'all. Also, that shouldn't be the only reason why you care about black people, but at least it's the start. Shout out to y'all.
Because not realizing that every time there was something that actually progressed Black people forward, all right, the quality of life for white people also improved. You know that the reason why we don't have universal health care, which is something they were considering in the 1920s, was because racism. Correct. They legit did not want Black folks having health care. Wicked work.
That is correct. Same with free college. It used to be more than just community colleges.
Bruh.
Isn't that crazy? Could you imagine how much better the country would be if racist white people weren't so hateful?
I just want you all to know that the one drop rule that was established during chattel slavery, all right, that Hitler and them thought that shit was too harsh. The Nazis thought that the one drop rule was too harsh. So that's why when it came to Jewish people, they made it so what you had to have, it was something about your grandparents had to, if you had a grandparent that was Jewish, then you were considered, it was just really ridiculous. Like 3 out of 4. Wicked work.
Wicked work.
I hate it.
Oh, please. Steve, did you vote for Trump?
Yes, I did.
Yes, you did. You did not?
Yes, I did.
Thank you. Cool.
And okay, I know we can go back and forth debate on why did you do this and why did I do that. But one thing I want to know, why are you?
I don't care. I need you to answer my questions, please. Do you regret your vote,
Let
good
Jesus
sir?
take the wheel.
Do you regret your vote is the question.
Hey, Steve, I sent you a request to unmute.
Hey, Erica, you know what he was going to say? You know what he's going to say, right?
I know what he's about to say. Can I say something really quick?
Yes, you
All
can.
right. I just want to say, like, it's not often that we get blagger. So I just hope that everybody can, including me, okay? Including me. All right. I hope we can all allow each other to speak, not ramble, and actually engage in a productive conversation. We don't have to debate. We can just have a conversation. That's it. Steve, I sent you the request to unmute, friend. Is he not looking at his phone? I don't know what's happening.
It's
you're not Mr. Jackson Five Nostrils.
Yeah. It's the button when you click on your icon, it's going to show a microphone. If there's a slash between it, that means you're muted. If you press it, you unmute yourself.
Okay.
There you go. Do you regret your vote for Donald Trump?
No, I do not.
Why is that? And Erica, take over.
Okay, Erica and you, my young man, you guys sit and you dispute this thing on this platform that he provided for you guys. He fought for TikTok to be. No, see, there you go. You're getting in your feelings because you don't get out of your feelings. Get out of your feelings, okay? Because I understand we are more emotional than we are logical, okay?
Who is we?
Get out of your people in general, human nature, okay?
All right, so
Donald Trump
that
and
Donald
his
Trump
cabinet have fought for TikTok to still be up here, and you guys monetizing off the same thing that he fought for. You just said you cursing your maker.
Okay, is that I just don't want you to have to repeat yourself. You don't have to continue. You don't have to repeat yourself.
You're cursing your maker. You cursing. You just should say goddamn thank you.
I can
because
respond.
he provided the same platform for you guys to dispute these things, dear.
Steve, that's the 3rd time you said that, so I'm gonna respond. Okay,
rebuttal.
But you gotta stop talking.
Okay, go ahead. Rebuttal.
There we go. All right, sir, you'd actually be partially correct because I guarantee you do not know.
Partially, I'm exact.
All right, the person who actually started the fight against TikTok and the reason why it happened. So there's that. Also, Donald Trump didn't fight for TikTok. What he did is that he has used this all right, as a conduit to push his far right media. That's what he's done. That's it. He's used this to actually make him and his friends money. That's all he's done.
And you
So
use it
with
to
that
make you
being
money.
said, Donald Trump is
Are
the
you
actual
using it to make you
reason that
money?
on January 19th,
Sweetheart, are you
January,
using it
when
to
was
make you
it?
money?
It was
Are you
January
monetizing
19th
off of TikTok?
of last year.
Sweetheart, are
Last
you
year.
monetizing
Please
off
don't
of
call me
TikTok?
sweetheart, sir. Listen, Puddin', do not call me sweetheart, okay?
No, I will call you sweetheart. So
Okay.
go ahead and counsel
No.
me
Listen to me.
because you're in your
Hey,
feelings,
Puddin', boo
because
boo.
you are
Boo
privatizing
boo.
off
I'm
of.
not in my feelings. You're the
Yes,
only
you
one
are.
that's getting loud and over talking.
Did he say
I remain pretty
prophetizing?
calm. That's what he said.
Yes.
So my whole
Yeah,
thing
go
is
ahead.
that you're the only one that's showing emotional behavior
No,
here.
I'm not.
Is what you're doing. The
No, I'm not
emotions that
because you
I'm
guys
reflecting would be
capitalizing off of
calm.
bullshit, man.
The
Just spill
emotion that I'm
bullshit
exploring
every day, all day.
exuding is
And
calmness. Hey, listen,
what you do for a living?
listen,
Okay,
Hector,
what do you do for a living, dear?
I'm just gonna tell you,
God
Hector,
bless you.
he got one more time.
What do you do for a living?
I never
Okay.
committed to your thing because I knew it was coming.
What do
Oh,
you
you
do
never
for a
committed
living?
to it?
Please
Okay.
answer me that question. What do you do for a
Knew it
living?
was coming.
What I do for a living? Oh, content
Yes.
creation.
It is content creation.
Yeah, so as a
Okay.
content
How many people
creator,
you
I
employed and
also
made
work
rich?
as a political commentator.
Okay, how many people have you employed and made rich?
Why would I need to employ anyone if I have
Exactly.
just my
But you
business? I'm
want to tear
confused.
down those who made rich and those who gave a better life to.
Who gave a better life to
Oh
who? What
my
are you talking
God,
about?
dear. You so.
You're speaking in riddles. What are you talking about?
Oh my God, you guys is just. See,
Oh my
this is.
God, I speak in incomplete sentences and I want you to read my mind and tell me what it is I'm talking about.
Okay, what do you do for a living besides? What did you do before TikTok?
Speak in complete sentences, sir.
Okay, I will. What did you do before
None of your
TikTok?
business. None of your business.
Of course it's
Absolutely
not.
none of your business.
Of course it's not.
If you want a general overview, I work in finance. You're happy now?
You're working. Okay, you work. And how did that work out for you?
It worked out well. So what are we doing?
Okay, so you find it more
Is this a
financial for
fucking
you to
interview?
do this TikTok than you
Is
do
this an
working at
interview?
a job.
That would be absolutely none of your business. But Steve, what is your
Of course
point?
it's not.
Get to it. You're being highly emotional here.
No, I'm not, dear.
Yeah, you are.
Like I said, I learned this in my 9th grade journalism class. Those who hold the microphone control the
My
narrative.
9th grade journalism class.
Yes,
Right
9th
now,
grade.
you've been holding the microphone, sir. You've been bloviating about absolutely
Those who
nothing.
hold the microphone control the narrative, sweetheart.
You've been bloviating about nothing. So there's that part.
Why are you on this app that
I
Donald Trump
guarantee
saved?
you are
Why are
legitimately
you-
a
okay.
person who said that they
I'm answering
voted for
this question.
Donald Trump. You're a person who says that they voted for Donald Trump. Yet
Why
you
are
can't
you
speak
on
to
this-
any type
why
of
are you on
policy
this
or
app that
anything
he
of that
saved?
nature. All right.
Why are you on
And I
this
have
app
a
that he
question
saved?
from
Follow
the
my
chat
backup.
for you.
Follow my
Have you
backup.
ever heard of VIX?
Okay,
Have
why
you
are
heard
you
of
on
VIX?
this app that he saved?
Have you heard of VIX?
Why are you on this app that he saved? Yes or no?
Donald Trump did not save TikTok. I wanted to let you know
oh
that.
my God, do
Someone
your
decided
homework.
to purchase
Sweetheart,
it.
love,
Donald Trump is
dear,
the one that actually
sweetheart.
caused this issue because he has a fragile ego like
They were
you.
about to get rid of
He
it. Come on
cried
now.
and he whined
Because
like
it was-
you are crying and whining, all right, because some
Yeah, there you go.
teenagers made fun of him. And
Okay,
because
there
those
you go.
teenagers made fun of him, he wanted to talk bad about like
Why
how
are
bad
you
China
on this
is.
app that
So
he
there's that part.
saved?
And the crazy work is that China still owns a part of this company. It's just that the United States
why are
company now has the majority stake. So
And
his
that he
whole
saved.
deal, Puddin.
That
Hey, listen,
his
Puddin.
administration
Hey,
saved.
Puddin. Listen, I
That
wasn't
his-
finished. I know that your brain can't process more than 10 words at a time. That's why you speak in like incomplete sentences. I get it. But come
Yeah,
on,
okay.
Sugar
Let's
Plum.
go.
Track
That's
it. Hey,
typical,
hey, honey bear,
typical
sugar bear.
Democrat.
Hey, sugar
you guys
foot,
resort
sugar
to
foot,
insult.
sugar foot,
Difficult.
sugar
When you
foot,
can't-
sugar
when
foot,
you Democrats resort to this when you
sugar
can't defend
foot.
your
Let me
argument.
prophetize off of you, sugar foot.
Hey,
Come on,
You
sugar
guys
foot.
cannot
hey,
defend your argument. Defend your
You
argument.
haven't made an
Sugarfoot.
argument here. You keep
Okay,
saying
you
things.
know what?
I want you to
Okay,
tell
brother,
me,
you've been on this
don't call
all
me
day.
brother.
You know,
I
TikTok
want
used to
you,
be- no,
I
listen to me.
want you
TikTok used to be
to
about
tell
fun
us
and-
how Donald Trump saved TikTok. Can you out of all the tens of hundreds of people I've spoken to since January of 2025, tell me how specifically Donald Trump saved TikTok.
Wouldn't it be sad if like your only crowning achievement would be saving an app? Wouldn't that just be
That
sad?
would be crazy. And that's what this man
Hey
led with.
Hector, I have a question for you. All right. Are you, if you don't mind me asking, are you monetized on Instagram?
Um, Instagram doesn't
Working
have
on it?
a monetization feature yet.
Oh, okay.
They
All
mostly
right.
do like your links into my shop and everything else. But yes, that is.
Okay. And are you monetized on YouTube?
I am monetized on YouTube.
Hector, do you put in hours a day, like what people would consider a 9 to 5? Do you put in hours a day to do the job that you have?
9 to 5 is not accurately represent all the hours I work on a daily basis, nor you.
Because we
Yes,
work more than 9 to 5 hours,
that
not
is
nine to
correct.
five.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. Okay. I just wanted to make sure.
Guess what hour
That's
I'm
all
on
I
right now?
had. Fucking A, I don't want to know. I don't
10.
want to know.
I'm on 10 hours
Good
right now.
God.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Good googly
Now,
moogly.
guys.
I've never worked so much in my life. I just want to say
That.
that.
Okay. To be fair, I had one other thing was one exception when I was an Uber driver when I did that. But this shit, oh my god. So we've been live for 3 hours and 37 minutes on TikTok. Okay. That doesn't include the 3.5 hours it took for me to make the latest video I have up on all my platforms. That doesn't include the time I spent fact checking some of the things and the screenshots I was putting there. Because every time I upload a video, especially when it's a week or 2 weeks or a month behind, I try to update that information to ensure that whatever I'm putting out is accurate. If I said something that was inaccurate, that was true at the time, but as of now is not, I will make sure that I'll put that in a little parenthesis or things of that nature, right? I just try to be very accurate. I've been working a fuck ton today. It's crazy. And every goddamn day. Anyways, Unc, I sent you an invite to unmute. We already went over how to do it with you before. In fact, you did it before, so I know you're capable
What
of
have
hitting
you
the
done to
unmute
make your
button.
community God bless better? You.
What have I done to make my community better?
Yes.
You gotta prove shit to him.
I was about to say, I'm trying to
Of
figure
course
out.
you don't.
Hold on,
Because
hold
you
on, hold on,
want-
hold on,
Because you
hold on,
don't
hold on,
pay
hold on,
attention.
hold on,
Shut
hold on,
up,
hold on.
stupid.
Hold on. You're
I
absolutely right,
guarantee you
Erica.
guys live in
You're
the
absolutely right,
suburbs.
Erica. You're
I
absolutely.
bet you live in the suburbs. I bet you live in
Can
the
niggas
suburbs.
not live in the suburbs? What are we doing? Okay, hold on.
Because
Hold on,
you
sir.
just
Hold on,
spew
sir.
all this
Sir, if you
nonsense,
keep
but you
talking
live
over
around-
me, I'm going to keep muting you, and you're going to spend 2
Did you
minutes trying to
hit-
figure out how to
did
unmute.
you-
So I need you to let me speak. You asked me a question. I'm trying to give you an answer. Okay?
Okay.
So I have no problem answering the question. Your specific question is, what have I done for my community? So let's play a game. It's going to be called Bar for Bar. Okay? What that means is you're going to tell me something you've done for your community, and then I'm going to respond with something I've done for my community. Is that fair? Is that a fair game we can play?
That's fair.
Okay, thank you. Let's play Bar for Bar. You start. What have you done for your community?
I've been the police for 30 years. I have locked up the
Not the
most
mother effing
egregious
police. Oh my
motherfuckers
God.
in the
This
world.
nigga.
Okay?
This
I
nigga
made my
here.
community safe.
This man got
Okay?
the boot so far down his
You
goddamn
goddamn
throat.
right.
A-cab in the
goddamn
chat.
right.
A-cab in the
You
chat. You
goddamn right.
motherfucking descendant
Because
of
guess
slave
what?
catchers.
Because when somebody
Shut up,
break in your
nigga.
house,
Shut up, stupid. Shut up. You are part of the largest gang in the United States of America.
That is
You
not what
fucking
I expected him to
descendant. Y'all
say.
come from slave catchers. You don't help your community. You help your community by arresting other black people. You work in the most reactive job in the country. Y'all don't even stop crime. You don't stop shit from happening.
That is
And
not
the
what I
fuck?
expected
When the
him to
last
say.
time you helped somebody stay in their darn going house? Huh? When the last time you helped somebody stay in their house? When the last time you helped somebody darn gonna get the money to pay for their prescription that they need in order to live? When the last time
YouTube's gonna flag the fuck out of this live.
You can just clip it. It's real easy. I promise. You don't have to do anything.
Anyway, I have to keep my end of the bargain. So his bar for bar, he opened up with persecuting the black community, being part of an oppressive system that historically is directly came from, as Eric already went over, slave catchers, which to be clear, I am not saying all black officers are bad. I want to make that clear.
All cops are bad.
All right. I understand
You
why
want to debate
y'all
me?
go in there and with good intentions, but you're part of an oppressive system. It is what it is. So in my contribution, bar for bar, I often like to hold fundraisers when I can, and I've contributed thousands of dollars to people who are facing homelessness, starvation, car troubles, so on and so forth. And I've been able to help them get out of those situations. Better yet, excuse me, not I. Correction. I apologize. I've been able to facilitate the platform to where I was able to facilitate the help or get the help of hundreds of other people to get those necessary goods and things to my community. Also, my community does not only include black people. I just want to
You really don't know, Hector. I don't even tell people, but the shit that I do behind the scenes to help people, I swear to God.
Don't get me started. But then again, see, there's what's that statement? What's that quote about people who brag about things that they do? You ever met a bragging ass nigga? The dude to open up with like
no bragging ass nigga.
Literally the fact that he opened up with, "What do you do for your community?" Because he really was thinking he was going to come up here and flex. That's fucking gross. If you do good, do good. It's not about how much points you can get or how good you look to certain folks. Just fucking do it. I can't stand those niggas. Anyway, back to the slave catcher. Cool. That was my response. Facilitated fundraisers to help people in need. You want to keep playing bar for bar? Or you want to get back to the goddamn conversation? Sent you an invite to unmute, slave catcher.
Okay, that was the last thing that they heard before they were hung, nigger. And you used that word.
Oh, here we fucking go. Oh
yes.
My God!
That was the last thing your ancestors heard, nigger, before they were hung. That was the last thing your ancestors heard before they were hung, was nigger. Get the fuck out of here. You motherfuckers, please.
Is this your exit speech? Go ahead, click that X in the top right-hand corner. If you can't do that, all right, your arms ain't long enough to box with God, my G.
Hey, Big Teeth.
Your arms ain't long enough.
Hey, Saber-tooth
teeth. Yeah, call me what you want. Yeah, sure.
Hey, Saber-tooth mouth.
Sure.
He has absolutely no arguments, and now we devolved into whatever these pathetic insults
It's crazy. It's absolute crazy work that he doesn't know that your arms ain't long enough. He doesn't know what your arms ain't long enough to box with God. Oh my gosh,
I'm from Detroit. We get gutter down here.
What up, though?
What up, fucking dough? Exactly, boo. There you go.
What up, though?
What up? There you go. And you know how we do it in the D. We get fucking gutter.
Nobody give a fuck where you from. Niggas from the D die every day, D. So there's that part. The fuck are we doing? All right, I don't care where you from.
We do it. God bless you.
I don't care. I don't care where you're from.
We doing Saber-tooth.
I don't care where you're from, son.
All this money you made, fix your teeth.
W's in the chat to Kate for the $5 Venmo. Thank you, and Erica for everything.
God bless you.
I would love to hear the leftist video instead of a pedo that didn't save shit. That part. Yeah. Then he requested up. Just to be nice, I'll add that to a drop pool if anyone wants to throw it in. I won't necessarily put one up. I don't think he'll last long enough.
He laughed, Hector.
Of course he did. Let's play his exit song. y'all. You better start listening. KRS-One already told y'all better start listening. W's in the chat to y'all. W's in the chat to y'all. I'm glad you love it here. I'm glad you love it here. It's been
Not
one of
him
the more
being back in
interesting
the
lives.
request. He must have got so angry he swiped out by accident. He let
Not
Negroes in
him
the
running and coming
request.
back. Not him running and coming back. What do you want to do, Erica? What do you want to do?
I don't care. I'll cuss his ass out all day long. It's up to the chat. I don't really care. I guarantee you though, he can't name policy. They never can talk about anything policy wise.
I'm gonna let the people vote.
They simply can't.
I'm gonna let the people. No, they can't. I'm gonna let the people vote. Smiley face, we let him back up. Cry face, nah. We have another person in the request. Smiley face, we let him back up. Cry face, we don't. YouTube, 1 in the chat, we let him back up. 2 in the chat, we don't. 1 in the chat, we let him back up. 2 in the chat, we don't. Oh shit, we actually may have a real no, never mind. Damn. Cry face, we don't let him back up. Smiley face, we do. I'll let y'all decide now. We'll do a little democracy. Let him back up for a kick pool. Oh, it's tight, y'all. It's tight. It's close. 20 seconds. 20 seconds. Damn. It's 5, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bruh. 44 people said yes. 41 people said no. The people have spoken. The people have spoken. And to every single person who's going to leave because they can't stand the sound of this nigga's voice, this is a small stakes example of why the fuck we should all be voting. With that being said,
I'm gonna give you one chance. One chance. All right? Just one chance. Could you still support Donald Trump to this day? Name a policy of Donald Trump's that you support.
No tax on tips.
Okay. Why do you support no tax on tips?
Because
do you work in the tip industry?
Okay. Well, as a kid,
water.
As a kid, I did, and it was horrible because I was only making $2.25, and they taxed the shit out of us.
The majority of people who make that in the service industry don't even pay income tax. So what was it that you were like? What were you getting taxed on? Educate us, please.
Okay, I was a waiter as a kid, and you do get taxed on your income. You have to file that stuff. No tax on tips was really good for me. So I'm not going back and forth with you guys on calling you this, calling you that, because at the end of the day, you still my motherfucking folks. We might have different opinions.
You're the one that started it.
Yeah. No, I don't think so.
You're the one that started.
You guys start name calling. You guys call me a nigger.
Calling you a nigga is not calling you a nigga.
That's racist. The word
that's
nigga is
racist. So you think that black people can be racist?
That's word. Well, of course, black people is racist. But
How can black people be
racist?
How are black people racist?
Because if a black people call a white person called you a nigga, you're gonna want to fight.
I said, how can black people be racist?
Of course, black people racist. You don't think
I
they not?
didn't ask you all that. I said, how? Stop asking me questions. How are black people racist?
Why are you trying to dominate the conversation?
I'm not trying to dominate the conversation. I'm actually trying to get you to answer a gosh darn long question. I asked you about a policy. I asked you about a policy. You named a policy. I tried to engage with you on the policy. All right. What you do is say, I'm not going to argue with you guys about that. Okay. All right, cool. Okay. Then guess what? We don't got to talk about no tax on tips. And then you say something about black people being racist, calling you the N-word, saying that you're saying nigga to you is a black person being racist to you. That would lead me to 2 actual questions. The first question is, how can I be racist towards another black person? That's the first question. And then the second person is, how can a black person be racist in general?
You live in a delusion of grandeur, dear. You don't think black people is racist against other black people? Or you don't think dark-skinned people is racist against other?
How are you going to answer? How are you going to ask
We-
a question with a question? Answer a question with a question.
Because it's fishing. You guys fishing. You
These niggas
fishing.
is stupid.
You fishing. And you resort to anger and name calling because you can't defend your position. That's what you guys do.
How is she the one not defending her position when she's directly contesting the stupid shit you said and is asking for you to articulate how the thing you said is true? And your response was, you're whatever the fuck it was. Answer the question. How can a black person be racist against another black person?
Deny, accuse, reverse victim, and offender. This nigga here, all right, is practicing Darvo.
If I put up this drop pool,
God bless you.
if I put up this drop pool,
the word
what should the
nigga
song
come
be?
from- what nigga
I
come
feel
from?
like our drop song, if I put
The
up this
word
pool,
nigga?
should be niggified. So what should our
What's nigga?
niggified drop song be? What should it be, y'all?
Um,
This is a
Nigga?
question for the niggas in the chat, okay? To the niggas in the chat, what should our niggified drop song be if I put up this pool? Put your suggestions in the comments.
If a white person say nigga, how are you gonna feel?
differently than if a black person said it.
Of course, no, of course, because
differently
you wouldn't talk
differently
better.
if a black person
Because you
said
wouldn't
it.
talk better.
Like what?
Because you wouldn't talk better.
Wouldn't talk
'Cause
better? What are
you
you
wasn't
talking
taught
about,
better.
sir? Oh, I wasn't taught better?
Yes, you wasn't taught better. That's right.
I'm sorry. How did you conclude that? You can't tell
wasn't
us what
taught
race
better.
is, sir. You literally just confuse anti-blackness, internalized racism, and colorism all in the same sentence. That's what you just did. You don't recognize that three things that you mentioned are all three different things, though they stem from the same thing, white supremacy. All right, but you didn't recognize that. And
Okay,
because what I
white
know
supremacy.
is
Okay,
that
white
you
supremacy.
simply
Didn't the
just
word
don't have the
nigga come from
capability
white
to do
supremacy?
so. So there's
Did
that.
the word nigga come from white supremacy?
Hey, we gotta get to our video after this for real.
Yes.
Did the
Are
word
you well?
nigga come from white supremacy?
What?
Did the word nigger come from white supremacy?
He's the only one who keeps saying that
you
shit.
You keep saying the hard R, but
He's the only one.
Nigga, okay, nigga.
Clarify,
okay,
clarify
nigga with
your
the A.
question.
Nigga with the A.
Clarify your
Nigga with the
question,
A.
please, sir. Clarify your
with the A.
question, sir. Clarify
Nigga
your
with the A.
question.
Did the nigga
What do you
with the
need
A
to come from white
supremacy?
supremacy? No, with the A, no, that would be linguistic reclamation, sir.
You a fucking idiot, man.
Your mother. So what you mean?
Well, guess
All right.
what?
Your mother.
It doesn't
So, anywho,
You're
yeah,
a
do
fucking
you know what
idiot,
linguistic reclamation is, sir?
You're an idiot. I know
Yeah,
you're an idiot.
it's when a group of people take a word,
You're an
all
idiot.
right, and what they
You are
do
an
is
idiot.
they change the
idiot.
context in which it's
You're
actually
an
used.
idiot.
So that's
You're
a
an
short version
idiot.
of linguistic
You're an
reclamation for
idiot.
you.
You're an idiot. You let your Google
It
search.
actually exists.
You let your
No, I
Google
don't have my
search
Google
make you
search
think you're
on
smarter
right
than what
now.
you are. Your Google search
I don't have
and
my
your
Google
chat
search on right
GPT
now.
make you think you're smarter than
I
what
don't
you are.
have Chat
You
GPT on.
Sweetheart, you smart
Hey,
to a
listen,
dumb nigga.
Puddin.
You
Hey,
are
listen,
smart
Puddin.
to a dumb nigga.
Listen, Puddin. I
You
need you to
sound
calm
smart
down.
to a dumb nigga.
All right. How old are you,
To a
Steve?
ni-
Steve, how old
nigga
are you?
to a nigga
Steve,
that's
how old
dumb.
are
You sound
you?
smart.
Okay, you got it.
You sound
Steve, how old
smart
are
to a
you?
dumb nigga.
Steve, I'm 40. How old are you?
I'm 54.
You 50? All right, you're
Yikes.
54 years old. So what that means is that you are closer to the average age of death for black men than you are farther away from it. I need you to calm down before you have a fucking stroke on this panel, okay? Like breathe just a little. Breathe in through your nose and out through your mouth, okay, buddy? Okay, buddy? There you go. Okay, Sugarfoot. All right. Hey, breathing that hard, we're gonna think something wrong with you.
No,
You have to
I'm
call
okay,
the
sweet
people.
panties.
Okay.
I'm
All right,
okay, sweet
Sugarfoot.
panties. I'm okay, sweet panties.
Don't make it weird now.
Okay.
Don't make
Okay,
it
sweet
weird.
panties.
Don't make it weird.
Hey,
All right,
sweet
I'm kind
panties.
of
I'm okay.
mean with a watermelon and a tiny seed. Your ass gonna be an angry, angry nigga.
Hey,
All
sweet
right, calm
panties. I'm
down.
okay.
You heard me?
Okay, repeat that because that sounds
Hector,
kind
I
of
ain't
funny.
shit.
Hey,
I ain't
Hey,
shit.
repeat that again.
I
Hey,
ain't shit.
Hey, repeat that
I
because
don't know
that
what
shit.
this
I
live
like
is
that
anymore,
shit.
y'all. I don't know what this live is anymore.
No,
I
no,
don't know
repeat
what's
We just
that.
fucking
happening anymore.
around.
This dude is fucking weird, yo.
We
He's
just fucking around.
Hey,
peculiar.
repeat. No.
Hey,
Repeat the
is your
watermelon
wife
thing.
white? Is your wife white? There has got to be a reason for this. Like, hey, Steve, do you have a white man looking over your shoulder right now?
No,
Oh, okay. I just was wondering.
Hey,
my
let's get
wife
the
is
I was
likes
not
up
wondering who
white.
you
to
My wife is
performing
600K.
black.
for.
My
I was
children
just
is
wondering
black.
who you performing for. That's all.
Yeah.
Okay, no. Repeat that the watermelon shit because that was some ill shit. Repeat that.
I'm good.
No, come on. I want to use that.
That was in the
No,
chat
I'm
to
good.
Rohit for the $7.99 super chat. It's terrifying he was a cop. No impulse control, no de-escalation ability, and I think he's about to cry. Yeah. Oh my god.
And
How
well,
many
guess
many
what?
niggas did you kill in your time on the force?
You know what?
Ooh, jeez,
You know what?
that's a good question.
How many niggas did you
30,
kill in
30,
your time in the
30
force?
young
I'm
man,
curious.
listen to you. A police officer can go their whole
How many
career without pulling
misconduct?
their guns.
How many misconduct reports do you have on your belt?
No,
How many
none.
precincts have you been transferred to because you couldn't act right?
None. I
I'm
got
curious.
6 accommodations and 3. I got 3 accommodations and 6 citations for my outstanding work.
Oh, I know a couple other people who have a couple accommodations. Derek Chauvin had a few. Did you know? Derek Chauvin had a few accommodations too, so nice try.
But guess
Yeah,
what?
that's a crazy response to what I said. I ain't gonna get that's a crazy fucking response.
you know what? But the thing is
what
this:
I just said.
why you think there's not enough black police officers? Even Faircon brung this up.
Woo, shit.
Why you think there's not enough black police officers?
You wanna know why?
What, in your opinion?
Why I think there's not enough black police officers? Because
Yeah.
black people are typically averse to the police department because of how it historically and currently abuses the rights of black people.
Negative. They can't pass the
Typically
drug
have an
test.
aversion to the criminal
You
justice
can't pass the
system.
drug test. You can't pass the drug test, brother. Young man, they couldn't pass the drug test. Because you want to smoke weed and hang out with your friends when you're young.
Oh, can you give me a statistic that shows the majority of black people who apply for police academy and otherwise are getting denied because they can't pass the test?
Well, of course, you don't have to research it at this moment. I don't have the
can you
statistics
give me
at
that?
hand.
Can you give me that?
I don't have it at this hand.
Oh, you don't have it at this hand, but you know it, right?
Just when I thought I wouldn't get no sleep,
Brother, because
woke up one morning and heard this weird ass motherfucker talking out the side of his neck. Me and all
you guys, man,
we always thought
like I said, you prophesizing off the same platform that the president has allowed you to be on.
Russ. Russ said, stop breaking your floorboards and provide a source.
And you are
Hey,
prophesizing.
Hector, I sent you a whatchamacallit. I don't have my second device with me right now, but I sent you something in the group chat.
You are
Since he want to talk
prophesizing.
about drug offenses and whatnot.
You are prophesizing on the same
You are
platform that
am
he
I
allowed you to be
prophesizing
on.
or profiting? Am I prophesizing or profiting, sir?
I
No,
got
you're
better.
What am I
prophesizing.
doing? What am I doing, old
You
man?
prophesizing that. I guarantee your bank account fat as fuck.
Prophesizing. How do you spell that?
Your money.
How you spell it
MONEY
though?
off of pain. You guys prophesize off of pain.
How you spell it?
Pain.
Hey, be careful now there. We heard them dishes rattling. We don't want you falling now. All right. Oh, I've fallen and can't get up, head ass. Life alert needed ass nigga.
Okay.
Shut up.
Then you, as my black power sister, would you call EMS to come and save me? Since you so goddamn black, since you
I'm
so
leaving
black
here.
active,
Why you telling me that you live in Detroit?
since you're such a black active,
There you go.
since you're such a black active, are you gonna come and save me?
Am I gonna come and save you?
Yes. You gonna call
Do you
911?
want me to bolt? You want me to- You want to book the ticket? Like, what you want me to do?
W's in the chat to Gucci for the $5 Venmo. Start the goddamn pool. W's in the chat to Gucci once again for the $5 Venmo. He's so emotional. W's in the chat to Aries for the $40 Cash App. Drop pool. Fuck the police. Big W's in the chat to her. Big W's in the chat to her. And W's in the chat to Kirsten for the $5 PayPal for the drop pool to boot this reverse Oreo.
So what was really fun? Y'all are funny, by the way. The reverse Oreo is wild. I'm pretty sure he got some relation to Clarence Thomas. That nigga had on the softest shoe.
He probably his
with
fucking
the hardest taps.
He probably his nephew. That's Clarence Thomas' nephew right there, man.
Yeah,
that's his nephew right there. What up, African? Hope you're doing well, man.
He be like, look at here. All right, you see how quiet I am? But look, I dance real good for you. Jaw so darn on fat. Nigga sound like he was darn on sucking on lard. You better leave me alone.
I don't know what this
I
live
said
has been today, but
the only reason why I didn't do it, Hector, is I don't know why I didn't do it. I was gonna do it, but then I was like, no, I'm gonna try to engage in a policy conversation with them.
I knew you wanted to. I always try to talk policy with black people specifically, and then I realized when I tried that you can't because they don't know nothing.
Nope.
They don't know.
Don't know nothing.
Before we get into the next 5 fucking people in the requests, I'm gonna play this goddamn video. Because I think it's important. We're going to talk about this. All right, we're going to talk about this. So this is the video I've been trying to play before we let Coon and Jigaboo up. Let's go and get up to it.
Watch a hit dog holler? Well, first, let's watch a video together. And I'm going to play the whole video so we have complete context and we can dissect the whole thing.
You have to be very careful when you say establishment.
Right.
Because what so many people mean, and what Bernie Sanders absolutely means, is black people. Especially from somebody who ran in 2 presidential primaries, because presidential primaries are often decided by black voters in the South. So when he talks about, the establishment, whatever, he's not talking about Debbie, right. Wasserman Schultz. He's talking about the black voters in South Carolina who did not like him. And that, if you poke at it enough, even Hassan Piper, people on the far left of the party will start talking about, well, maybe black people have too much power in the party. Maybe black people have too much. I've seen people on TikTok say that. Shut up.
And
because when black voters have more power in the party and more power in politics in general, that is the boat that raises all ships, because they vote for progressive policies that benefit their communities and therefore everyone else. Bernie is trying, and his friends are trying to come at it from the other direction, that my white working class populism will raise the ship of civil rights in this country, and that is fucking delusional. It's delusional. That has never worked. That's the same shit Woodrow Wilson said. And look what we got, the resurgence of the Klan. And it's exactly where we are now. So
I didn't see anything wrong with what she said. Now let's watch the retelling of this video through the lens of a hit dog hollering.
I just saw not 1, not 2, but 3 really big with huge platforms, liberal influencers, fully with a straight face claim that when democratic socialists, progressives, people on the actual left, mind you, say the word establishment, what they really mean is, what they're dying to say, but don't want to, is the N-word. And they were being...
Really quickly, before we carry on, I just want to do a quick poll. Just a quick poll. Is that what the fuck she said in the video? Is that what the fuck she said in the video? Just real quick. Is that what the fuck she said in the video?
Fully serious. One of them said it, and then the other, it was like a podcast.
You see how easy it is for white people to lie and push misinformation when they hear something that they don't like or when they feel attacked? And if you don't believe that a good chunk of progressives use the word establishment when they're talking about black voters and black politicians, look no further than Bernie's newest endorsement, William Lawrence. Now, I'm going to read a quote directly from William off of his podcast, and you can let me know in the comments if I'm right on this establishment thing or not. Black U.S. political leaders are a pillar of the capitalist, imperialist American establishment whose backing for democratic leadership defangs the white left. Huh. Now, not all, but it's a good chunk of progressives that use these dog whistles when they're talking about black politicians and black voters. Establishment, identity politics. I know you've heard that one before. Here's a good rule of thumb I want y'all to use moving forward. When you hear something from a white man online, I want you to research and find the origin of what it is he's talking about. And I also want you to use 3 sources to put that up against. Remember when we had to do that in high school? Let's find 3 sources again when somebody tries to push some information onto us. Also, looks like there's another problematic white man on the ballot when it comes to Michigan. Did you guys learn from Graham Plattner? Are you guys gonna learn this time? Or are you just gonna roll with this guy because Bernie told you to and he said a couple of the magic words you wanna hear? Nah, you're gonna fall for it. You guys don't learn. You never learn. Do y'all wanna watch it?
Now, I only have a slight disagreement with what the young lady said. I only have a slight disagreement. And this is more so, this is less of a disagreement and more of a just adding context. I don't believe that every single time that people on the left mention the establishment, that is solely off of black voters. I do think a lot of people unknowingly, unwillingly do it, but I don't think, obviously, because when I reference the establishment, I know what the fuck I mean, right? So that's the only little piece of context I would add, and I would argue that's not necessarily what she's saying, but she is saying that it is a white leftist racist dog whistle. Perfect example. Perfect example. There are white leftists, 2024 campaign trail, who profess to be the biggest, brightest, best paragons of advocating for all people, right? Who talked mad shit about Kamala Harris, who just degraded her, who just read her to filth. Doing this all in the name of being a humanitarian and being all about groups of people, blah, blah, blah. And these people protested against her because of what's taking place in Gaza, which we can all agree that what was taking place in Gaza and America's support for it under whatever administration is bad, right? But how many times did we hear white leftists say, I'm not voting for the establishment, I'm not voting for Kamala? They used the establishment to take away from their other contentions with her that really had nothing to do with her policies. One thing I've noticed with the MAGA base and the far left base, if you even believe such a thing exists, people's going to argue with me about that, whatever. One thing I realize about them is where they both are hand in hand is the fact that they didn't know shit about Harris. They couldn't name her policies, and they didn't give a fuck about harm reduction. They go hand in hand in that regard. So just the context, obviously not every single person who says the establishment is trying to talk about the black community, but oftentimes look at the conversations surrounding the establishment. No different from, I'm going to keep it a $1.50 with you guys. There's a lot of people who use Palestine and Gaza as a scapegoat for their anti-Semitism. There is, right? From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, 6,000%. 6,000%. But there are so many people, and we hear it from the right. How many times we have people coming up here and they say, hey, yeah, I no longer support Trump because of his support for Israel. And then you think to yourself, okay, W, Israel obviously needs to be checked. The state of Israel is bad. And then they proceed to call them the slur. You guys know the slur, the Jewish slur, right? So we have to be so fucking careful. There's a lot of people who use certain things as dog whistles. With that being said, when you hear someone say the establishment, obviously don't sit here and think, oh, that person hates niggas. That's not what we're doing. So that's the only thing I would add to what she was saying. But specifically surrounding Bernie Sanders, and this is probably going to be where a lot of you guys are not going to like my take here. I do think it's interesting when you look at the slate of who Bernie Sanders has fought against, who Bernie Sanders has endorsed, how much of them kind of fit the same mold of people that end up, I don't know, dropping out for allegations of sexual assault, have Nazi tattoos on their thing covered up, which, mind you, I was one of the people who told you guys after the tattoo, he was a white guy back in the day who just went abroad and got a tattoo. He thought he was cool, give him a break. And that was my ignorance on that. There were black people beforehand who were saying there's a lot more issues with Graham Plattner. We need to start fucking listening to black women specifically. And I didn't listen.
Talent, listen to black women.
Right?
That's all I got to say about that. Now like that motherfucker.
Now look what happened. Now look what happened. And I wouldn't say this is the exact same thing as James Tallarico, because you know why? James Tallarico, for the last couple of weeks, dare I say it, James Tallarico for the last couple of weeks has been out there, and he's been clear about a couple of things. One, keep Jasmine Crockett's name out your fucking mouth. And two, that it is his job to earn the black vote. It is not her responsibility to go and campaign with him and be on his fucking leash. She gave him the endorsement. She supported people down to the ballot. Her, Jasmine Crockett's methodology is literally starting from the bottom up. From the bottom up, everyone's looking at the Senate race. They're not looking at all the people that she's using her PAC to push forward in the race, to put more advertisements on, to get more people to vote for. Right? Which ties into exactly what I commented on this guy's video. I mentioned the fact that Jasmine Crockett recently, I believe it was roughly 2 weeks ago, she was talking about the Senate race and she said it was a racist race. I saw 2 videos show up in my FYP and I was like, ooh, my FYP is failing me. 2 of them said, white leftists saying Jasmine Crockett called James Tallarico a racist. She never said those words. Not one time. But white leftists hear what they want to hear whenever their feelings are hurt, whenever they're feeling criticized. Shit is crazy. Shit is crazy. But anyway.
The inverse of that. When you're finished, I have the inverse of that. Like they hear what they want to hear when it's criticism. And then they do the same thing. All right. They don't hear what they need to hear when that person is on their side.
No, they don't.
Yeah. They don't pay attention to the things that they need to pay attention to when the person is on their side because the person is speaking their talk. I talked about this just like for a moment on my live last night. But yeah, it says it's not. To me, it's not a blind spot. It's this thing, and Ashley just spoke about this. I gotta go see what it's called, ideology something. But it's like because the person is doing this, has the same line of thought that they have. All right, they don't catch on to like I'm just gonna call it what it is, the racism that person perpetuates and espouses because hey, he likes the same thing that I like. Hey, he wants immigrants in the country. He wants universal health care. But yeah, did he just compare that black boy to a dog? Sure. Doesn't matter. Right? He hates Trump like I hate Trump. Hegemonic ideology. Let me look into it and read about it before I start using it. Thank you.
And so another thing I wanted to add in regards to Bernie Sanders. So this goes down to the reason why I voted for Jasmine Crockett over James Tallarico. I did not think that James Tallarico was a bad candidate. I thought he was exceptional. I love the way he used the media. I know a lot of people think this is a bad thing, and I'm not religious myself, but I like to see a positive light on someone who has a faith advocating for progressive policies. I think that was a beautiful thing because I think the right has absolutely demolished the notion that Democrats are also Christian or faith-based people. And I love that to see someone like James Tallarico wear that shit on his sleeve and let folks know, hey, we're Christians too. By we, I mean y'all. They're Christian too. We can also be people of faith too. And it's because of our faith. It's because we actually know the Bible, why we advocate for progressive policies. That was one of the biggest pulling things for Tallarico. But I voted for Jasmine Crockett specifically is because the same reason I run my platform the way that I do. I can't stand the coddling. I can't stand the whitewash messages. I can't stand the softening of blows or not telling people straight what things are. I can't stand it. I can't stand it. I like people who are cutthroat. I like people who get straight to the point. I like people who don't curb the punches because I think some people need to learn, especially at this point in time in history. We need to stop fucking coddling people. I understand to some degree in politics, you kind of have to. But oftentimes the coddling contributes or benefits the white folks and then often requires stepping down on other people, groups of people. That's my issue with it. So Jasmine Crockett was perceived as the hot candidate, the contentious candidate. She was getting so much shit from beach blonde, bat bill, butch body. People demonized her for clapping back at someone who was racist toward her on the fucking floor. All the people came after her right in front of everyone's face, and they tried to censor her. And I can get into all these other different examples, but I appreciated that Jasmine Crockett was unapologetically herself, and she wasn't fucking wrong in the things that she was saying. So that's why I voted for her. Not to mention the experience is, let's keep it a buck, the experience is light years ahead of James Tallarico and the federal government. It just is. He hasn't had the chance, but she has. Y'all need to look up how many fucking committees this woman is on and the things she's worked on behalf of. Agriculture, AI regulation, all these different things. She's been spearheading it on the Democratic side in so many ways. And unfortunately, we're losing her come January. But I said all that to say, when you look at the people that Bernie Sanders endorses, when you look at the people that he's often writing the hardest for, they're men. Not saying anything against that, but they're also typically white men. And then the other ones, we could have stronger candidates, with the exception being AOC. With the exception being AOC. And I, for one, think he did a great bit of harm in 2016. Just is what it is. And then tried to do that shit again in 2020. We understand that we want more leftist or more leftist-leaning policies, progressive-leaning policies. But when you're given this option and then a fucking fascist, shut the fuck up and get in line. That is my position. That is my opinion. I know people are going to hate it, but in the face of Trump, in the face of the almost 2 years we've seen of this second term and the damage he's done, you can't goddamn tell me that Kamala Harris would have been the same. You can't. You can't. So, with that being said, Erica, you want to say something?
Yeah, that was an interview that Bernie Sanders did last year. I can't recall if it was for a podcast or something, but he spoke on he said something to the effect of like how you can't speak on Black people, something to that effect. It was in early 2025 when he said it. It was early 2025. It was after the election. So I'm trying to find it before I say anything else about it. But that's what really soured me to Bernie Sanders.
Also, and granted, this is for a large portion of Democrats, but I feel like Bernie Sanders at this point still supporting the state of Israel is diabolical.
Wowzers.
That actually baffles me. Really quickly, I want to talk to people about this because I want to be clear. If you like Bernie Sanders, that's cool. I like a lot of things about him too. He's just not going to ever be my preferred candidate ever. And that I don't care if he was young. Hold on, what do you say? Would you say it's more implicit or explicit bias, Hector, with Bernie? Implicit, if anything. I think in a lot of ways, I think Bernie is one of those people that don't mean to be a certain way, but then it kind of comes across a certain way. And then also when you look at Black votes, he's kind of always struggled in that regard for reasons. So anyways, where was I going? What was I saying? Fuck. I lost my train of thought. I lost my train of fucking thought. Damn it, yo. What was the last thing I said? I was going somewhere before I read that message. Israel. Oh, yeah. Thank you so much, Zane. Zane be looking out, man. We love Zane. So, he did this in 2024, and then he did another one recently in the last couple months in 2025, where he was asked about the state of Israel. He said, I support the state of Israel. I'm unwavering in that support. So what baffled me specifically is that it's not that I didn't expect it from a Democrat, which he's technically independent, but he caucuses with the Democrats, right? It's not that I didn't expect that from the Democratic establishment, and he is, whether you guys want to admit it or not, basically that. It's more so that I was confused. The reason I was confused is that why that Bernie Sanders, who said he supports the state of Israel, seems to get infinitely less slack than Kamala Harris, who said Israel had a right to defend itself, but I will not be silent about the atrocities taking place on the Palestinian people. The only difference I would say between Bernie and Harris in that regard is that I do believe Bernie has outright called it a genocide, if I'm not mistaken. If I'm not mistaken, Bernie has called it a genocide. That would be the only really difference in rhetoric specifically, but he still supports the state of Israel. And of course, the state of Israel is a scapegoat for the genocide. Let's be clear. You can support Jewish people But the state of Israel and the right to their homeland, that's all the shit that goes into Zionism. So I always thought that was super duper interesting. It's like, okay, you can have the criticism for Harris. Very much. I had my criticism for Harris. But why is it when Bernie basically says the same fucking thing, he was still the one? We have people up to now who say, I will not vote because of how Bernie was slighted in 2016. I think that's insane to me. That's insane. It's insane. I thought he didn't support Israel. No. Never mind. I'll pull the clip up. Seems like a lot of y'all don't know. I'll pull the clip up. X is so much easier for this. Give me a second. Oh, W's in the chat to W's in the chat to Nika for the $1.36 PayPal. Kick song, Kick in the Door, Biggie. Ooh, that would have been a good one. They could have made a good one. He didn't call it a G side? Oh, I thought he did. Oh, whoopsies. I thought he did. I could have sworn he did. Whoopsies, I'm wrong. Okay. I'll look it up too. But I'm trying to find out this video of Bernie. Bernie Sanders Fort State of Israel. I hate it.
I have a question. Why do white folks get mad at black people for using identifiers? Like, why they not asking the government why they use identifiers and why they have to use these identifiers, these categorical systems?
That's a great question.
These classifications. Hey, what are you getting upset with us for? I am black and I am a woman. I wish y'all wouldn't politicize my fucking identity, but you do. You do. There's that part. I was just thinking about that because I did find the clip. I'm looking for the longer clip. All right, but it's when Bernie was on the Here's Why podcast with a whole bunch of fucking. Never mind, Erica. Be chill. He was on the podcast with it was like Andrew Schultz. So like fuck him. And yeah, he's knocking at someone's at my door. BRB.
Here it is. And this is the shortened one. To be clear, I already checked this myself for context and whatnot because I was surprised when I heard it. But apparently, when I got on Twitter and I started reading the comments and the sources, this is something he's been doing for years. So it kills me how many people are grossly unaware of it. But anyways.
And polls among Palestinians in the occupied West Bank and Gaza are showing that they're increasingly in favor of a one-state solution with equal rights for Israelis and Palestinians alike and equal citizenship. Is that something you believe could happen, or is that something you support?
No, I don't. I mean, I think if that happens, then that would be the end of the state of Israel. And I support Israel's right to exist.
Do you think polls among Palestinians?
Bernie Sanders believes a one-state solution would be the end of Israel. Now, I want to make something super duper clear. You put him up against any maggot, I will still unapologetically vote for him. If you give me a primary where someone else is better than him, I'm going to pick that other person. If that other person loses the primary and you give me him and a maggot, I will unapologetically vote for him. Because at least while he supports the state of Israel and its right to exist, this motherfucker is one of the only people in Congress to actually introduce legislation to put an arms embargo on them. It is what it is. When you're given only two options, you pick the best one. Sitting on your ass, putting your hands under your cheeks, and doing nothing hurts everyone. Everyone. And until you niggas are ready to pick up arms and take care of it, you can shut the fuck up. W's in the chat to Sean for the $2 super chat. Beware of false prophetizers. First off, he mixed up that word when he was talking about prophet. because he was literally talking about how we make money. The last coon, he was literally talking about how we make money on this app, and he literally said, "Y'all are literally profitizing off of this app every day." I'm like, bro, that's not. You mean profiting? Making money? It's profiting. It's crazy.
Am I profitizing or am I profiting? But anywho, pocket watching is anti-black.
I agree.
That man has a lot to unpack, and it was sad.
I agree.
It was very sad.
The non-voters and Stein voters, aka Green MAGA, are so bad for the maggots. I don't care. Oh, I've been saying that. I literally rather talk to MAGA than them, and that's crazy. Anyway, we do still have people in the request for some reason. I don't think he's gonna load at this point, but I'm curious. I'm curious to see what happens. Debbie's in the chat to Miss Donna for the $2 cash app. Happy Saturday, Boba Fun. Love you. I may get a boba after this. I may. Thank you so much. No, I won't actually. I made ginger snaps the other night. I made ginger snaps the other night, and they were delicious. I burned half of them, unfortunately. But I've been snacking on those, and I'm kind of at my sugar max. I'm at my sugar max. I don't need to have any more sugar. But I'll keep it in mind for next week, Miss Donna. Thank you so much for contributing to the Boba Fett. How were the ginger snaps? They were great. So I made them specifically because I wanted to... It's a recipe I tried. I posted in a Discord back in December. I made a ginger snap shake. And I wanted to make my own ginger snaps. So I made my own ginger snaps. And I used this vanilla ice cream. This time I put a shot of ginger in it, like straight ginger. I put a shot of ginger in there. Cardamom, cinnamon, nutmeg. And then I just broke up the ginger snaps. And then I just swirled it in between the shake. And then sprinkled at the top for a garnish. It was so good. So good. So I was craving it the other night, so I made more ginger snaps. And I also like them as soft cookies. So I did half of them soft and did half of them to be regular crunchy ginger snaps. Unfortunately, I got up on a panel with Matt. And I started cooking these races. I forgot about them and then I burned them. But it wasn't that bad. So I can still grind them up. And then I just have them in a bin over here. And that's what I've been snacking on since. And they're almost done already. You need to make your own vanilla extract? That's a lot of work. What are ginger snaps? Huh? They're cookies.
Hector, have you checked out?
Have I checked out? What do you mean?
Yeah. Took you a minute to respond to that one. Is there a delay?
No. I'm sorry.
Oh.
What'd you say?
That open mic person sucks. I wouldn't let them up if I were you. I'm just gonna be perfectly honest with you. I think that's the person that comes up and says like stupid stuff, and then they like people just drop them because they be like, "You want to fight?" or something. I don't know.
Oh, I'm about to say. I think we've dealt with enough trolls today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anywho.
But yeah, they're delicious, y'all. But there's too much sugar for me. I gotta chill. Any cases, I hope we're all on the same page. Well, maybe not on the same page, but I hope you all understand where I'm coming from. You need to be very careful whenever you hear folks say establishment Democrat. Perfect example. Ooh, Erica, do you see the nonsense happening surrounding Track APAC?
I just heard that some of their numbers aren't accurate. That's about it. But what's going on now?
The vast majority of them are not.
Because they even tried to say that Jasmine had took money from APAC. And I was like, that's not true. Because when I first checked that website, she wasn't up there. And then all of a sudden, when she was running, it was when she first announced running for Senate, right, in December, she wasn't on their website as taking any money from APAC, right? By the time the primaries came around, they had her on their website as taking money from APAC. And I was like, when the fuck did that happen?
Guess who else they just put up there recently?
Who?
James Tallarico.
Ain't no way.
So the question I want you guys to ask yourself is, if this site called Track APAC that has the moral superiority, they're all about Gaza, they understand Israel's influence on our politics and what a bad thing it is. If they're going out of their way to maliciously put up screenshots that go very viral on social media, screenshots to align people with APAC funding so that they can lose votes, why would they do that? Especially when many of these people literally took pledges not to take APAC money. What purpose would they have for doing that? What is
Sabotage.
what is the intention? What is the goal? What is the end goal?
They want the right to win. They want these Republicans to win. Republicans don't care if their candidates take money from APAC or any other donors that supported Israel. They don't care about that. But the people on the left, I use quotations when I say that, by the way. All right, they do care. They do care. So this is all in an effort to help Paxton win because he ain't looking so hot. But yeah, that's crazy. Sick.
I don't like living in the world that we do, but when I hear people say Israel, 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 I have to be cautious. Because I don't know if they're legitimately criticizing their influence or if they're fucking Nazis. When I hear someone say establishment, 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 I don't know if they mean old fucks who are literally working alongside uncapped capitalism and the Republicans to maintain the status quo, or people just doing the best that they can in them circumstances. We don't know. We have to vet them. We have to find out. We have to find out. I guess we'll do a final call while we're waiting on 600,000 likes. Trump supporters request up in the box. You, the demographic of people I'd like to have a conversation with. If you're over on the tube side, you can call the number on screen, 737-295-5321. If you're a Trump supporter who regrets their vote, this live is a safe space for you to come up here and express all the reasons that made you get up off the MAGA plantation. Or if you are a Trump supporter who does not regret your vote, you think he's doing such an amazing job, you think there's something that we libs are missing, you may call the number on screen or request up in the box, and I'll give you several reasons as to why you should. Wait, Sanders' comments made after the 2018 gubernatorial elections in Florida and Georgia. He said he believed that some white voters were uncomfortable voting for black candidates, referring to Andrew Gillum and Stacey Abrams. Sanders said, "There are a lot of white folks out there who are not necessarily racist who felt uncomfortable about whether or not they wanted to vote for an African American." Huh? Someone said they took this out of context. I'm curious what the context was. Yeah, I think you know that. Okay, well, this is different. I think you know there are a lot of white folks out there who are not necessarily racist, who felt uncomfortable for the first time in their lives about whether or not they wanted to vote for an African American. Well, this doesn't make any sense. This doesn't make any sense. What do you mean they're not necessarily? So what's the hiccup for voting for an African American? In that quote, Sanders describes people not wanting to vote for candidates on the basis of race and calling those voters not necessarily racist, a comment that was taken as either naive or racist or both. Read more about it here. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Why would you be uncomfortable? Like, I'm trying to... I'm not going to say anything yet. I just need to find the context. There has to be more context here. Senator Bernie Sanders said racism was the reason Democrats lost several significant House and Senate races, the Daily Beast reported. Okay, so he's acknowledging it. He said the progressive, this is 2018, mind you, the progressive candidates he endorsed and campaigned for, like Andrew Gillum in Florida and Stacey Abrams from Georgia, were hurt by racist attacks and tradition. I think you know there are a lot of white folks out there who are not necessarily racist who felt uncomfortable for the first time in their lives about whether or not they wanted to vote for an African American. Why is it the first time in their lives? Sanders told the Daily Beast, "I think next time around, by the way, it will be a lot easier for them to do that." I think this is actually kind of what I mentioned earlier. This is one of those examples of, do I think Bernie Sanders' intention was to be racist? No. But this comment is kind of fucking ridiculous. I need to know. Hold on. I'm curious. I'm polling white people now. We're just chatting, okay? What reason would you have to not vote for someone based on them being an African American that has fuck all to do with their campaign, right? For example, I'll be the first to say 2024, while I voted for him, I hated voting for him, Colin Allred. I hated voting for Colin Allred. I've told this story time and time again. I hated voting for Colin Allred because I thought he was fucking bleh. I thought he was trash. I watched him on the debate stage with Ted Cruz, and I thought that shit was embarrassing. I thought he made niggas look bad. Not gonna lie. I fucking hated how he debated. Ted Cruz came there prepared. He had his one viral moment when it came to like women's rights, and that was it. That was it. It was a horrible debate. It was a horrible debate. I didn't appreciate that. And then outside of the rest of his policies just being regular standard of the Northern Democrat, I had no contention with that, but it was specifically his debate performance that I hated. Okay. So it's one thing to say, I didn't like their campaign. I didn't like this thing that they said. I didn't like some aspect of their history. That's one thing. But what possible reason would you have to feel uncomfortable about voting for the first time for an African American that is completely outside of those things that I mentioned? It doesn't make sense to me. Doesn't make sense to me. So I don't know about that one. I think there's a lot of ways that people don't mean to be a certain way, but it is. And I'll just leave it at that. In no way, shape, or form am I telling you guys to go boycott Bernie Sanders. Because he's still a loud voice in a lot of ways and is supporting the likes of Zoran Mamdani. And you guys know I had issues with him. You guys know I had issues with him when it came to Kamala Harris. I can't take away from the exceptional fucking job he's doing in New York City, though. He's an amazing New York City mayor. He's an amazing candidate. I hope to see him go bigger. I hope he spearheads the DSA to actually rival the Democratic Party. That's how we get change. That's how we get rid of the quote-unquote establishment who's holding up everything else. But we can criticize people. It's okay. You shouldn't be offended because we're criticizing the person you like. It is what it is. If they were uncomfortable, they're racist, period. No, I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree with you there. And he's fine. Wild, bro. What y'all call him out there? Mom, daddy? Mom, daddy? Oh, man. That's funny. That's funny. Anyways. Guys, if you're not following me, hit that follow button in the top left corner. We are live every Saturday after 3 p.m. CST and randomly throughout the week. Also, share out the live with your friends and family. Give it a good repost and add to your story. Actually, don't worry about that. We're probably about to wrap up. Let's knock out these boxing gloves. We've had these boxing gloves here for a bit. It's about 24 more of those to go. Greatly appreciate it if we can clear that gift really quickly. Click on my name in the top left corner and feel free to knock out anything that's grayed out in the gift gallery, B5. It really helps support the platform that way. Take care of Erica while he's up here as well. I haven't heard her say some thank yous in a minute, and we can run her coins up.
I gotta be a he.
If you so
You
choose.
just called me a he.
Huh?
I'm offended. I'm leaving this place. I've been treated
I
better
said take
elsewhere.
care of Erica while she's up here.
You said he. It sound like you
Did I
need to
say he?
enunciate.
I've been
Yeah,
talking
I'm
too
offended.
fast. That's the problem.
I'm about to go cry in a corner.
Shut up.
It had to be because I talked about that man being old.
I'm tired of you. Just Jordan said you said he. Okay. Yeah, sometimes I talk too fast and I'll be tripping up on my words. Thank you for that. Links in the bio are going to be the best way to support the platform. I heard he too. All right, fine. 2 out of 3.
Put him on a background.
I'm sick of y'all. Follow me on all social media platforms, YouTube that we're doing streaming to right now, and Instagram where I post the videos I post up here. You know what's funny? Actually, I was editing a few clips and I've noticed this. I'm like, sometimes I do need to like slow down and really enunciate my words because I've caught myself a few times tripping on my shit. It's my fault. Anyway, join the Discord community. We are over 700 members strong. Great community that we have there. A lot of the stuff you'll hear me post up here is what I'll post in there. Obviously, we have movie nights every now and then. We are going to work on Sister Act 1 and 2 next week. I promise we're going to do it. Check out my merch shop, hectorshops.com in 2 hours for all the things you see before you. Get yourself a purchase and direct donations to the links in the bio. Take care of Erica as well. Her shop here is ericaeffect.com. She also has a public, oh no, not anymore. It's on pause for a second. Her YouTube is Erica_Shante. Go over there and subscribe to hers as well. She'll most likely be live some point tomorrow. Do all the good things. Those of you on the YouTube side, hit the like button on the stream, subscribe, and turn on notification bells as well. And if you'd like to support the platform, super chat, super sticker, or consider becoming a member. Last point I'll make on the PAC funding. I also think APAC is often used as a scapegoat to dodge all the other super PACs that are lobbying against literally everything we want. There are PACs who lobby against expansion of healthcare or universal healthcare. There are PACs that lobby against regulations on our environment, mostly the oil and gas industry. There are PACs.
There's AI packs. There's AI packs.
There's AI PACs. There's civil rights PACs. People who literally lobby. Brent will talk about this in depth. All the money that goes into people not passing comprehensive firearm reform every fucking year. All of these different PACs exist. And they're all a problem. So I just find it fascinating that the APAC is the only goddamn PAC that some people know. Think about it. Think about it. Pack of wolves, literally. Yeah, literally. Thank you guys for knocking out the boxing gloves. I appreciate y'all. I appreciate y'all. That happened in the Illinois primary. Oof. Oof.
So now, because of the whole like track APAC thing, I'm kind of skeptical of those sites that are supposedly tracking what candidates or politicians, whatever, have received from different PACs. I'm very skeptical of those. The best one would be the what's the
We
one
gonna use
that
as little
tracks the
CGI?
actual public and private contributions? What?
Yeah. Not everyone is reporting on the funding accurately. Because they tried to do this with, what's her name? What's the name of that super PAC? It was some big PAC that contributed a lot to Jasmine Crockett's campaign. And I think it was specifically in regards to tech. It was tech and AI. So what they were saying is that Jasmine Crockett was outwardly saying she's not the biggest fan of data centers and she needs them to be more regulated. They're fucking up the environment. They're being put a lot of times near disadvantaged communities, so on and so forth. But on the back end, she was taking money from a PAC that's associated with AI. The problem with that is, where are the votes? They could not substantiate a vote where Jasmine Crockett voted for the ramping up, where she voted for these data centers to be built up, where she voted against regulation. They just looked at the PAC and said, well, she believes this, versus her actual votes. So you just have to be, we have to be so cautious, because I can't even say it's all the right anymore. To be honest with you, I cannot say it's all the right. I think some people are just fucking chaos agents. I think some of these folks want to watch the world burn. It's insane. I think some PACs may donate money to make a good candidate look bad. I don't know if they go through all that trouble, but I can kind of see it. I can kind of see it. What up, Wakandan? How you doing, brother? Oh, you may not know that he's up here. Wakanda, did you mean to request up? I don't think he meant to request up. I thought he came up here to do his thing. Whoopsies. W's to Wakanda. We love Wakanda over here. Also, some donate to both candidates running against each other. That's true. That's true. There was a night in the Discord where I don't remember what the site is, but it was looking at different food establishments and how they've donated to Republican and Democratic campaigns and candidates. And a couple of the big fast food companies came up, Taco Bell, McDonald's, so on and so forth. And then there was a person who was making the argument of, look, they donate to this person, you can't eat there anymore. And I was like, hold on. So you look deeper into it. In a lot of cases, some of the McDonald's, obviously franchises, are not, like, it's all McDonald's, yes, but they're like owner operated. So it can be some far right Republican who owns a McDonald's franchise here, and then he contributes to his local Republican candidate. And then they would use that to say, don't eat at McDonald's, where it's like, okay, if you don't want to eat at that McDonald's specifically, or any, because I guess ultimately it's going to that agenda, that's one thing, but that's the context there is super duper important. Like, I can start a business, I can start some kind of business, someone can franchise off my business and then put that money towards whatever the fuck they want. That's not reflective on me. I don't think that, I don't know, McDonald's higher ups are leftist or anything, but you get the point I'm trying to make. You get the point I'm trying to make. Exactly. You have to look up if the store is a cooperative franchise location. Exactly. That's my point. That's my point. Before we just run with, oh, they put money towards this, we're done eating there anymore. I'm so big on context, and I'm so big on just going below the surface of the shit that we see, because there's so much more. There's a lot of gray in life that people just do not acknowledge. I hate it. I hate it. Some leftists think that setting the U.S. on fire will fast-track communism without factoring the millions that will die that way. Yeah, they don't care. And that's another dangerous thing, which, ooh, you know what? I'm not going to go there tonight. I'm not going to go there tonight, because I'll be damned if I see one of those motherfuckers with the symbols pop up in my chat and start going after me. I'm not doing it tonight. I don't think a lot of people really acknowledge what they want or the harm that will cause, and then there's people who do and don't care. And I just hate to see people on this portion of the political spectrum prove MAGA right. That's all I'm going to say on that one. That's all I'm going to say on that one. I hate to see people allegedly on the left prove MAGA right. It pisses me off to no end. Almost at 600,000 likes. Almost at 600,000 likes. Let's see who we're going to raid on YouTube. Who's live? Is Matt live? Or did Matt go live earlier? Let me see. People I can't raid are live, but I can't raid them. So YouTube, hold on. I need to bug folks, because I told them to give me access to raid them on YouTube, and they still haven't. Let me see. Steve's live. Steve goes live on YouTube. He did not give me access to raid him. I don't know if Joey... Does Joey go live on YouTube?
No, he doesn't.
No.
Is Brett live on YouTube?
No, Brett hasn't done YouTube in a while. He's not listening to me. He needs to. Doug goes live on YouTube, but I can't raid him. These people are blocking their blessings. These content creators are blocking their blessings. So what we will do... On TikTok, we're absolutely doing a fax raid.
It's Brett's birthday today.
No, I thought it was tomorrow. Oh,
no,
shit.
I asked him about his birthday today. He said, yes, it's his birthday today. We're going to raid Brett. We're doing a Brett raid.
We're going to raid Brett. We're going to raid Brett. I got it mixed up because I'm going to see him tomorrow.
Awesome.
And I just thought it was his birthday because I was going to see him tomorrow. I don't fucking know. We're going to raid Brett. So those of you on YouTube, if you have a TikTok account, BrettCross0524. BrettCross0524. If not, go wherever the fuck you want. Go wherever the fuck you want. Shout out to y'all for the 600K. Put a 1 in the chat if you know who Brett Cross is. Put a 2 in the chat if you don't. Put a 1 in the chat if you know who Brett Cross is. And put a 2 in the chat if you don't.
I want to say thank you to Jotson Tittles for the $3. Jotson Tittles said, caller doesn't understand how the same action coming from different people has a different impact. You hugging your wife would be very different than a random man hugging her. Exactly, Thomas. Does it mean the same thing? Do you feel away when a white person say it? Yeah. Stupid. And Kate, thank you for the 5 for everything you do. Thank you so much, Kate. I appreciate you, friend. Drop some hearts in the chat, y'all. Y'all are awesome. Thank you. Sorry I was late on those.
Mm-hmm. All good. Thank you guys for taking care of Erica. I appreciate y'all. We're going to go ahead and raid Brett Cross 0524. When you guys get there, make sure that you say birthday raid. Birthday raid. Do it for one of 2 reasons. 1, let him know the love and support is coming from me. And 2, to relieve my guilt that I forgot his birthday was today. Birthday raid. Brett Cross 0524. YouTube, go wherever